A very good morning, and it's a good Sunday morning here in the United Arab Emirates. John Hindorf, Phil Anson, along with Nick Damon and Joe Bradley to take you through the second round of the Hankook Middle East Trophy. Should have been the final round, isn't. That will be next weekend for the Dubai 24 Hours, which we'll have for you live for you as well. In just on 7 days' time. So we've had to shuffle the pack a little bit. In December, we were at Q8 for that absolutely extraordinary race for the overall victory in the last 28 minutes that saw CP Racing hold out by half a second. And then it's here this weekend before we head to Dubai and the Autodrome for the final round and the traditional start of the 2024 season, of course, as well, because that effectively will kick off the Hankook Championship for 2024. It's beautiful conditions. Thank you for those of you in Europe in particular who are up early, and those of you in the States who are up late and getting ready for what we expect to be superb action. And we'll continue through today with qualifying from Daytona coming up later on. But let's look forward to what we have in 2024. We get into the bulk of the European season when we visit beautiful Mugello in towards the end of March, 22nd and 24th. The following month, we're off to Spa-Francorchamps, and the 19th to the 21st of April, both 12-hour races those. Then back to Portimao in the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve on the 10th to the 12th of May. That is a full straight through 24-hour race. Then back to Misano, one of my favourite circuits. Beautiful again, the scenery around it as we head there in July, and we finish off the bulk of the European season with the traditional September date of the 13th to the 15th of September for the 24 hours of Barcelona at Montmeló at the Circuit de Catalunya, and that makes up our 24-hour series powered by Hankook calendar for 2024. And what an array of races there are. As I said, we've shifted things around a little bit. Circumstances far beyond our control, but Creventic and everyone else involved, including the teams and including our broadcast partners 0221, and of course the circuits out here as well have done a great job. We have been rewarded with, as you might imagine, beautiful weather. It's just around 19 Celsius at the moment, so that's been a little bit chillier than the last few days. Sorry for those of you, particularly in the UK, where it's been freezing. Humidity around about 83%. That is not feeling so bad in these temperatures. It will get warmer, up to mid-20s, mid to late 20s Celsius today. That is the weather forecast. So no chance of any rain. Tiny little bit of overcast today that is keeping that down. But don't let me tell you about that in the air-conditioned splendour and controlled environment of our commentary booth. Let's head down to Nick Damon, who's on the grid. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, John. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the grid here at the Abu Dhabi 6 Hours. For some reason, Seb's got this terribly wrong. He's not photographing me. He's photographing the trophies. That shouldn't happen at all. This is for the winner of the race. This is the winner of the Middle East Series. Now, this was, of course, originally, as John says, supposed to be the final race. Of course, it's now the middle race, the sophomore championship event, and also that's the spirit of the race, and these are two ladies. Okay, now, if you're watching qualifying yesterday, what you would have thought is, if I come to this thing saying pole position, I would see a Porsche. But no, I see an Audi, because the scores on the doors were slightly changed. A quick word with Torsten Kratz. Torsten, you got pole position, but you got pole position in the steward's room.
Yeah, it's nice, huh? So, yeah, I think the team made a great job during the last days. So we had a bit of trouble with the setup in the first day, but we managed it well. Yeah, and yesterday we have been lucky with traffic, and yeah, we got a good lap, all of us, and so the average was good enough for pole.
So how different is the approach to a 6-hour race rather than the usual 12 or 24 hours we do in the Creventic series?
I mean, At the end, it's the same. You have to go through. You have to do a clean lap, clean race. You have to avoid penalties. So it's the same for us. It doesn't matter if it's 6, 12, or 24 hours. Of course, less exhausting. And at the end, it's a good preparation for next week for the 24-hour race in Dubai.
Great stuff, Torsten. This is the Haas RT Audi, of course, the Antigua and Barbuda registered machine that's been so successful this season. Now, the car that should have been on pole is next to it, and that's the white and red number 96 car collection machine. This is the man who thought he put it onto pole. Luke Hardo. Luke, disappointed not to be on pole?
Yes and no, but like I said in the last interview, we only focused on long runs, so this is, I think, also where we gain the most time. So still front row, we're happy.
Now, it wasn't mentioned, so who was it who exceeded track limits and had the time deleted?
No, actually, we didn't have any times deleted. They just got their time back. So there was a bit of a misunderstanding in Q1, I think, with the marshals. But anyways, we're, got our time stated, so nothing changes for us.
That's a much better story, isn't it? Look, I'm going to have to ask this question, Luke, because it keeps coming to mind. How tall are you?
I get this question quite often. I'm tall enough to fit in the race cars, yes. But no, I'm 197, I believe, so yeah.
So that's 6'7" in English money? 6'6"?
6'6", yeah.
Did you consider a career in basketball?
I got this question a lot. No, never. I just went full on for race cars.
That's great stuff. Okay, now we are, as we say, in the United Arab Emirates. We're in Abu Dhabi, and to get this race officially underway, it's the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. Okay. Okay, we'll carry on going till the, I think there's a slight issue in the room, but we'll keep going. Okay, so a bit further on, we find our third and fourth qualifiers in fourth place. It's a different paint job for a very, very well-known car within the Creventic series. Of course, it is the Herberth machine, the 91. Only one Renault in the machine this time. We have Antares Au, who is in the team. Now, Antares, you are not a regular with the Herberth team, but you are a regular here. You've won twice here already, haven't you, this particular race?
Well, only once, but Herberth is the team that brought me to this series. Very happy to have started my endurance racing career with you guys. This is the race suit I wore with my first race at Herberth, so really happy to be here.
And so what is it about this particular race, the Abu Dhabi race, that you like so much? Is it just the Yas Marina track, or? No,
I like the people. Folks like you roaming around the pit lane, all the atmosphere. This is...
You're a charmer, aren't you? You really are. You know how to get on the right side of the media team.
Not really. We need to do well too, yeah? Otherwise you'll not come back to us.
So, car on the line in fourth place, is that, you're happy with that as a team, qualifying?
Well, it's a qualifying. It's 6 hours race, so we could have had a little bit of a better performance. I certainly wasn't helping the team lift up to a higher standard, but hey, again, it's a 6-hour race. Great
stuff, Antares, and I hope you get your second victory. Cheers, mate. Across the way, it's the third place qualifier, which is the very striking, as always, red Ferrari. Just seeing the drivers around. Yep, we have got Axel Jeffries. It's Barrow Motorsport machine. Axel, a regular to the events here in the Middle East, aren't you? We see you at Dubai a lot. But in the Ferrari, and it seems like you personally, I think, did you end up with the quickest individual lap in qualifying?
I was up until the last 10 seconds, but J-Love pipped me. But I do like the Ferrari, and the car's working well. The team's done a great job, so we look in good shape.
You're very relaxed in the civvies. It's only a 6-hour race. I mean, is that the case where you'll literally just get one stint and that's it?
It will be. Because we're an AM lineup, I think my maximum driving time's an hour and a half, so I'll only get one stint.
I mean, again, do you find this 6-hour race makes it easier or perhaps even more complicated to fit in the right driver at the right time?
I think a bit easier. Obviously, we know what the requirements are for each driver to do, and the engineers have a plan. It's pretty straightforward, so I think we'll be okay.
Good stuff. And the Ferrari, as we've seen. But just like to point about this, we know that's the third car, and you've got the top three is 3 different chassis. We have an Audi, a Porsche, and a Ferrari. Then we have another Audi, and then we moved into a team which we are normally used to seeing in a Porsche. It's a Grove machine, but it's actually now with a Mercedes, the CLS. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with one of their drivers. Sorry, I can't see. Hang on. It's Jordan. Jordan Love. Jordan, I've just been told that you actually got the individual fastest lap in qualifying. Unfortunately, the team's in 5th.
No, it's it's good. The car's fast. Team's doing a mega job. First time for me here, and really enjoying it. So, we're here to see how good we can go, and hopefully move forward. But yeah, car's good. We'll see how we go and press on.
Fastest guy here, you must be a fan of this Yas Marina track. I mean, does it work well with GT3 machine? We know it has its challenges when we normally see it in F1. Is it a better track for sports cars?
Yeah, as I said, first time for me here and really enjoying it. So obviously fast flowing, quite a technical track. It's deceivingly quite difficult, but yeah, really suits the car nicely, and car's good. So all good.
So Jordan, he's the fastest man around here in AMG GT. It's Mercedes, but he likes the flow. He likes the technical stuff. But John, you need to talk us around the track completely. All 19 corners now. They cut a couple out a couple of years ago.
16 corners. I'm pleased you're not driving. It used to be 21, and it still can be, depending on how things are laid out. This track is 5.281 kilometres or 3.281 miles with those 16 corners. Everybody knows the circuit. It's been a subject of so much discussion down through the years. We have 3 very distinct sectors coming across the start-finish line at the Formula 1 pits to turn 1. That's actually much more of a corner in a GT car, hitting somewhere near 240 kilometres before you break down, go down a gear or 2 through turn 2, and then up over the top of the rise at turn 3. So 1 or 2 people having some issues there earlier on in the weekend, not necessarily in this series, but in the pro cars. We had a couple of McLarens hit the wall there over what I'm going to call Carlos's crest. Up to just over 230 clicks before you go all the way down the gearbox at turn 5, the hairpin, then onto the long back straight. And it's very long indeed. That's the top speed that we're reaching there, getting on for 270 kilometres an hour, then down to 50 miles an hour through 6 and 7. There's a couple of different lines around there. The curving run past the support paddock and pits to turn 9, the parabolica, if you will. Now, this is slightly banked, and it looks much more banked in a GT car than we normally see on Formula. And there's about 74 different lines through there. Through the kink at 10, proper corner at 11 and 12. Got to get that really sorted out. Then down about 60 miles an hour underneath the hotel. Pretty much a single line through there, and it's very tight. You go off there, you're going to hit something hard. 15, tricky, but you set yourself up for 16. Watch track limits there as well on the exit. You will get 3 warnings before you are brought in for a stop and hold or a drive-through penalty. That's the lap here at Yas.
On the grid. Seb, you get a look at this. We have a fan club. We love a fan club. Look, it's Mr. Finn Gerritz from the Huber Racing. Go, look, there's thousands of people with Finn Gerritz t-shirts. And here is the man himself. It's Finn. Oh, he needs a hat now. Everyone else has got his hat. Finn, you appear to have outfitted most of the grid. You've bought your own fan club. Well done.
Yeah, it's my sponsor and partner for this race, Infinia 88. So they all came from Indonesia only for this race. It's a unique event for them. And here we are, around 30 people with the same outfit and the same caps, perfect prepared for the race.
So you basically, is this your first Creventic event, or have you done other Creventic ones?
No, it's my first race here at the Creventic. I drove here 2 years ago in Abu Dhabi at the Asian Le Mans, but it's the first race, and unluckily the qualifying was not what we expected, but now for the race we will give everything.
So how does a European German driver end up with a massive Indonesian fan club?
It's crazy really to have fans worldwide and partners also. to show them from Indonesia what is possible here in Abu Dhabi with the Creventic, and they will have a lot of fun, and it's a lot of emotion for them here.
You got a pretty good teammate in Michael Bartels.
Yeah, with Tim and Mark, we have a really good driver combination, and for sure we will give everything in the race, and we will see what is possible.
Great stuff, Finn. So I need to avoid his fan club kind of blocking the whole way. Now you see, this is where we're going to go. The team that gave half the battle at Q8. It's the and it's my friend. It's Fabrizio. Happy New Year, Fabrizio.
Happy New Year to you too and to everybody.
Quick question: marriage still going okay?
Still going, luckily.
Okay, so qualifying a bit further back than you expected, yeah?
Not really. We had some problems, so we have been much slower than we were supposed to be. So now it's the race. The car is back to normal. Race on. It's a short race, so doesn't leave too much to strategies. The BOP is not to our advantage. We have to get it to the end. Dubai will be something else.
Yes, because of course you and the rest of the EV Motors team are obviously right at the front of the Middle East trophy, aren't you, with the second place you had in the first race? But you've got 4 drivers here, 4 drivers in 6 hours. Is that too many drivers?
Yes, it's sort of it, but we are training, so it's good to be training all of us all together. Then it's a good practice with the car because it's only the second race and we want to be ready for Dubai. Dubai, it's a real challenge.
Yeah, Dubai's next week. I think you've only got 1 car, so is it a case of being really, really careful this weekend?
Well, I look at the stereo, so I'm just going to go out and cruise around.
It's the best way, yes. Come back, no scratches, and see what you get.
Correct. Thanks a lot.
Fabrizio Brogi there, who I think is the spirit of Creventic Racing, and the other team who's definitely the spirit of Creventic Racing, just over here, are our winners from 6 weeks ago, which is CP Racing with the 85 Mercedes. We've got the entire team here. Look at that, they're all lined up. They can't wait. Slightly improved growth in the sidelines there from Shane. We spoke to Charlie. Let's talk to the man whose name's above the door, Charlie Putnam. Charlie, 4 of you, I've just asked the EV Motors team here, 4 guys over 6 hours. Is that actually difficult to get everyone through in that time?
Yeah, we're a little heavy on drivers, but, you know, we're kind of a family group here, and we all like to drive. We all wanted to get points for the championship, so we said, well, we'll each give up a little time and get everyone here.
You're leading the championship. Obviously, there's really only 3 GT3 cars in it. Unfortunately, the other 2 are ahead of you, which is the BMW and the Porsche. Is it a case where you're really now just looking at those 2 cars, or are you still considering the race as a whole?
Well, we race hard all the time. That's what we come for. You know, nobody comes to just lay back. So we'll run our game. I mean, we'll run as consistently and as hard as we can the whole time.
And one of the advantages, I've seen parked in the paddock, you actually have a spare car, so you can afford to smack this one up and still have a new one for next week.
Well, afford is a relative term.
Didn't mean financially, I meant tactically.
No, we're not, you know, always we try to take care of the car. That's our calling card. That's what we try to do. Sometimes it doesn't work, but that's how you win races, is taking care of your car, taking care of yourself, your other drivers, and the people around you.
Charlie, great stuff. That is the CP Racing. We're meandering back to see if we can find... and I'm not trying to get a chat with anyone here because not all the team speaks English, but we do have the fabulous Vortex, the leader in GTX here, resplendent in pure carbon fibre. This car is incredibly quick. Had a couple of teething problems during Q8. I hope they iron those ones out. Well, I think this is quick chat here with Philippe Bernal. Philippe, quick word. Are you surprised at how fast this car is?
Absolutely not. It's normal. It's a normal place.
Have you made any changes from Q8? Did you learn anything in that first race?
Yes, we learned a lot of things in Kuwait. We continue to learn a lot of things here in Abu Dhabi. For us, it's a preparation for the 24 hours of Dubai.
And this is the only car you've got, so you have to be very careful with it here, or do you have a spare car for the 24-hour race?
We have also a spare car in the box, and we have 2 other new cars in south of France, which are actually in building.
And are you going to run, or have you sold these cars to customers?
Yes, we sold 2 cars in January.
Oh, brilliant! Well, you've had a good month. Well, actually, this is convenient because we're actually by the edge here, and they are now shuffling us off the the grid, John, shockingly. So I will pass back to the boys, and we will be here with myself and Joe chatting to the great and the good for the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi.
Hankook 6 hours of Abu Dhabi for the Middle East Trophy, the second round for this season. And what a fabulous grid it is. For a wee while we thought perhaps we might not get as many cars here, but actually I think we've picked up a couple of entries here. Few down, a couple down on what we will see, we were expecting to see at Dubai, but really a superb effort from everybody concerned. And here is how they will line up. It is Haas RT and their Audi on pole position, from the Porsche of Car Collection Motorsport on the outside of the front row. I actually think that the right-hand side might be the better place going into turn one there, but far be it from me to say which is the better side for pole position. Then it's Ferrari and Porsche in the shape of Baron Motorsport, the number 86 bright red car, and the black and gold Herbeth car, and it's Antares Au who's going to start that car. Grove Racing in their GT3 Evo AMG have the M4 GT3 of Century Motorsport for company. Carl Cavers, Lewis Plato will start, and Jack Barlow, the all-British lineup on row 3. Row 4, another Union flag there for Race Lab, and the McLaren 720. That's another different manufacturer. Only Porsche with multiple cars in the sharp end of the field. Huber Motorsport in 8th position. On the outside of row 4. On row number 5, it's a Tempto Racing with their Audi. They'll be started by Alex Arkin. And a Manamari Energy by EB Motors Porsche, the multicoloured 95 car, with the effervescent Fabrizio Brogi starting that car. Number 10, position number 10 for the number 95. Just outside those top 5 rows then, the GT3 AM CP racing car, so different balance of performance and different fueling regs there. We'll keep you up to date with that. And they've got the Goroyan RT by Car Collection Audi, the number 80, alongside the Marcus Winkelhock back in Creventic, and will start that car. ERC Bratislava with their Huracan in GT3 AM with Miro Konopka is in position 13. That's the number 44. Then the Vortex with that carbon-coloured 701. Olivia Gomez starts the machine on position 14. Salochen by Cox Racing. Peter Cox, Stephanie Cox and Nico Pronk, the all-Dutch driving team, in 15th position, or on the inside of row number 8. Then the second of the Haas RT machines, the AMG GT3 Evo, Eduardo Bacchi starts that car. Scott Sport have a Lamborghini Super Trofeo for GTX in 17th position. Alongside them, the Leiper machine, the 710, same type of car, with Greg Gorski, the American, taking the lead in that radical racer as well. There we've got the KTM Crossboard, More Than Racing, the Razoon 714. 909 Red Camel Jordan is the best of the GT3 Cup 992 cars there in 20th. Toro Verde for the G56 Cup car. That's the Lawrence Tomlinson, Freddie Tomlinson, Mike Simpson car. That's the Evo car, the white machine. Then Rabdan by Fulgenzi with Porsche. We're right in the GT3 Cup. So QMMF by HRT 931 and the 965 MDM I Rec On You, the number 965 in 24th. Halfway through the field here, let's rattle through. Kramer Racing, K. Kramer Racing, the 936 and the 908. Seb Lejeune, both GT Cup cars. K. Kramer Racing's 937 and PRP, both GT3 Cup cars in row 14. In row 15, Mühlner Motorsport, Peter Terting started, and hello to Marcel Duke, part of the collective who's here helping run that car, the 921 and the 988, more GT3 Porsche Cup cars. 992 NKPP by Baz Curtin, welcome back to Harry Hilders and Guy Spess, a bit worried about this. They want to keep that car in one piece for next weekend, as do Century Motorsport with Ravi Ramiet and Charlie Robinson in the M4 GT4. GPM by Dragon Racing's Mercedes, the 408 is in 33rd. Then we've got the first of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars. This is the UK machine, the number 423, and it'll be Kavi Juntu who starts that. that car. Continental Racing is the other one. They're one row further back in 35th, the 496, and they've got AGMC Racing by Simpson's BMW on that row with them. Then it's the P21 Motorsport Porsche and the CWS Engineering pole-sitting car in the TCE category, the G55 from Colin White. That is Colin, the car that Colin is leading off in. Owen Hizzy will start the 277 one row further back, and then it's the RS3 LMS TCR. That's third place in the TCE category, or the division, should I say. And then in this fantastic grid into the 40s with Simpson Motorsports Audi, that's one of the RS3s. Again, we've got the racetrack competition number 223, and then the 911 GT3 Gen 1 991 of P21 Motorsport as well. That is at position 43. How about that for a grid? We'll bring Phil Anson in a moment. I've had to give him the rhino dart to calm him down. That's why he hasn't been able to speak. He's been salivating at the thought of these 43 cars, by far the biggest entry that Creventic have had in this Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Round 2 of the 2023-24 Hankook Middle East Trophy looks absolutely outstanding wherever you are in the world, in sound and vision, live, no blocks, no breaks, no interruptions, just racing, 6 hours on the clock, and as the red lights go out, we are racing at Yas Marina, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 across the track as the pole sitter defends into the first corner. The Ferrari coming through from the second row, that's Peter Barron and the Barron Motorsport Ferrari, the bright red machine. Everyone through to 3/4 of the way down the grid has made it through the first corner in front of the mass ranks of photographers. Good, very good international as well as local media presence here at the weekend. They'll stream down to the far end of the circuit, furthest away from us, and it's still 4 across the track, and the side-by-side for the lead, and Barron's going round the outside at the hairpin at turn number 7 and has to drop, turn number 5, excuse me, has to drop back in. So very racy, very early on in what is the shortest distance of race that we ever have in the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. And Phil Anson, what a view of those cars coming through to turn 1, and what a start. This looks like a traffic jam on the 311 coming down through Sharjah on a Friday morning.
It's even worse than that, John, and I thought I'd never say those words. Hello to you, hello everybody. Lamborghini's going off track there, just trying to get a little bit of space. But we got the 918 turned around down at turn 6.
Has already found the right gear. Stephen Licorice in that grey and multicoloured Porsche, and he heads back into the action as the leaders are still scrapping it out in underneath the hotel for the first time of action. First time of asking with the asking and the action. Really nowhere other than one line there, and it's actually off camber there, all the way underneath the hotel. You don't see that until you actually get it ground level here.
And it is scary because the back end of the car just wants to disappear into the wall all the time. Tyre temperature's not coming up, just getting up to level at the moment, but these mid-pack battles, they just stayed off each other. Unbelievable.
It's a Porsche Cup race in the midfield with the 992 category being huge, and we've got a 992 only race at Spa. Later on, the 992 effectively trophy race. Porsche Motorsport getting right behind that with Creventic later on in the year, and I can't wait for that. That's a road trip. I'll be driving out to that one.
In your Porsche?
Well, I'm going to be having a word with Porsche GB to see what we might be able to take down there, just for a bit of fun. 3 across the track, again into the braking area at turn 5, and letting everybody know where they are. I do think this is, I mean, it's great racing because racing room's been asked for and given.
Yeah.
This is the beauty of the wider parts of this circuit. There are alternate lines.
A wide circuit that. Also, team managers would have been in the driver's ear. We've got to get the car to the end of the race, and we possibly have a 24-hour race next weekend. Yeah. Don't bid it on the first lap. Just make your measure. It's the Vortex doing very nicely in amongst this gaggle of cars as they head out onto the back straight. Tyre temperatures coming up now, tyre pressures coming up. Everybody's starting to settle in to what the track feels like.
at RSL_studio on the socials, please, if you are joining us in the early morning, just after 6 o'clock in the UK, just after 7 in Central Europe. Early hours, very early hours of the morning on the East Coast. I suspect we've got some West Coast viewers and listeners before they've gone to bed, joining us from the past. What a great opening to this race. Don't bin it on the first lap. Don't bin it on the 101st lap either, because that's even worse, because it's less time to fix it. Right out to the edge of the circuit, coming through underneath the hotel, through 15, now into 16, this Porsche battle in the midfield. And coming out of that hotel section, on the right-hand side, just over that Armco barrier, is water. That is the middle part of Yas Marina, and there are boats parked there. I think that probably parked is not the technical term. Boats are moored up.
Moored up,
yes.
Yes, I think that is where we need to be with that. Obviously on the Grand Prix weekend it's quite full. Today we could have parked our canoe there.
Yeah, we could have.
Yes.
Although we did get, and thank you very much to Chris Jordan and Porsche Middle East for our Cayenne. We were right on pole position coming in early this morning, coming in a bit of style. Battle for the lead then. Heavy braking again from Haas RT and Mathieu Dutrey, leading out in the mostly blue number 21, with Philip Barron of Barron Motorsport, who has tracked him basically since turn 3. And at this time of the day, that's all right, but you cannot sit that close behind.
No.
Through turn 9 at the moment, I did notice that Philip took a different line there and just got half a car's, maybe 3/4 of a car wider. That's to get a bit of air onto the front of that car, not necessarily for aerodynamic effect, although that will help there on one of the faster corners, Phil, but that's to keep the Ferrari engine cool.
Yeah, and also he's getting disturbed air from that one, and he had a little twitch in the middle of that, on the entry into that corner, and we were seeing that from one of the support races in the Ferrari as well, and in the 488 Challenge Evo, having issues on turn-in on that turn 9. It just seems to upset the Ferrari a little bit, and the Porsche was much more stable through there, as was the Haas RT Audi as they went through.
Further down the field, the battle in GT4 408. That is the AMG GT4, and the Lamara right in behind that as well. That car unique in this field, one of the number of purpose-built racing cars that BOP'd into this particular balance of performance, into this track limits for Ginetta, and a locked right front Hankook there for one of the two column white Ginettas in the field. Who's making up positions? Well, Peter Cox in the Saloshin by Cox Racing Porsche, he's up to 8th place. Eduardo Bacchi for the second of the Haas RT car, that's the AMG, he's up to 9th. And it's Fabrizio Progi taking things easy in the multicoloured EB Motors Porsche, the Manamari energy car that was so much a battle, part of that battle at the sharp end of the field. In the 992 category, Paul Sitting Porsche number 909. I think that's going to be one we're going to have to keep an eye on. And they've been passed by Cameron McLeod for KKM Racing, and for the Neuhofer Rennsport, Felix Neuhofer driven car. So does that, in that case, that means that the 992 category, Christopher Zirkling is leading that at the moment. So there has been a little bit of jiggery and pokery in 992 category, because MDM is listed in second, with Tom Coronel had a spin yesterday, caused a red flag very briefly in qualifying. Then Michele Di Martino is third for KKM Racing, and at the moment then the 909 has dropped down the field with Fabian Dance to 7th position.
And I think the reason for that is, John, remember qualifying was done on a combined 3-driver time. So it all depends on what driver you've put in first, whether you've put in a junior driver. And so they're changing position on possibly on, how skilled or very skilled the driver is to make up positions early on in the race.
And they will have been given a task. So they'll be, so Fabian Dance don't go and try and fight at the front of the field and get punched off. We want you to put in a solid hour and 3/4 or 2 hours. You can do 2 hours to drive. You can do 2 hours in the car, remember. We want you to put your solid lap times in, get yourself settled, stay out of trouble, and we'll work the strategy from there. 909, of course, is the Red Camel Jordan car, and that's Paul Truswell, who is at the circuit this weekend. They spent a lot of time making sure they knew exactly what their fuel burn was going to be in qualifying, so they didn't overfuel the car and have to carry around too much weight, and they will have worked it out to the milliliter. Leaders across the line again on the far side of the circuit. That's the support pits, effectively. Completely separate infrastructure over there. You even come in a different gate and you've got a different paddock. Really well thought out here. We don't always see all of the infrastructure being sweated on the Grand Prix weekend. It kind of happens, but we don't see the ins and outs of it. Here, the main pit lane is actually quite quiet because it's really only got the Creventic cars in and a couple of the other series, and they're spread between the paddocks. It's working very, very well. On what is a busy weekend, what have we got? Five series?
Yeah, 5 series, and we've got Formula Regional and Formula 4 there in the support paddock, and they start from that. They start
far side grid.
Grids, yeah, they do all of their work from there because that's where they have to do their pits.
So that means they're straight into the chicane.
Well, they're straight into turn 9.
That's turn 9, yeah.
Yeah, they're straight into turn 9, which is a really, really interesting way because there's multiple lines through that corner, as you just said.
I love that.
Yeah.
We're going to start some lappery. We are just 5 laps in. There's half a second between the top 2 at the moment, then a couple of seconds back to BMW, Audi and Audi. And Marcus Winkelhock in 5th position in the blue and orange number 90s. We've got a battle for the lead with the traffic. Now, did the pink Porsche play a part there? The 43rd position car looking extremely stock. It is a 991.1, that car. And a little bit of defending in the middle of the road by the Haas RT driver, Mathieu Dutrey, round the outside. Philip Barron has tried that one before, through 6 and 7. Now back on the throttle, over the curving run past those support pits, and again, right in the middle of the road. Nice driving by the Porsche driver who lets the battle for first.
I think he's got an issue.
No, I think he's just keeping out the way.
Just have a look at the rear right of that car.
Let's have a look as he goes through. I'll check his lap times. It's the car that is in last position at the moment and has been lapped, but of course running its own race. Several classes here.
This is a P21 motorsport car.
Correct.
Yeah, Ruben Costa at the wheel at the moment.
Sort of sweating the excitement in the movie award season for Barbie there with the pink colours.
Yes.
Margot Robbie couldn't turn up this weekend apparently. They were hoping for that.
Yeah.
Down through this very fast end of the lap again for the leaders, and over again a little rise. Again, you don't see this until you're here on the ground looking at it, but turn 16, then you drop over the top. If you get slightly sideways there, the camber and the fall away is not helping. It's subtle. The rise and falls are subtle here, and the battle for third beginning to heat up with the BMW of Attempt Tour Racing and Alex Arkin with that very brightly coloured front end of the BMW through the danger area at turn 3. They just come over the crest, the car goes light, and that number 99, that's Alex in that car, following Lewis Plato for Century Motorsport, the BMW, then Winkelhock, just a couple of 3 cars lengths further back as they come down to the heavy braking area at turn 5, but it's a wide entry, and you really have to keep your wits about you. Coming down now into 6 and 7. We've seen plenty of passing there with the old over and under, the wide and cut back. A little bit of resurfacing there as well that gives plenty of grip. And at the front of the field now, has there been a little mistake there by Philip Barron? Because all of a sudden there's 2, 3, 4, 5 cars lengths between Haas RT and the second place Ferrari.
I think I saw him get very squirrely under brakes, lose the back end on coming out of turn 16 as well. So I think he just was overdriving the car a little bit, asking it a little bit too much of the Hankook tyres, and just decided to just breathe. It's 5 hours and 46 minutes to go. There's time.
Here's interest because the TCE, TCX class battle ahead of them are 2 Audi RS3s, and that's what they'll come up to next, and they're having their own little scrap. This is danger time for the leader, and here comes Mathieu to try, but he's met them at a good point. He's past them going across the start-finish line. Can Barron get through? He's got to leave his braking lane, come from the middle of the road. That will compromise his exit from turn 1. But he does get through, but he hasn't been able to close in. Beautiful conditions here, temperatures just starting to rise. We started off at 19 Celsius. It will warm up to mid to late 20s is what the weather folk have told us today.
Yeah, time to take the jacket off.
Your mind's come off, definitely. So that battle of the Audis, by the way, that was the 2 cars, that's AC and James Kay, and even Stanchion for Simpson Motorsport, and Ruben Costa it was in the P21 721 pink Porsche that was lapped first of all, but did a good job in staying out of the way of the leaders. Let's look down into the mid-teens, 15th and 16th position. Grove Racing, Stephen Grove with the AMG, and Porsche right up his tailpipes there, and that's Christopher Zirkling for the Rabdan by Fulgenzi car. That's the leading 992 Cup class car, getting a nice drag at the moment. Don't have as much aero on those cars, but you can see how much air's been moved by the AMG, because the bonnet area, which is actually, of course, not a bonnet,
boot.
It's a it's a boot, it's a luggage compartment. Yes, front trunk. It's in the gap of the air, and it's flapping around a little bit, which is very Porsche-like. Then the bright yellow Lamborghini comes through. That's Mikko Konopka, 15th in GT. Then the white Ginetta, the Toro Verde car, Freddie Tomlinson starting that. That's second in GTX to the Vortex, which is further up the field. So plenty of battles in classes as well as lappery going on.
Marcus Wiegelhock got past Alex Arkin on that lap as well, moving the Gorian RT.
And I think that was a change of position there. Felix Neuhofer going past Peter Turting. That was for third, Möller Motorsport. Möller Motorsport going back to fourth there. The blue and white Porsche making up position. I did say Porsche Cup race.
Here we go.
It's just a 6-hour Porsche Cup race.
Oh, that's it.
These cars are outstanding. Still have the flat 6 4-litre normally aspirated engine. That's going to live for a little longer yet. Some changes coming for 992.2 in terms of the engine setup, and there'll still be flat 6s, but slight changes to how Porsche are moving forward with their street cars, but it's not going to affect the Cup cars. Still, as I say, 507 horsepower or thereabouts. That racing sequential gearbox running on 18-inch rims for the Carrera Cups and Super Cups around the world. And they make, remind ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, the longest Carrera Cup or Super Cup race is around about 50 minutes. So these cars do something between half an hour and 50 minutes. That's what they were built for. And they have turned into very, very impressive endurance racing cars.
Indeed.
They get a few additions like bigger fuel tanks, lighting packages, etc., air conditioning as well. You can have the ABS option as well, because the Carrera Cup North America does have that, actually. They did tick that box. And they have just turned themselves into, down through the years, very, very competent endurance racing cars, which sit just slightly below the level of the GT3R, which is the cars that are further up the field.
Yeah, and to carry on with that point, we've also got some 991 Cup cars running here as well.
991.1.
2 running in the GTX class and 1 running in the GT3 category. So they've got longevity, John, and they've been racing. Those ones have started out as Cup cars, 20-minute races. Now they're doing full-blown endurance.
Well, and it's a testament to Porsche that there's been evolution, not revolution, on those cars. The engines are basically the same. The running gear has changed a little bit down through the years, and of course the body shape has changed significantly with the 992. Much bigger car, much wider car, much more adjustability on the aero, even on the Cup car. Battle for third, fourth and fifth, going through traffic. And at the moment, Lewis Plato for Century in the multicoloured BMW with the Union flag on the end of the rear aerofoil. In third, and also leading Pro-Am. And in fact, the first two cars are in Am class. So we've got Am, Pro-Am, then GT3, which is Marcus Winkelhock, then the Attemptor racing car next up, and then Charles Esplanade, who's worked his way up to 6th position.
He started in 11th.
Yeah, 11th position.
Wow. I think I know why the GT3 cars, they've been hit with a 30-kilo ballast penalty for both of the running in pure GT3, not Pro-Am or Am. So they got that, and they've also had 5 litres of fuel taken away from their allowance.
One of the drivers that Nick spoke to on the grid, Finn Gazitz for Huber Motorsport. He is in 9th position, having just moved up there, gone past Justin Plattner for Car Connection last time around in that Porsche GT3 battle. That was GT3 versus Pro-Am. Philip Barron just lost touch with the leader for a moment and has one of the GR Supras right there. And a little bit further back down the field, we are battling for 8th and 9th. Eduardo Bacchi in the Haas RT Mercedes has got the multicoloured number 50. There he is. That's Finn. He's the man on the move. And the tricolour coloured red, white and blue Porsche moves up another position after we've talked about him. Now, CWS into the pit lane. And that is one of their 2 entries.
Colin White at the wheel at that one at the moment.
That was the better qualifying of the 2, Phil. And the 278 is into the pits, goes up on the jacks. Now, does this look even reasonably like it was planned? Nick Damon and Das Camera Machine with Seb with him. Nick, what is this? This doesn't look standard for Colin.
What is something's happening actually in the footwell, but the dolly jacks are going under the car, so it's going to be wheeled back into the box.
I'm being told, Nick.
Nothing.
I've been told from Natasha, who was watching the lap times for us back in Cologne, that car was slow in the last sector.
Yeah, they're not looking at anything immediately mechanical. They were looking at footwell stuff. There's no smoke, and there's no, which is often what happens with these occasions. The car is rolled back on the dolly jacks into the pits. But yeah, so there's no immediate panic around anything mechanical at the moment. And they are, yeah, if I'm sure Shev's pictures cut up for those of you watching and listening. But what he now has 2 mechanics in the passenger footwell, and this being a UK car, the passenger footwell is on the left-hand side. It's a right-hand drive car. And I'm going to see if I can have a quick look at it, and I'll find out. And if I can find what it is, I'll come back.
I like Jolly Dax, actually. I think that's even better. I think Jolly Dax was 2 years older than me at school. Balled a little bit of off-spin, if I remember.
Nicely.
11 laps in, and the gap at the front of the field, Mathieu Dutrey has made the best of traffic, and he's pulled out to almost 2 seconds now from Philip Barron and Barron Motorsport. That's the Audi number 21 from the Ferrari number 86. Lewis Plato in third for BMW. Battles right down the top 10 at the moment. Car on the move, undoubtedly Finn Gersitz, along with Charles Esplanade and Peter Cox. They're in 6th, 7th and 8th. And just behind them, Fabrizio Brogi is having a bit of a scrap as well. He's got the Vortex right underneath the rear wing of the multicoloured Porsche, the all-carbon Vortex eyes. They've got a flash button. That's something. That's something new. And down at turn 5, different entry and exits there, but the Porsche gets the power down. While we watch that, let's go back to Nick with an update from Ginetta.
Yeah, very quick update from Colin's co-driver in the 278, Mark Griffith. It is a gear selection issue, which is obviously something to do with the paddle shift and the electronic selection or the hydraulic selection, because they are not looking at the gearbox or in the car. They are looking at the methodology of getting the information to the bits that change gear.
Change the steering wheel, maybe. That would be one thing. Actuator, perhaps. Some kind of software. Oh, you hate that. That's very unusual in those G55s. They are exceedingly reliable at that sort on the driveline side of things. V6 Ford-based power unit as the Lamara goes a wee bit wide. Trying to work out what car from the past the Lamara livery reminds me of, with that white, green and blue, and it's sitting there just out of reach at the back of my mind. It's driving me bonkers. I think it's probably a rally car livery. I'll come back to you on that, or you can tell me, what does it remind you of, that Lamara? White with lime green and blue striping. It's at RSL_studio. Leaders then coming through traffic all the time in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And it looks as though Lewis Plato has got away a little bit. He was a super quick starter at Kuwait Motor Town. Marcus Winkelhock in the Goroyan RT by Car Collection Motorsport is gaining and having a look at the back.
Now, Marcus has to be very careful. He's already been pinged for track limits.
Oh.
He's on his... We see it every 3 track limits, we get a notification. The next 3, if he does 3 more, he'll get a 10-second penalty. So he needs to be very careful. Also, car number 50 is being done for the first lot of track limits as well. That's a Huber Motorsport car.
Yeah, that's Finn Gerzitz, excuse me, Finn, who has charged up through the field. Lewis Plato doing a cracking job holding those 2 low-slung machines behind him, the Audi and the Lamborghini, very much closely related, using the same V10 engine and gearbox. Lamborghini about to come and play at the top level of endurance racing. Their SC63 GTP LMDH car making its debut at Sebring in a few weeks' time, and we will have coverage of qualifying for the Rolex 24 later on today, live in sound and vision. It doesn't overlap with this. It's a huge weekend, and next weekend Rolex and Dubai 24 hours, well, there's a little bit of overlap, but not that much because of the time changes. So you will be able to see the starts and finishes independently, and we'll have teams at both of those, so you do not have to miss Abu Dhabi and the 24 hours. It will be Phil and Andrew Marriott on duty in the booth with Diana Binks, presumably without her bobble hat next weekend. I don't think she'll need it. Ably assisted by our Silver Fox, Peter Snowden, whilst the rest of us are on duty in Florida.
With jackets on.
Yeah, it's not going to be too bad, I don't think, in Florida. Nowhere near as close to freezing as it was a few years ago. So we're getting into the... What I'm saying is we're getting into the start of the endurance racing season. This race becomes the first international endurance race of 2024. And we're here for you, of course, with Radio Show Limited. Our commitment to world-class endurance racing continues. We'll be bringing you all kinds of additional programming this year from the World Endurance Championship, from IMSA, from Hankook Creventic. We'll be at Bathurst in a few weeks' time as well for the Repco Bathurst 12 hours. Hello to Richard Creel, who I know will be keeping a little eye on this if he's calmed down from...
He's still on the ceiling, seriously.
Yeah, from the big bash yesterday when Perth got massively turned over
mullet
by the strikers. Yes. So at the front of the field now, Philip Barron has bided his time. He's found some pace. He goes down the inside. This is a change of lead, the first change of the lead of the Hankook 6 hours down at turn 5. Well, that was good patience shown by Phil Barron in the Ferrari. Fought his way back to the rear wheel of Mathieu Dutré. He's not giving this up. This is a wide track. There's 2 or 3 cars width between them as they go down into 6 and 7. And Dutré takes a very, very late apex out through 7. He'll get a good run here. He's pulling up. He's down to under a car's width. Now, has he got the ponies to get alongside? It looks like Barron realises he's staying all the way over to the blue stripe on the left-hand side. You can try the outside line here through the slightly banked Parabolica at turn 9, but the Audi just hasn't got the front-end grip there, Phil.
No, but I think the Ferrari's settled down, just bided his time, and was watching where the Audi was, where he could pounce on the Audi. And I think, to be perfectly honest, the Audi did run very wide at turn 5, and I don't think that was accidental. I think it was just get off my back. We've got a long way to go, 5.5 hours to go.
And these two have pulled out nearly 12 seconds.
Yeah, they're just, and they're both AM cars.
Yeah. Yeah. Mathieu Dutré and Philip Barron are highly skilled drivers. Oh, that's very tight on track limits from Phil Barron. And as he came through turn 16, runs over the double width curve there, and then you run out of grip with the left-hand side Hankook, and then you hit the down slope, which doesn't help you drag it back onto the track in one iota. But he's managed to make that work for him. He had half a second in the line, and he's pulled out another tenth or two as they crest the rise at turn 3. Head down through the kink at 4, and in the braking area at 5. It was 1 lap ago, 3.281 miles ago, that he took the lead there, and he's held on to it. Second place now for Mathieu Dutré, and Marcus Winkelhock's gone up into 3rd as well while we were watching the battle for the lead. So it's Audi 2nd and 3rd now for the Gorion by Car Collection. That means Lewis Plato has had to give up 3rd place, drops down to 4th. Attempto Racing's Audi in 5th. Top 6 made up by the 3rd place GT3 AM car, and that's Charles Espinal up from 11th. Then he's got Peter Cox in the Porsche, the number 48 Salachin machine. Finn Gertzitz continues his move up the field. He's now in 8th position. Antares Au for Herbeth in the black and gold car in 9th, and the top 10 is Eduardo Bacci for Haas RT in the Mercedes. They're all GT3 cars. In fact, the top dozen are with Car Collections, Porsche, and the EB Motors car. Fabrizio Brogi just ploughing his own furrow at the moment, but still within a minute of the leader. Just outside the top dozen, Oli Gomez in the Vortex leads GTX. In the 992 Cup class, it's Christopher Zirkling in 14th position in the Rabdan by Fulgenzi Porsche. That's the number 971. Battles further down that category, of course, as you might imagine. There's, I think, 7 of them nose to tail. In GT4 Century Motorsport, Ravi Ramyed for Century in the 429 is in 31st position ahead of the best of the Toyotas, which is Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing. They've got across they've got across the gap and got into 2nd. And then it's the Simpson BMW in 3rd position. That's how it stands in the GT categories.
We have the McLaren in the fuel bay. Now, the fuel bay is before you get into the pit lane here at the Yas Marina circuit. You come around the pit lane, you're in the fast lane, and you turn right into the pit lane. You go down alongside the medical centre, back around to the helipad. Then Creventic have bought their 6 brand new pumps down here, which do all of the calculations, and we'll get into that a bit later on how fuel flow and how many litres you're allowed with your car. But when you come out, you cross over the fast lane coming in. So the fast lane has right of way before you go back and then enter. You're in the 40k zone, 20k in the fuel zone. Then you get back up to 40k to run down to the pits on your right-hand side.
So we mentioned the 992 battles going on, and the number 909 is in the thick of that. Fabian Dance in between Tom Coronel and Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi, the QMMF by HRT. Good to see those guys back and racing, and just ahead of them is Fabian Dance. Ahead of Fabian is Tom Coronel in the red, white and grey 965. Then it's Felix Neuhofer in the 988, which is the mostly grey with red striping car, as they come across the line now and head towards turn 1. Felix absolutely chilling on a Sunday morning here. Hasn't even got his headlights on. Day notice lights are on, yes, because they all run with those, but the guys behind with their headlights on full beam, giving it full beans as well. Let's head back down to Nick Damon in the pit lane. What you got, Nick?
First actual pit stop, which is the 13 McLaren. It's not, I think our first visit by a GT3 McLaren for many a year as well at the Hankook series. I think it's been probably 4 or 5 years since we last had one. Here's Lucky Kiera, who's in the car. He hasn't got out, and, I was thinking this is out of sequence. I thought we'd be seeing a puncture because they put a complete set of boots on it, but no, all tyres are inflated. No obvious reason for the car. No, they didn't look at anything, so just looks like they short-fueled him, and it's part of the way almost back-timing 6 hours from as soon as you start, John.
Yes, that is a very good point. You start the strategy very, very early here. Marcus Winkelhock has peeled off. I'm suggesting that
just over half hour, isn't it?
Yes, but that means he'll get 1 more hour, and he's only allowed to do an hour and a half. So what you're doing here is Marcus is going to either get out of that car and put in one of the other drivers and save his final hour for later, or he's going to do his full 1 hour and 30-minute stint. Good morning to Josh Barrett, to Kevin Luther, to Jerry Z. Jerry Z tuned in at the very early hours of the morning. What is it? 1:30 in the morning in Florida, in sound and vision, getting a little bit of Middle Eastern sunshine through the sound and vision for all of you who are tuned in at RSL in _studio. Thank you very much indeed for your support this Sunday morning, busy Sunday as it is. Stay with us right throughout the day, and we'll give you a couple of hours after we're finished here in Abu Dhabi at Yas Marina, just to grab yourself something to eat, take a deep breath, and then we're qualifying for the Rolex 24 later on. Next weekend, Dubai 24, full coverage of that for you, starting on Friday. It's a Saturday-Sunday race, remember now. Gone are the days of the Friday-Saturday race, so we'll have qualifying for you into the darkness on Friday night, and then the full race Saturday through
night practice as well, I think.
Yeah, night practice as well. Always one of my favourite sessions, that, Phil.
It is indeed. We've had our first time penalty, and unfortunately it's for Colin White in the 278 in the pits with that gear selector problem. He came into the pits a bit too quick, and he's picked up 18 seconds of time penalty. If your day's going bad, it's just getting worse.
And that 18 seconds is there's a calculation, isn't there? How far over the speed limit you are, you get a certain amount of seconds.
He would have been 9 kilometres an hour over the speed limit, because it's 2 seconds per kilometre an hour.
Had a little incident between a couple of Porsches, the Alex Arkin machine, the Attempto Racing, sorry, that's the Audi, and the number 992 Porsche Cup Class car. That's under investigation. We'll keep you abreast of that. It looks like Winkelhock is out of the number 80 car. Nick Damon is there.
Yep, in has got Roman Mavlinov into the 80 car, racing for Armenia, and he is Armenian. Winkelhock will get out. He did obviously got the first half hour in the start, so they've again. This is not. He's walking away in a weird way. Like, I think he got run over. I think he got lightly clipped by the wheels as he was a bit too close. I think he may have got run over, but I'll ask you about that in a minute. Obviously, we'll have a word with him in a second. But yeah, this is really, really interesting, because normally nothing happens for like 45 minutes or an hour at the start of the 12 or 24-hour races, but we're seeing people tactically stopping now because they have to try and work out, as you say, John, certainly their pro drivers, they've got an hour and a half and work out how to use that best. And also, you know, if you've got 3 or 4 drivers, you can't divide a 3 driver by 2 hours, because you need 2 hours and a minute. That's too long. So, yeah, it's a much more interesting tactical concept, this 6-hour race, than you initially think.
Totally agree with you, Nick. I think it's going to keep us on our toes as well. And keeping Marcus Winkelhock on his toes as well was one of the Hankook tyres. Just driving across his left foot as it pulled out. Now, are we looking at a
damaged rim?
At a damaged rim, or was it a problem with the valve? They seem to be putting something next there. Was that a problem with the valve, because they were putting some mousse or something on it to see if it was blowing air out? Nick's peering at it right now. Oh no, it's a puncture.
Oh.
Nick Damon.
Checking for punctures. Yeah, they're checking for punctures. There is a hole where the Hankook man's finger is right now. He's taking a picture of the hole. I can point you to the hole there. There's the hole. They seem to see what the pressure loss. Now, that may have been they've changed the tactics. We may have been that they weren't going to run half an hour. They're going to run 45 minutes.
Wow.
Kind of a bit early with a bit of pressure loss, but they. I mean, in fairness, the tyre still looks very inflated. It looked very inflated when it came in the car, but obviously performance machines do get affected by 2 or 3 pounds of pressure, where we just ignore them until the the warning light comes on, then we kind of go,
No,
oh,
you
God.
don't.
Not the rear left again, I've got to pump it up again,
you
have
might
I?
do. I hate that. Well,
I
how
can
many
imagine.
times
I can
have I called in at your house on my motorcycle because
Yeah,
I've
good
lost
point,
half
yeah.
a pound?
I know my rear left is a very slow puncture. I mean like a pound over 3 weeks. And so I pump it up 4 too many, and then 3 months later I have to pump it up again, but I leave it for a fortnight before I do it, And it pings at me every time, because obviously it's an Audi, so it pings at you
Well,
for
that is one thing, thank you, Nick. That is one thing, of course, that has transferred across tyre pressure sensors, tyre pressure, and sometimes tyre temperature as well. Certainly on my daily, you've got a little blue line next to your tyre pressure sensor that comes up a little bit, then it goes yellow, then it goes orange, and then it goes green, and if you push too hard, it gets into the red. It's amazing. But I haven't had it into the red, you'll be pleased to know.
Alex Arkin has picked up a 10-second penalty in the 99 Nintendo Racing Audi for causing a collision. So that has just popped up on the penalty sheet, infringement on General Code of Driving Conduct.
So that was with the number 992 car, the Harry Hilders NKPP by Baz Cowton Racing, and Harry and Keith Bessam wanting to keep that car in one piece, so it will not be best place. I had a chat and I said, all you got to do is watch out for the other idiot. He said, yes, we can only keep out of the way in certain places and not underneath the hotel. So if that's happened underneath the hotel, Harry and Geese are going to be round slapping me round the head, saying that
it was at turn 12, so it happened coming into the hotel.
No way!
It happened coming into the hotel.
So
right-hander.
I pre-cursed of the commentator.
Oh, big problems.
AMG number 92. This is an issue with the left rear of the car for Eduardo Bacci in the Haas RT. Now, is that on the ground, or is that something more sinister from the motive power unit of the AMG GT3?
It looked... Oh.
It's coming out of the...
Oh.
Well, it's hard to see it. I was going to say out the left-hand side exhaust. Stay with us for a moment whilst we try and check this out. Nick's got Marcus Winkelhock. We'll keep an eye on that as he speaks to the man who's just got out of the number 80 car.
Marcus, a very short first stint. Was that short because you had a slow puncture, or that was the tactics?
Yeah, no, it was not the tactics. We had a slow puncture in the left front, unfortunately. Yeah, but that's the way it is. Now we have to change the strategy a little bit for the race, unfortunately, but we will see. The race is still a long way to go. Car was okay, had a little bit too much understeer, but it was quite okay to drive. So I'm looking forward for the rest of the race now.
You had a couple of battles. You picked up a couple of track limits as well. You say you had the understeer. Was that the reason you were finding it hard to stay on track?
Yeah, once I had because of understeer. Once it was because I was like battling with somebody and I was actually too close and I didn't see it, if it's track limits or not in the car. Yeah, but now we have to be a bit more carefully until the end of the race.
Are you in the team? Are you staying up for the Dubai 24 hours, this team as well? Are you staying here in this area for the 24 hours of Dubai as well? Or is this...
Yes, I do. I will be with a different team, same car, but yeah, I will join Dubai next week as well.
And final question, did they run over your foot when you left? Did you get your foot run over?
What did I?
We thought you saw you got your foot run over by the car.
Yeah, no. I lost one of the badges. It was the Hankook one, and it got stuck here in the car. I lost it in the car, and it was over there. I just took it off.
Thanks.
I wonder what he'd been doing.
There you go.
Must grab him later on in the race if we can, and ask him what he thinks about what's going on with the Nürburgring and the endurance racing series there this year. I link him and his family, of course, with those events. Nick Damon, back to you in the pit lane, where the Haas RT AMG, a car they've recently acquired from China, is back in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Not good news.
No, it smells of oil. I mean, obviously, if I was Joe, I'd be tasting the oil, but it smells of oil. They've also just doused the engine bay with the extinguisher. I didn't see any flames, but I think they're worried about leaking oil onto an exhaust pipe catching. but it is absolutely 100% an engine problem. Now, interestingly, it's not smoking. It is smoking, you can probably see from the front of the engine, so it's blimey, that is horrible. Yeah, so they have a motive problem, and I would expect in a 6-hour race with an issue with your engine, that's probably this one done.
Yeah, they're not going to get rid of all of that foam on that engine very, very quickly indeed, with 5 hours, 16 minutes to go, as the crew are busily trying to move that car and get it out of the pit lane. They may be having trouble engaging the gears with that motor not running, and now they've got it mobile. But I saw also, John, a lot of cars sliding around, so I dare say there was a little bit of oil down on the circuit. The Lamborghini Miro Konopka had a big slide in turn 9, so you can see that there is oil down now on there. That shouldn't be outside the engine.
That's essential fluid.
Yes.
That should be...
Mercedes don't run a constant loss system.
No, not these days.
No.
Those days are
Some of my old ones used to.
Yeah, those days are long, long gone. Well, there is the second problem already, with barely 45 minutes on the clock, with Colin White, CWS G55, with a gearbox actuator issue, we believe, and then the Haas RT AMG coming in. That car recently acquired for that team. Talking to them earlier on in the week, they've been doing a lot of work bringing that car up to their exacting standards. Maybe not quite got through the full job lists there, with that car leaking oil. Let's get back to the battles then. At the front of the field, Philip Barron, only 0.2 of a second ahead of what is now a two-car battle, two Audi battle. Mathieu Dutré, and then sitting in behind them is a lapped car trying to come back through. It's the car collection machine that is down in... Where is that? That's Roman Mavlanov, I think, in the car collection Gurian machine. I think that's number 80. Yes, it is. Of course it is, because they've made their pit stop. That was Winkelhock's car.
Yes.
And, well, that's really interesting, isn't it? Because he was battling around that area, and by the time he's taken the pit stop and got back out again, he's actually dropped 2 laps to the leaders, but they haven't made their stop yet. Well, and he's presumably got fuel in for quite a long time, because he only burned half an hour at the start of the race.
And to make matters worse, they've just picked up a 10-second time penalty for track limits at turn 4, which means they're going to do that. Now, all of the track limits are happening at turn 4, and that's the little kink after turn 3. The race directors were really, really specific about that. They actually put a screen up there. They parked their Camaro safety car saying, this is legal, this is not. Okay, because you can shortcut that, and it's a definite advantage. You're shortcutting the circuit by putting 4 wheels over that curb, and that is where all of our 6 track limits have come from so far.
When we talk about track limits, you have to, and all of the collective members who are also members of the Orange Army or the White Army in the States always tell me this, and by the way, thank you all to our volunteer officials, marshals, the people who wave us in and help us park our cars and check our passes. We cannot come motor racing without you. But all of the flag stroke post marshals tell me that it's what they're looking for in terms of track limits and a report is an advantage of time and or distance.
Yes.
So if you've gone off because you've made a mistake and you end up 3 cars width off the track, but you've lost 2 seconds because you were broadside as you did it, you're not going to get pinged for that. But if you are taking advantage of time and or distance, then you will get the report. And turn 4's a perfect place because you're straight lining it.
Exactly, and the other one is turn 16. If you stay wide out there and get off the sawtooth, you can actually gain advantage down the start-finish straight. In qualifying yesterday, if you did that there, you'd lose that lap and the next lap as well, because you get the advantage of speed down into turn 1, and also turn 1.
Oh, I thought there was a problem there for the leader. He was so far off to the right-hand side of the track, but what he was trying to do was get past the 2 battling Audis, who are still battling. This is the 936 Porsche, actually, is just in front of them as well. Then the Audi TCR car. And the leader's going through there at the moment. Very easy to lock a wheel up. That's the AC Audi, the 188, the blue car. And
running down in 40th position. James Kay at the wheel of that one.
yeah, nice to see James. And that's got the next generation of Neil racing in that one as well. Matt Neil is here. His son Henry is here, and he's almost as tall as his dad. Matt actually was the first person we saw as we pulled into the circuit and came up through the back of the pit lane, and I waved at him, and he looked completely blankly at me because he clearly wasn't expecting me to be driving a locally registered car yet. So when I got out and we walked back to pick up creds and that, he went, "Oh, that was you." I went, "Yes, it was me." Peter Cox has pulled up to 6th position in the Salochin by Cox Racing 911 GT3R. This is the 991 Gen 2 shape of the full GT3 car. So not yet the latest version of the car. Well, do you know what? No, I think that is a 992.
Different rear wings on those two.
Oh, yes. So, yes, that's how you tell. Sorry, I was looking at the car behind there for a moment.
You schooled me on that, John.
Yes. So the green and black car is the 991.2 with the, what you might call...
unhung.
Yes, traditionally mounted wing. Going past him at the moment is the number 50 car, which is Finn Gersitz in the Herber Motorsport Porsche. That's got the swan neck, that ring wing mount, which is mounted from the top. That's how you tell the difference between 991.2 and 992 in the GT3R. You'll notice that the red, white and blue car is a wee bit wider. It has a slightly different body shape and different aero front and rear. And it has a really nice little ducktail on the top of the engine cover that has a hot air exhaust vent in it, actually. There's very little difference in terms of the performance of the engine because they are using versions of the flat six. So Peter's got a 4-litre version, and ahead of him, Finn's got the 4.193 or whatever it is that came as a development of the Le Mans car, the RSR. And people said to me, why was it never out to fully 4.2? Well, I asked that very question at Le Mans when it went out to 4.2, and one of the engineers showed me an engine that was being stripped down, and you could not get a piece of tissue paper between the cylinders. So 4.19x, whatever it is as far out as that engine will go. Otherwise, it'll go from being a flat 6 to a flat 2, and it'll be a very odd-shaped piston that is running up and down it.
Indeed. We expect this first stanza to run a little bit longer due to the fact that they can fill the tanks up on the cars. Then we will get into all of these different models of cars have a maximum fill, not a maximum tank. You can't fill the tank up. They all have a maximum fill respective of their car type, and some of them also have fuel flow restrictions as well, back down to 95, 92.5. I think the Porsche has the worst, 90 litres at about 90% flow rate for the 992.
It's all about the balance of performance.
Oh, most definitely.
Without necessarily having to change things like engine restrictors, throw a whole load of weight on. Weight is part of it as well, but it's looked at as in a holistic way.
Well, BOP is done in 3 areas: car, fuel and driver. Okay, you don't have to go and buy expensive parts. On the car, weight restrictors, which are available for the Porsches, power sticks, a lot of it can be done on the ECU rather than replacing, boost limits. Then certain cars get fuel bonuses, like the 991 running in GTX. They can take 100% fuel under code 60. Okay, so that's been allowed for that. Fuel, just as I said, max fuel load based on car type and flow rate, so that's how that's regulated. And driver, the status benefits, all the AM drivers in 992 AM, if you've got a team of totally AM drivers, and in GT3 AM, they can take 50% fuel under code 60. And then you've got drive times. And your minimum and maximum drive times, and so if you're running in AM, your pro or semi-pro driver has a very restricted. As Axel Jeffrey said, he can only run 1.5 hours. And that's it, maximum.
And that all comes to the close racing that we have been treated to for many years, and nothing closer than at the first round of the Hankook Middle East Trophy. They say it only takes 2 cars to make a race. We had 3 cars in the top class. They were barely off the lead lap other than being in the pit lane. And right now, we've got another classic at the front of the field with Philip Barron for Barron Motorsport, looking to work his way through the Lamborghini Huracan, number 750. That's Keith Fraser for Scott Sport, 5th in GTX at the moment as they go through that particular little gaggle of traffic. Hey, that Lambo is quick in a straight line. The Super Trofeos are super quick. They're pretty slippery, and they've got 700 horsepower and one of the fastest single-make championships in the world. Now another one to get through as well, as that's the Leipert Motorsport Greg Gorski-driven car that the leaders are coming through at the moment. Mathieu Dutrey right in there in second place. The red Ferrari, the mainly blue Audi underneath the hotel. Water on the right-hand side over that Armco barrier. Oh, they haven't managed to get by the Gorski car. It's
well, Greg's got a lot of laps around here this weekend.
He was doing the Radicals. Yeah.
And he's doing another one tonight after the 6 hour.
He used to race in the Radical Cup in the States, and we've had a spinner down at turn, that looked like turn 5 to me. That's the McLaren.
Just one McLaren running in the field.
But that is now pointing in the right direction, and now the leaders have got past Gorski. Greg LeVay enjoyed that.
Yes, he would have.
Just going back to the point on the Huracan Super Trofeo, even the Evo 2 cars, which got a little bit more downforce on them, they are, in GT terms, a pretty slippery car. And therefore, they are quicker in a straight line than their GT3 counterparts. We see this in the States with the Super Trofeo in the States quite a lot. And they're constantly the quickest cars through the speed traps at places like Road America, etc. Oh, some debris on the circuit there. Now, was that the leader just picking that up with the air, or has something fallen off the Ferrari? And they're right in the middle of this battle now. Let's see the leaders come through past the Evo version of the Tomlinson G56. Has that got even more wide since the last time we saw it?
They've put an extra bit on the wheel arches.
That looks fantastic.
Well, as you said yesterday, this car is being evolved at the moment. And beautiful sounding, stunning
V8.
looking. V8 just absolutely cackles in that car.
Well, they've gone through that underneath the hotel again. That, just mentioning that V8, that is termed a Ginetta V8 engine in that.
Wow.
It is it's the biggest engine if it does get approved for GT4, which is what they're looking for at the moment, and there is a road-going version, Lawrence tells me, for that car. It will be the biggest engine in a GT4 car. But it starts life as a Ford block. But that's about it. It starts life as a Ford block.
That's it.
Designed and engineered things like pistons, connecting rods, crankshafts, all top end. So Lawrence is pretty confident of calling that a Ginetta V8 in that car. It sounds incredible.
Rightly so.
And it was... And I've got nothing to touch that's wood around here, so I'll cross my fingers and stand on one foot and say it was entirely reliable at the 12 hours. Now, they did back off in the second half of the race. They wanted to break the car. They wanted to drive it hard. And they were doing qualifying in the first 4 or 5 hours. Their GTX competition, including the KTM that's just up the road a little bit from them, the Milwaukee Till-sponsored car, they fell by the wayside. And from it being a test, Lawrence realised that there was an opportunity to stand on a podium and potentially take a championship here. So they eased back a little bit in the second half of the race, but an excellent first outing for that car. So with the leaders coming through the traffic and working their way through now, Philippe McBarron leads. He's put the KTM between himself and second place Haas RT Mathieu Dutrey. Let's take you back about 58 minutes to the start of this second round of the Middle East Trophy powered by Hankook, and just remind ourselves what happened as the cars came to the red lights at a little before 10 o'clock, or little on 10 o'clock local time. It was a fantastic sight to see 43 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At one point,
you can only fit 8.
There were 9 across the track there, and amazingly, I don't think we had any. We certainly didn't have any spins.
There were some little touches, but nothing that got. They were all dismissed as racing incidents on lap 1. Have a look at this, the 6-7, unreal.
That was absolutely
brilliant stuff.
Hashtag, this is endurance. Let's head to the pit lane where Nick Damon has the number 50 Porsche. Finn Gersitz has brought that one in, Nick.
Yeah, he's got out. It's been a complete full service. Tim Zimmerman has got in. It's an interesting team, this. It's 3 semi-pro drivers. So the 50 car came out of 5th, the third driver being Mark Bartels. I think that the fan club we saw on the grid, we chuffed. It was a very good stop, and it was everything in. And the interesting thing was the fuel stop. I was timing it. It was nearly 2 3/4 minutes. It's a very long, convoluted route into that fuel station, and then you've got to fill up.
Indeed you do, and yeah, they're getting in and getting out with cars being in the way. That is going to cause people some consternation this weekend, and well, they're limited to 90 litres on their fuel as well, so long stop but no fuel flow restriction for the AMG.
So Nick Damon,
for the Porsche, sorry,
as you heard there, has completed his first hour in the pit lane. Joe Bradley is on the beat for us for the next hour or so. Just checking in with Grove Racing there. Mercedes, Stephen Grove, number 10 in 13th position. I'm just seeing who our leading car who's made the pit stop is, and I think... well, no, they're in the pits at the moment. I'll come back to that because we've got a battle for GT4 lead. And this is the 496, which is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra. And they are racing against the BMW of Simpson. And pretty decent scrap here.
It is indeed.
Vasily Vladikin against Fabien Defer. Sorry, that is the GMC Racing that Fabien Defer is racing with. Gazoo Racing, the overarching brand for Toyota's racing activities worldwide, whether it's on the tarmac, on the rally stage, or indeed in the desert rallies. Gazoo, an original, years ahead of its time, we were talking about this the other day, funny enough, an original idea by Akio Toyoda, the man at the head of Toyota until recently. He's just about to step down, and the family behind Toyota is Toyota. And Akio came up with an idea of selling cars on the internet when the internet first came about. And he was about 15, 20 years ahead of his time. That site was called Gazoo. And therefore, Gazoo Racing taps into that. And it was, it's very much a pet project. It was, and it continues to be. So after going through a number of different iterations in terms of its terminology, nomenclature for Toyota racing. I remember Toyota Team Europe, you'll remember that, with rallying and various things, based in Cologne, still there actually. 2 phenomenal, huge one-to-one sized wind tunnels there. They've got their motorsport museum there as well, including the Formula One cars, and the car that would have taken Toyota, I'm absolutely certain, to the next level in Formula One. That car was built when the plug was pulled.
Yep.
And I've seen it, it's fantastic. They've got the sports cars there as well, of course, including the one that they had to build as a road car for the GT1 Toyota era. And Nick Damon got into it and couldn't get out of it. Somewhere on our archive is an inside story from Toyota at Cologne. If you use the search facility on radio-show.co.uk, it was meant to be a half-an-hour programme, and it got to be much longer than that. It was... I wish we'd had a video camera that day for Nick Damon. Through the final corner for the number 85 AMG stalwarts of this particular championship, and they've just lost a place to Peter Cox That's a place overall and in the GTE category. And we were just watching the GT4 battle, and Lewis Plato has... Actually, that's not the GT4 leader, excuse me, that's in the pit lane. It is the Lewis Plato Century Motorsport BMW who's just come into fuel, and pulling up at its stop is the Century Motorsport car, which is where Joe Bradley is now. Hello, Joe, welcome to the race.
We'll take over from Ravi Ramier in the 429 and resume once we've gone through this pit stop phase, just pulling off its apron now. It's Graham Leslie who's the man at the front of the car, just waving the car off. So that car out, running quite a sort of a disciplined race, isn't it? There's no need to really push too hard in the GT4 class. We're just going to go round and round. I made that sound very easy, didn't
Well, I tell you what, Joe, I'm not sure that's the case here, because there's a bigger GT4 field than we've seen for quite some time.
Yeah.
Indeed. And it's very, very competitive. What was that Porsche that's lost the right front headlight there, Phil? That's just flashed by the support pits. It's right in front of the number 48 on the track. You've got the tracker, so you might be able to pull that up
There's
for
so
me.
many cars on this tracker, John. They're all over the top of each other.
It does look like somebody has thrown a packet of M&Ms into a soup pool. It's just whizzing it
They're
around.
all over the top of each other coming through there at the moment. And I'll just keep an eye on that to see if they...
Still the GT4 battle, by the way. The GR, the Gazoo Racing Supra, battling it out with Vasily and Fabian. Toyota Gazoo in third place. Kavi Jundi has jumped into that car, and there's the lead changing. Is it? Oh, it was a big dive down the outside from the BMW, but a nice... Do you know, that was really cool driving, wasn't it, from Vasily?
Yeah, just smart. They know there's no point in banging panels, but the cars are different in behave differently in different parts of the track. BMW, you watch it at turn 5, is all over the back of the Supra. The Supra start to extend away in the straight, so we've got the car in front is more towards, and you see there, turn 9, exactly the same thing. It gets right up on the back of it, but it seems like the Supra's got a little bit more straight line pace than the BMW, but the BMW is handling the corners a little bit better at the moment.
Both front engine, rear drive cars, but even the GT4 cars, they push all the major components as far as they can to the back to try and get that 50-50 weight balance. That's something that BMW have been very good at down through the years. And Toyota push their engine back as well. Oh, down, big dive down the inside. That's because we've got the leader into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So that was at turn 16. So that now here are some very, very important laps indeed for that BMW. And Defier for AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Now he's got to get the hammer down, and unfortunately he had traffic around him. The second of the Gazoo Racing Toyotas goes through into second with Kavi Jundi behind the wheel, and that will bring GPM by Dragon up into third, Owen Hizzy. But of course they haven't made the pit stops. Let's go down to Joe Bradley, where Solving Kids Cancer, multicoloured BMW has just been in. Did Lewis Plato get out of that number 22?
He did not, no, he stayed at the wheel of the 22, he stuck on tyres, he's already taken on fuel, which will mean that he will come back into the pits right on the 2-hour mark, because of course his drive time is restricted to 2 hours. So we know exactly when the 22's due back.
Yeah, and you can't play fast and loose with that, Phil, because if you get a code 60 at the wrong time and your in lap, instead of taking 2 minutes, takes 5 minutes, that could take you over.
Exactly, and you've got to be very careful with that. It really does. We saw it in Kuwait with that third place car. They ran out of drive time. They were like 3 minutes over. So the Century Motorsport, they'll spend a little bit more time in the fuel bay because they're rated. They've got a 95% flow rate applied to the BMW and GT3. So that's going to cost them a little bit more time in there.
Well, actually, and thank you very much to Ivo Breukers for this. something that I'd missed in the supplementary mix. There is no min or max stint time.
6-hour race.
For the 6-hour race,
Yes.
of course. However,
Thank you, Eva.
for each driver to score points, you must do 30 minutes in total. Now, that's stint time, but there is still maximum drive time depending on what level of driver you
Yes,
are. So that's what we were hearing earlier on about the 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Yes, indeed.
That's more about your driver category rather than... So you can't just put your gun driver in for 4 hours and let your other 3 drivers do 45 minutes each.
Exactly. So when you're running in, various pro teams, say 992, the AM driver has to do a minimum of a 1/12 of the race duration. The semi-pro drivers can do a maximum of 1/3 of a race duration.
So there you go.
So and then you have AM, BOP advantage, etc., etc. So it's one of those things that keep on being evolved by Creventic to make sure that the people who are paying the money get the time behind the wheel, which is always well, but also balancing the points.
Actually, I want to address that as well, because I saw some interesting, he says diplomatically, posts on social media about the necessity to move the Hankook Dubai 24 hours to next weekend, where it is on the same weekend as the Rolex 24. And 1 or 2 people who I think had missed the point of the fact that the ships were diverted that were coming here because of military action just south of the Suez Canal and down through the Red Sea. And I mean, that's the sort of thing that no transport carrier or motor racing series has any
control over.
No control over it whatsoever. And I did see some people saying, oh, do they think they're bigger? Does Creventic think they're bigger now than the Rolex? What a ridiculous idea. There are only so many weekends that people can go to. I think there was a couple of people saying, oh, why couldn't you just wait for another 3 or 4 weeks? Well, I'll tell you why. Because most of the cars need to be back in Europe, and because there's not necessarily a gap. We see the international races here in this part of the world, but every weekend, Dubai Autodrome and here at Yas are running Middle East Championships, and we've got 5 races this weekend because of how things have changed around. It is not the work of a moment, Phil.
No.
To be able to slot a race in, and it just so happens that next weekend is free at Dubai before we get the Asian Le Mans Series coming in.
Exactly, and like Dubai this weekend has Porsche Carrera Cup Middle East,
which is
comes
here
down
next weekend.
Yes. So and also running with F4 Formula Regional, who do 10 races in about 6 weeks, which is just crazy. But that's
December, end of November through to December, January, and probably through to the end of February, beginning of March, is insanely busy over here. The other thing, a point I'd make about that, for those people who were scratching their heads and saying, oh, what's the point? Well, the point is, and you made this point a moment or 2 ago, that this series, extraordinarily so for a 43-car grid here, and a few more than that, actually, getting, I think, close to 60 at Dubai for next weekend, is that next weekend is most of those drivers, is their Le Mans 24 hours,
exactly.
Is their Rolex. These are gentlemen who are paying for their driving. They are teams that are making a living and a business out of doing that. Will we lose a few pro drivers to Daytona and the Rolex? Yes, we will. But that is by no means the bulk of the field. And they will be here, they will be enjoying it, we will be covering it, and you'll be able to watch the vast majority of it without interfering with your coverage of Daytona if you want to. And meanwhile, Joe Bradley, one of those teams that we're talking about, the Ferrari 488 GT3, the number 10 of Baron Motorsport, has brought their lovely Ferrari into the pit lane and stopped right in front of you.
Yes, Austrian driver Philippe Baron has brought the Ferrari in from effectively the lead after refueling. It's now at the apron. He's swapping with his fellow Austrian teammate, Ernst Kirschmeier, has now taken over that car, and we'll give Philippe a couple of minutes to, just a couple of minutes that is, to get his helmet off, and we'll get the inside story of how he just bided his time, didn't he? Eventually took the lead from the Haas RT Audi, and we'll get the inside on that in a moment.
It looked like he'd lost his opportunity in traffic and dropped back a couple of seconds, but did a great job coming back. Thank you to our camera operators and to the team, both here and in Cologne. They have found that dark-coloured Porsche that I saw earlier on. It's the Porsche Zentrum Village supported car. This is the 937, or 937, I suppose we should say, for Porsche. How it's lost its right front headlight, Phil, I don't really know, because there doesn't seem to be any other damage on the right front of that car.
Maybe they took it out, but I don't know. Probably, well, regulations, they need to start with the headlights. Full daytime race today, so they don't really need them. But yeah, strange.
So the lead is now beginning to cycle through. We had the Ferrari out of the lead, the Haas RT now in from second place.
From the Haas RT as the leading Ferrari with the driver change and tyres on its 21 Audi. It stays up on the jacks ever so slightly more than it perhaps should have. Now it's being waved away. Mathieu Ditry has handed over to one of his teammates. Didn't quite catch the stature of the size or shape of the driver as he did that, but the car's now back out and back off into that lead battle.
That seemed, as Joe said, to take rather too long after the tyres were changed for the driver to get himself settled. Maybe there was a late call for the driver change, not sure about that. What we have got at the moment is Peter Cox and Charles Esplanade in second and third into the pit lane for respectively the number 48 Porsche for Saloshin by Cox in the CP Racing AMG. That leaves Stephen Grove for Grove Racing in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Pro-Am in the lead of the motor race. Now, they have not stopped yet. I'm waiting to see who comes through and leads the race after all is said and done with the pit stop. I've got a suspicion we might see a 992 Cup car leading the race if we're not very careful here. It could happen. Waiting for the number 10 then to peel off into the pits. The Grove Racing car with a boxing kangaroo on the side, and all of Australia cheers as Stephen Grove is leading the motor race.
Thank you very much for that. Top three haven't pitted as yet, and is secure. So the top three in the GT category, but as you said, the 992s are creeping up there now. Those 992 Cup cars are lightning fast down the two long straights here, and it's just the downforce in the corners, and we see that in Dubai as well.
Yeah.
How quick they are and how much trouble the GT3 cars have with them.
And they go long on their fuel,
yes.
Phil. That's the other thing. And we've often seen 3-4 hours into the race. You can have a Porsche 992 Cup car leading because it's made one stop to everybody else's two.
Exactly.
And we might yet see that here. Abdullah Ali Al-Khelaifi has not yet stopped and is in fourth position. Now, he's a minute away from the lead, call it a minute and 10, but all the cars ahead of him have got to stop, and he's probably out there for maybe as much as another 15 minutes.
Well, they get 110 litres, John, in the 992. In the GT3 class at 992, Porsche gets 90 litres at 90% fuel flow rate. So that's where that balance of performance comes back to see these guys.
At RSL_studio, brings you into our booth here at Yas Marina. Hello to you. It is a very lovely day here, as you might imagine. Just on 7:15 in the UK, 8:15 in Central Europe, and 11:15 here. The sun at its height, not at noon here, around about 1 o'clock, I think is the zenith at this time of year here. And that is when the temperature has started to climb. You get a very hot afternoon here, so between about 1 and 3 normally is where the hottest part of the day is. Silver and maroon for the 931, just going through to the end of the lap. That's one of the Porsche Carrera Cup cars. as we have into the pit lane. We'll break off from that immediately as we've got RC Bratislava in the Huracan GT3. Now, this is a GT3 car, not one of the Huracan Super Trofeos. You'll wonder if you're watching why we're not seeing the teams in fireproof overalls and in fact in t-shirts. There is no fuel being filled in the pit lane, and so if you're watching this for the first time and thinking, what are these guys and girls doing? Well, there's no fuel in the pit lane. That happens at the start of the pit lane as it is here, and everybody there does indeed have full safety equipment on. Joe Bradley, therefore, is wandering around in his Radio Show Limited very nice blue collared shirt and is patrolling the pit lane for us at the moment, which actually there's quite a bit of wind down there at the moment, Joe. That looks quite pleasant.
Yeah, it is very, very comfortable. It's not too hot. It's actually a little bit chilly after being out from the sun, but it's I'm certainly not as hot as this fellow here, Philippe Baron, just gone out of the Baron Motorsport Ferrari. Philip, that was a fantastic first stint for us. It looked a great race.
Yeah, it was a big amount of fun. I enjoyed really racing with the two Audis. Compliments also to them. They did a perfect race. We all had a clean start on this wonderful circuit in this wonderful city. I'm a resident in the UAE myself, and it makes me very proud to race my own Ferrari here on the first spot of the grid.
It looked like you were very patient, waiting for that chance to come to you.
Yes, I was pushing every lap, to be honest, because in a distance race you never know if you get back the car or not. So I gave it my everything. I will have a second stint very shortly. So I tried to cool down once I got out of the car as soon as possible to relax, and then I will give it another one.
How was the tyres for you towards the end of your stint there? Were the tyres still good?
I had to manage so much traffic, and the Audi behind me, I was never looking on the lap time. I did it corner by corner and tried to give it my all and be on the maximum. I think the lap times were pretty good, and I think we still have a lot to give in the coming 5 hours.
I'm pretty sure you'd be able to tell where the Ferrari was stronger than the Audi, the amount of laps that you did behind the car.
I guess in our case it's more the pilot than the car, but no, joking. I think we have a pretty balanced POP. The Audis were stronger in the third sector. I think we had a pretty good first one. We will see what's coming up to the end in terms of consumption of the brakes and etc. So we will see.
Philip, we've got a spinner. I think the Vortex has just spun under the hotel. Philippe Baron there, giving us a great bit of insight as to that. What was a fantastic start
quality,
of this race,
mate.
wasn't it?
And you're spot on. Just coming through turn 12 into turn 13, and I'm not sure how the Vortex 2.0 has got exactly where it is, because it's
strange.
All the way over to the right-hand side of the track. It's just on the racing line though, but it's facing 3/4 of the wrong way up the track.
The problem is with the headrest and everything, he can't see what's coming to the right-hand side of him at the moment. So he's really, and Philip Baron at the wheel of that one, and he can't see. I saw the car move backwards and forwards there, so it looks like it's got drive. But we still,
and there's not much room there, Phil, to negotiate. I think he's got to go forward.
Yeah, he has to. He's got to try and do...
turn left. Forward and turn left. There's a little bit of runoff there.
There we go.
And then he can swing back round to the right. The marshals giving him hand signals there, helping him out. We have not had to neutralise the race. That was all done under double yellows. Can I just say, by the way, congratulations to all the drivers coming through there. This is a perennial question we get asked. Why do we have to have safety cars? Why do we have to have full course yellows? Clearly, Philippe Bonnell is not comfy in that car. It's taken a little time to get it back up. It looked like it might have been in the wrong gear there.
Yeah.
And in fact, actually, he's got the pit lane speed limit wrong.
Yes.
I can see the lights flashing. So let's see if he can clear that. Does he come into the pit lane or does he continue through? And I'll finish my thought. We've got the Colin White Janetta going into the pit lane on his right-hand side. No, he's come through and he's cleared the pit lane speed limit because the lights have stopped flashing. We get a lot of questions about why do we have to neutralise it for this, for that, and the other. Why does it take so long? And I'll tell you why. Because generally speaking, and I'm sorry to say this, that drivers can't be trusted to slow down under double yellows.
Exactly.
I had a long chat with Manuel Pirro about this, and he was saying to me about how Creventic works much better than some of the series by using what effectively are full course purples, the code 60s. And he said to me, we were at Spa a couple of years ago, and he said to me, if only the drivers would slow down, we wouldn't have to make up all these new rules about how to get them safely through this car. And I looked at him, I went, oh, poacher turned gamekeeper here then, Emmanuel.
Exactly.
But in fairness, all the drivers there, they were getting the flag signals from a couple of corners back, and the marshals at the side of the track would have been pointing over to the left-hand side to say, stay left, stay left. And of course, it also helps that there is a messaging system from race control. They would have been telling all the teams, you have to keep that running all the time, and it shows if you're logged on or if you're not logged on. And you do have pits to car radio here. So they'd have been saying, right, we've got a spinner on the spinner just before the under the bridge, just before the bridge where the hotel is. Stay on the left-hand side, stay on the left-hand side. Double yellows. And I'm very impressed by that. Nobody got anywhere close to that, and that is a really committed corner there, Phil.
It is. There's one line through there, and that's it. And you get there. They also have the in-car display as well. We see that when we get a code 60, it comes up purple. So they also have that in-car display. There we go.
Through they go. And I am going to say now that I think, in fact, it has happened. I think the Gorion by Car Collection car is going to lead the motor race, and it has. This was a car that stopped early. It was Marcus Finkelhoek in the number 80. He did half an hour. That was planned, although he did have a problem with with one of the tyres, had a very, very slow puncture. But the Gorion RT by Car Collection Audi, the number 80 blue car, then leading by some margin from a Tempto's Audi in second. Lewis Plato for Century Motorsport has held on to third position. Stephen Grover's just given up the lead, by the way, coming into the pit lane in his AMG. That's a goodly run. That's an hour and 24 minutes. So they must have brimmed that car at the start of the race. Then it'll be Huber Motorsport in the number 50 Porsche, the red and white car. Then Antares out in the 91 black and gold Herbert car. Ernst Kirschmeier for Baron in the Ferrari, the erstwhile leader of the car, will come through next, I think, in 6th position. So a massive shake-up at the front of the field, and from having pro-ams and ams at the sharp end of the field, now with 43 seconds between them, we've got the number 80 Car Collection Audi from the Attempto Audi for the number 99. 44 seconds between them, both full GT3 spec cars. 9th position, by the way. Just going through there, the McLaren, it's the number 13 car. That's Lucky Kera for Race Lab in the McLaren. That car's already had a spin. And at the moment, that is a lap away from the lead. Actually, no, it's not. They're on the lead lap, and they have made their pit stop. If you're on the lead lap, you've still got a chance. Remember, no safety cars to close things up, so you will have to find pace. Right, there's that Lamera again, with that blue lime green.
You'll get it before the end of the race.
You
will get it before the end.
At RSL_studio, please, if you don't mind.
Just a word on our race leader. They did not serve their 10-second penalty, which was issued at 10:43. They have 2 hours to do that.
Right.
Okay, so 1:43 is 10:43, 11:40, 12:43. They've got to come back in. Given that they've just gone out again, and then given that they're on their normal restricted tank fill, they'll be coming back in within the hour, so they'll be able to pull that out. And they've just been pinged again for their second lot of, they've got a warning for the 6th and 9th time of track limits, and everything is happening at turn 4.
Jade Edwards is on the ground here. Been a few seasons since we've seen you, Jade. Hello. I know we're on the PA. We're in Villa 3 on the first floor, so by all means, pop in and see us.
Room, actually.
Is it Max's? Was it Max's?
Oh no, it's Checkered's probably.
Checkered's, yeah. At RSL_studio. So about 40 seconds, Roman Malinov leading, and he's going to be closed down by Alex Arkin. He's been in that car from the start of the race, hasn't he, for a Tempto?
Yes.
He's got an hour and 22 minutes stint. Roman's been in for about an hour, just under 51 minutes, in fact, to be precise. and they did a relatively short pit stop. This is what catapulted them forward. Remember, we had Marcus Finkelhock in that blue, orange and red number 80 Audi. He started the race and did half an hour. So they pumped the car full of fuel and sent it back around, but it didn't need that much fuel, Phil. So that's why they're a full minute ahead of most people who did what we might call a full pit stop.
Well, they only had half fill it,
if that.
If that, yeah, because they were running an hour and a quarter on the full tank, and normally an hour on their restricted level. So that's actually paid out well. People will be looking at that.
Yeah. I think
people will start looking at that.
That's what we were talking about last night in qualifying. These 6-hour races, they throw a completely different set of tactical and strategical questions to be answered, and there's more than one answer to the question of where are we going to be after 6 hours.
Exactly. These races are turning into, especially with the GT3 cars, turning into 6 1-hour sprints.
Well, and they are so reliable nowadays as well. Even in GT3 and GT4, the cars are being driven very, very quickly. I'm going to do a quick rundown before we pick off a couple more interviews, because at the front of the field now, we've got the top positions all having done their first pit stop. So it is the Audi number 80 from the Audi number 99. That's car collection from Attemptor, from Century BMW next up, and there's 41 seconds between the top three. Then it's Huber Motorsport in the 50 Porsche, Herbert Motorsport in the 91 Porsche, top 6 made up by Barron with the Ferrari. That's 1 minute and 18 away from the leader. Then it's Luke Hartog for car collection in 7th, and making up the top 8 with our all GT3 cars, Stanislav Minsky for Haas RT. Leader in the 992 category is in 9th position. That's Christopher Zirkling, Rabdan by Fulgenzi. Leader in GTX is Artur Tvist in 16th position in the KTM, the Razoo Modern Racing car. That's in 15th position at the moment. Leader in TCE division is Ivan Stanshin for Simpson Motorsport in 30th position, and GT4 Charlie Robinson is leading for Century in the BMW in 31st position. That's how it stands with 90 minutes completed. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, I'm at CWS because there's lots to report. So Colin White's the 278 car, that's got that bit of elastic still attached. The car's been back in. It's had what looked like maybe a control of delete and some laptop jiggery pokery went on. The car's just left, but whilst that was happening, Owen Hizzy here, making his Creventic 24H Series debut, has brought the 277 in for its pit stop, handed over his teammate. But I've got to say, Owen, that was a very, very, very strong start to your Creventic career, let's call it.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good start. Got a good run by Colin and got him down the inside, and as well because the teammates left him a bit of space on the exit, and then there was about 3 or 4 cars abreast going down into the chicane after the long straight, and one of the other cars came round the outside and then cut the chicane and ended about 6 or 7 cars down, and he was behind me, so I had to catch him back up, re-pass him, and then it's just hitting out consistent lap times, watching the brakes and the tyres and just keep them in a good window, and I just kept on knocking out consistent times, because that's what wins you an endurance race. So yeah, and like everything that I've done in my career leading up to this has brought me to this point, so I'm pretty pleased how it's going. Fingers crossed Dale can do a good job, and hopefully the other car can recover.
It's your first, I mean, you were just telling me that this deal to get in this car here in Yas Marina only came about a week or so ago.
Yeah, it did. Literally when we announced it, that's when we knew. It was on our target to do. At the start, it's a little bit of a pre-season, but down to budget and everything like that, we just didn't quite know. And then we just got a ring from Colin, sourcing it all out with my manager, and then it was like, yeah, we'll all go. Right, let's get going then.
We've noticed that the nature of this track for this multi-class kind of racing is perhaps ideal because there's a choice of lines through some of the corners. Does that make your job a bit easier?
Yes, it does, and it's like overtaking the GT4 cars. It makes it a little bit easier. Through Sector 1, they've just got the straight line speeds, and then we just can't outbrake them as well because we're too far back, and they've got ABS, traction control and all of that, whereas we got absolutely nothing.
But in the last section, because the Ginetta is so agile, you get a really good corner speed. We can keep up and actually gain on GT3s through the corners. And that's where the Ginetta has benefited, so that's where we've got to capitalise on any moves overtaking.
It's just somebody being silly in the background there, Mark Rivets. What's the tactic then? When are you back in the car? What's the tactic re-driver stints?
We're not quite sure yet, because we've only got, I went to as much as what the fuel tank did, and then we picked from there. So I think Dale's going to do the same, and then we'll have to see from there when I get put back in.
Now, I know this 6-hour race is your longest race, and you've done some 3-hour endurance races in the UK. What's next week shaping up like? If this was a last-minute deal, how close to a last-minute deal for next week's 24-hour race? Which will be the longest one you've ever done?
Yeah, so we're very close. We're about 5 short at the moment, but I'm trying to put a good performance out there and see what comes of it. But I'm pushing like mad to try and do it.
When you say 5, you mean 5K?
Yeah, 5K.
Okay, everybody, get your hands in your pockets. Let's set up a GoFundMe page to get Owen Izzy in Dubai. Thanks, man.
Well, now then. We'll set one up right now.
Well, we hope to see you there, Owen, and that was a really strong stint. Great start. Class leader there, Owen Izzy, out of the 277 CWS Ginetta. No stranger to Ginettas. Started in the junior class of the Ginetta.
As many have, yes. And that G55 machine, and a very close cousin to the G55 Super Cup, which supported British touring cars for a little while. G56 here as well with the V8s, the next generation. Has been a good servant for Colin White. He's got a couple of these cars, paddle shift, but no driver aids in terms of the ABS and traction control. The 937 continues. This is the Fassbinder Tentic sponsored Porsche with that's the one-eyed Porsche. They had a little spin.
Turn 13
as well.
under the hotel.
So we can possibly find out what happened with that. This was under the hotel. Now that is, we were talking about how difficult that is because it's off camber as you come through both of the apeces of the corners, and you can't really afford to take too much curb on the left-hand side. It looked like the Lightman Motorsport Lamborghini GT3 was very close coming through there.
There was a sheet of paper, I think, between them. But, yeah.
You see how circumspect Mark Speak of us was that time around in the Kate Kramer Porsche 937. He did not take the apex speed at all. It wasn't the speed, Mark, it was clobbering the curb on the left-hand side.
Yeah, he had that AMG Mercedes right up behind him, and he may have been just covering his line through there and just taking a little bit too much curb.
He's just also losing the back end coming out of turn 16 there, I noticed as well, and I just wonder if he's overworked the tyres. How long has he been in that 937? He's only been in there half an hour.
Yeah, so.
Well, the problem is with all of these tyres, and it gets hammered into you. This is for the GT3s at least. We're on the new compound for 2024 that was debuted at Kuwait Motor Town. It gets hammered into you by your race engineer, as Mark sensibly down at turn 5 just gives way to another Porsche. Oh no, he's having to go back. Good for you, lad. Now, is that a positional thing that is going on there? I think it might be. Is that Janja van Roem alongside him? Yes, it is.
Yes.
So that is a battle for 6th and 7th in class. So he's having a go. It's hammered into you by your race engineer that when you go out on these tyres, tyre warming cabinets are allowed here, and 1 or 2 people are using them. But they're going to give you a lot of confidence early on because that's how good these tyres are. But you still have to be a little circumspect in warming them up for a couple or 3 laps, even in these temperatures, and you try and stay off the curbs early on so that you don't do any potential sidewall damage. They are so confidence-inspiring from the moment that you bang them on. And here, of course, you're going out of a pit lane, a very long pit lane underneath, and then joining at turn 2. Sometimes on the configurations in Creventic, you actually put your new tyres on and then you drive into the fuel.
Yeah.
So even if you've had heated tyres, they're actually stone cold before you get back on the track. So it's all an iterative process, and you learn quickly. But if you look after your tyres early on, they will be your friend at the end of your stint, and potentially stretch them to a stint and a half. But Mark is definitely throwing that car around. Mark Speaker Vaz, or Speaker was, not his real name. That is a nom du course. But we will respect that.
Indeed.
He might tell us the story when he gets out of the car. Using nom du course it comes, I mean, to be honest, that goes back a very, very long way.
It does.
Some drivers, John Winter was who won Le Mans, of course, that kind of blew it.
Sorry.
John, in inverted commas, Winter, he was trying not to let his family know because they weren't approving. Now, Mark's had a little bit of a whoopsie because he's pulled off part of the left-hand front. There's a piece of rubber underneath there, and that now he's going to be getting horrible, horrible understeer. It's just a little rubber underspoiler that pushes onto the front of Carrera Cup cars, and they've had this for donkey's years. But if you run it over, no, he won't be able to turn the car because it loses so much downforce, and he's had to give up that position. I think he's going to have to come in.
There it goes.
Some of it's gone. My worry is what's left underneath that as well. We'll keep an eye on Mark and see whether he comes back in the pit lane and gets another one fitted. As we head down to Ginetta, different Ginetta this time. This is the G56 Evo, and the man behind the scheme is the man with his name above the door, Mr. Ginetta. No, it's Lawrence Tomlinson.
Yes, it's Mr. Tom. It doesn't have the right name for the Tomlinson, does it? Anyway, Lawrence, I've just done a really great, positive Ginetta story with Owen Hizzy's first stint in the CWS car, but now we've got the complete contrast. It's the demise of your Ginetta, the 795. Tell us the story.
Yeah, it's an unusual one. I mean, it's a big V8, real red meat kind of car. Yesterday it ingested a pigeon when Freddie was qualifying, so we didn't pick it up, but it looks like it's damaged the air filter, and then we've ingested some debris on track, so the engine's eaten something as well as the pigeon, and dropped a valve as a cause of it. So unfortunately, it's a new engine for Dubai, and off we go again.
Yeah, 6-hour races don't really allow you to change the motor and push on for the Spirit of the Race award. That's bad news, Lawrence. So it's off to the pool for you guys then, yes?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Off to the pool then.
Yeah, well, we'll pack up and get ready for Dubai for the 24. So gives us a little bit more time to prep for that is a positive. So the car ran faultlessly in Kuwait, so it's just really unfortunate on the development car that we've had a bird strike, really.
It is a bird strike. And I suppose it gives us time to talk a bit about football, and especially Leeds United's 1-0 defeat to Sunderland the other week. That's a bit of bad news for you.
Well, I think you played really well and deserved to win, so that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah,
I think quality really tells where you are in the table, though.
Yes, I know, mate. You've opened to us. We look forward to taking in your hospitality in Ellen Road, though, mate, I tell you.
Yeah, we'll have a few beers there in the box.
All right, so bad news. See you at the pool.
So the issue for... I cursed it. That's twice I've cursed. I am on fire with the curse of the commentator.
There's no wood in the commentary box. That's the problem.
Oh, my goodness me. So literally the car fast enough to catch a pigeon. And we used to call quick cars back in our day, Joe and I, if you had a pigeon catcher, it was a quick accelerating car. Because it meant before they took off from the road, you could give them a bit of a scare. Well, unfortunately, that has led to the demise of that V8 engine in the G56 Evo. Extraordinary stuff. RSL_studio, hello to Jamie McEwen with us in spirit this weekend. He's busy with the iRacing Daytona 24 special event. That will be the biggest event of the year. Max Verstappen amongst those in the upper parts of the splits there. Hello, Joe Remy, watching from California. What's that then? That's going to be
12 hours from
12,
here. 12 hours, exactly.
back. Yeah, thank you. Jerry Z, we mentioned. Hello to the Sim Racing Bar Steward. He says, do you know what? I've always hated Yas Marina. dull Grand Prix, the Alonso thing with petrol back down the years. But now I drove it on the sim. It's great in a GT car. I do wonder if Herman Tilke thought, hang on, I'm going to use all of the corners that I've had left over from other tracks to get my money's worth. Very good. It races well, particularly, I think, for multi-class racing. And I've got to say, I like it. I like it a lot for this type of racing, and I'm dead pleased we're here with. I'm dead pleased we're here with a good field, by far the biggest field that we've seen in the 6 hours. And this was always going to be a very good field as well. And the changes to what happened in terms of the 24 have bizarrely been a positive rather than a negative here. Fourth position. The battle goes on at the sharp end of the field in GT3 at the moment. Tim Zimmerman for Huber Motorsport in the red, white and blue Porsche has the similar Antares out-driven Herbert Motorsport, the black and gold. AU is the periodic table symbol for gold, of course, so the gold pinstriping, very good for Antares in that car, and he's right with them now as they head towards the last part of the lap. We'll go to the right-hand side here as they're coming through with the last of the right-handers before we go under the hotel, then the double left. Let's see which one of them gets it better. They've got the Red Camel Jordan.NL 992 Cup car, and Antares on the headlight flash here. Does he stay to the right-hand side at 15? No, he's following. They both stay out. They're not going for the pits. Now through to 16, the final right-hander on the circuit. A bit more curb taken by the black Herbert car in 5th position, and again on the flash. And coming up behind them is the Porsche of Car Collection, I think. No, it's not actually. My apologies. That's a lap. That's a car that's a lap back. That will be the EB Motorsports car, the multicoloured car. At the moment, Luke Breukers is in 3rd in 992, and that's the next Porsche, but that's a Cup car. So he'll try and stay out the way of this battle. Takes a very nice, easy turn into turn 5. See how wide he was there? He's not putting too much onto that right front tyre. That was really smart driving by young Breukers there. Phil?
Yeah, he's I think going to wear those flashes out fairly shortly.
The pair of them, actually, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Hey, Stefan Perrin in the 908 had a little spin down at turn 6, has come into the pits. And that car, that the 937 Porsche that had that little piece of rubber hanger, they're probably going to have to do an unscheduled pit stop because they've been told by race control to remove, fix all loose hanging parts. So that could be the meatball flag for them. Oh, here we go.
Oh, hello. There we go. That's down at turn 9.
That's the road to the airport.
Yeah, no need at the moment for Antares out to go quite that wide at turn 9, but it won't take him too long to catch back up again. That is the AB Motors car behind them, isn't it?
Yeah.
So where have they dropped? That's Sabina De Castro. They've dropped off the lead lap. Oh,
he's really soaring away at the wheel. Has he got a? This is like Breukers, and really, really unstable through the hotel section. Yeah,
he's only been out 22 minutes. So I wonder if the heat of the day is just starting to make the top surface of the track a bit greasy, Phil.
I think it is, because he was just handling a bucket full of oversteer in the Porsche, considering that that got very twitchy under brakes. Considering that they've got the weight of a motor hanging out behind the rear axle.
Sabina De Castro in that Manamari Energy by EB Motors, the car that was pushing so hard at Kuwait. They are in 10th in category at the moment. As we got the Is that the Baron car?
Yes, it is. This is the 86.
This is Ernst Kirschmeier, 7th position overall, and the car that led early on in the hands of Philippe Baron. He's managed to do a very nice gentle rejoin. Did he get some help there? No, he just lost the back end, and again it's the Lightman car that nearly picked it up. That's twice that's happened in exactly the same part of the track. I think it's getting greasy out there.
It's getting greasy, and he was offline coming there. He was nowhere near the apex coming into that corner, so he was either going defensive and getting that car, but and that's twice we've seen them run wide there. And
he wasn't fighting. I don't think he was fighting that Lamborghini. That Lamborghini is further back down.
Yeah.
It was the RC Bratislava car. It was Peter Fullen, I think, in that car, just from looking at it. But again, a Lamborghini very close.
I think you're right, John. The temperature is coming up, and the track has had a lot of rubber on it from the last. This is the third weekend in a row there's been racing here.
Good point.
And we've done the North Circuit, we've done the Grand Prix Corkscrew Circuit.
Now this is significant now because Kirchmeier, struggling in that Lamborghini, is about to be lapped by the race leader. Now he's already well down on the leader, and this would put. I'm trying to work out if he's actually a lap down. No, he's right on the end of the lead lap. So he's the last GT3 car on the lead lap. I wonder if there's been some damage on the right-hand rear of that as well, because I can see some unfinished carbon that I wouldn't expect to see just behind the right rear wheel. Here comes Roman Mavlanov for Goroyan RT by Car Collection. Maybe not. Maybe it was just the way the light was shining on that. Well, Ernst just needs to get his head back in here because he'll have given himself a bit of a shock there.
What's happening is the track's going between light and shade. We've got clouds out there today, John. It's not like it was yesterday where it was brilliant blue sky all day. And part of the circuit's in darkness and part of it's not anymore. As we have the Porsche throwing it down the inside of the Supra. Not going to make that one. The CP Racing are also in the mix. Had a really good conversation with one of the drivers who used to drive for this team, Phil Quaife, during last weekend. He's out here driving, coaching Charlie Simmons in the Renault Clio Cup that we're supporting us at the 24 Hour of Dubai. And he said, well, he normally gets a drive, but the team wanted to do it with all AM drivers. Now, they wouldn't have been able to do that, except one of the Charles did turn a certain age, so he got reduced back to an AM. So they could have the AM, they get the AM advantage, 50% fueling under code 60. But he said the team, because it's going to be, the 24 Hour may be the last race we see the Charleses. And they want to finish on a high. They
could win the championship.
Well, they were online to win the championship last year, apart from that gearbox failure in Barcelona in the last hour.
Yeah, they could win the Middle East championship here. Just a change of position there. That was the Charles Putman allowing the Herberth car to go through.
Shakeside Road, right?
Just look like that, just did. And that is a lap, another lap going on there. So Attempto Racing lead by 2.7 seconds. Alex Arkin from the start of the race in the number 99 Audi. In second place, Lewis Platos for Century Motorsport, the BMW. He's got 19 seconds on Tim Zimmerman in the 50 Huber Motorsport Porsche. Then it's Antares out and the black and gold 91 Porsche, just going through turn 5 now and going through some of the 992 category. Then it's Car Collection, Luke Hartog in the 96 Porsche. He's another 28 seconds further back. Ernst Kirchmeier yet to come across the line in that Ferrari, and he now has he's the first car off the lead lap, as Roman Mavlanov in the Gorian RT by Car Collection has come in for its second pit stop. So this is the second set of pit stops coming around. This was the car that stopped first, remember?
30 minutes in.
30 minutes in, and Mavlanov has brought that car in after, what's that, an hour and 20 minutes, near enough.
So they're getting from the restricted fueling.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, an hour and 20 minutes. Yes, yeah, an hour and 20 minutes. So that's a good run by Mavlanov.
It is indeed.
In the classes, 992, Christopher Zirkling, 8th position in the Rabdan by Fulgenzi car, has done one pit stop. He has been out there for just under 2 hours, but remember there's no restriction on driver's stints here. Got to do half an hour to qualify for points. In terms of, there's no 2 hour in one go restriction. You still have the regulations about how much time you can be in the car as a percentage of the race.
And also how much rest time is your percentage of your last stint, which has to be 50%.
Rabdan by Fulgenzi. I'm not sure what happened in the first few laps that split the 992 field up.
Yes.
But it did get split up quite considerably, and they have absolutely been nailing it, the Rabdan by Fulgenzi number 971 car. Second in 992 Cup is all the way down in 15th position. It's the Kid Kramer Racing number 936. And they are well over a minute. In fact, they might even be almost a full lap behind now. So they're getting off for 2 minutes behind. Then it's Ray Carl Jordan in third. In GT4, great battle going on there, with Century Motorsport and Charlie Robinson leading in the 429 BMW. Then it's AGMC Motorsport and Ivan Krapintsev in that BMW. And in third, the Toyota of Andrei Sulukovtsev in that Continental Racing Run car. But at the front of the field, Alan Aga for Attempt Tour Racing. And he's been out there for an hour and 50 minutes. He's been in since the start of the race. And he leads by 2.5 seconds.
Let's have a look at the TCX category. CWS Engineering, the 277, leading that Dale Albert at the wheel of that one at the moment. Second in TCX is Toby Rollins in the Romero Cup, the racetrack competition in that gorgeous Romero. Still haven't worked out what it looks like. We'll get there. In TCR, it's the AC Motorsports. Ivor Valles at the wheel of the Audi R3 LMS TCR. And we've also got an Audi RS3 LMS DSG. And the difference between those two cars, one's got a minimum ride height, one's got no ride height. Right, and that's how they do balance the performance. And so that makes it really interesting between the two.
Great to see Guy Spessum and Harry Hilders back for NKPP by Bas Kooten Racing. They're sitting in 10th in class, 28th overall at the moment. I love the fact that under code 60, they have 5 minutes and 17 seconds for their Delta, and that's stuck on a piece of white gaffer. So no flash dashboard
and
for those guys.
Well, it's actually 5 minutes 16 and 8 tenths.
Yeah.
So they've rounded it up to 50.
Much better to round it over than under.
Under, indeed.
Couple of very interesting cars circulating together, although I don't think they're together on the timing screen. The Vortex is running again after its spin under the hotel, the 701. Philippe Bonnell, fourth in GTX, and just in behind it, I'm pretty sure that is the, yes it is that white and green car.
Yeah, I need a dancing ants map that's about about the size of a 50-inch TV to work out where that car is right behind it.
I was about to say Lamara when I had a coughing fit. I hadn't forgotten what it was called. But that car is in a different category, of course.
And the Lamara running down there, and they're the second in the TCX category. Due to probably the engine size on that car to put them into TCX. Lots of work being done by Creventic on the TCE categories. But TCE is Touring Car Endurance, and they've introduced a TCC car, which is a Touring Car Creventic category as well. We know all of the work that's being done by James Cade, getting some of the other cars out there in the TCR category, and getting the Series 1 out there, and that's hopefully going through to Europe and getting all of those hundreds of TCR Series 1 cars that can't race anywhere.
Yeah.
And Creventic are opening up from them. They'll do the proper BOP, and we'll be able to race in Series 2.
Let's take a little bit of a delve into Vortex. We've had Vortex for quite some time. This is the version 2.0, and they've taken everything that they learned with the early cars and put it into this. The side pod design is exquisite. The whole car is presented.
Design.
It is.
Yeah.
The whole car is presented at the moment in bare carbon fibre, and I love the design. I think it's lovely. Yeah. I really do. They've worked really hard on this car. Philip Bonnell and a fairly small team They've built 2 development cars. We heard on the grid that they've
2.
sold a couple already.
Well, they talked to us about that in Kuwait, about their whole plans to have the Series 1 running and the Series 2 running as well.
Hasn't quite happened yet.
Yeah, it hasn't quite happened yet. This car is 100 kilos lighter than the first incarnation, the 1.0. This is the 2.0. And as we found out in Kuwait, this thing is rapid. A thumping great V8 in it. Very, very quick car. Very, very aero efficient. And they seem to have sorted out some of the reliability issues they had with the 1.0, given that it did a great job in Kuwait.
Now, the other car that was following that, which is a similar mid-engined machine, is the Le Mans Cup car. Now, Le Mans Cup started in France in 2011. It's a 2.5-litre engine with 330 horsepower, but the thing only weighs 970 kilos.
They had their BOP changed overnight just to give them a little bit more weight.
They are very. The Le Cup, as far as I'm aware, still happens, and the cars aren't that expensive for a fully built racing car. I think they're about 80,000 euros. Or you can do a season of Le Mans Cup for about 25-30. We've just done 2 hours, a third of the race. Oh dear. And it's Dale Albert that leads in the TCE category. That leads. And counting down then to the second third of the race, if that makes sense.
Just going on that Le Mans now here, with all the practice that they did in qualifying, they've upped their weight to 1,100 kilos. Okay.
Oh wow!
And they've reduced their bar, their maximum boost down to 2.2 bar. So it was a little bit quick for the TCX class for balance of performance. So they're carrying a little bit more weight today.
So we are into the middle 2 hours of the race. Time to take a look at how things are lining up. It's been a very interesting first stanza. We'll be coming round to some pit stops for the leaders in a moment or two. So let's take a snapshot. We have completed 59 laps, and it's a Tempto Racing and the Audi that lead by about 3.5 seconds.
Then we've got Century Motorsport in second position, 3.6 seconds behind them. The 91 of Herbert Motorsport in third, 19.5 seconds behind the race leader. In fourth position, the 96 car collection, 911 GT3R Porsche. And in fifth position, the 86 Baron Motorsport 488 GT3.
Now they're just on the end of the lead lap. That car. Beyond this, people are laps down, and we'll take a look at those cars outside of the top 8 at the moment. Stephen Grove and Jordan Love, with Brenton Grove in 6th position. 7th, Manamari Energy in their Porsche. Rabdan by Fulgenzi in 8th position. Chris Zirkling has been doing great, and he leads 992 Cup class. Then it's CP Racing in 9th. Hat RT in their Audi, which was right at the sharp end of the field. Stanislav Minsky behind the wheel of that at the moment. Then it's the Peter Cox car. That's a 991 GT3 machine. Nigel Pronk behind the wheel of that in 11th. 12th, Huber Motorsport. 13th car collection, Roman Mavlanov. That number 80 car had led earlier on with some tricky strategy, and they've now done their second stop. Absolutely crucially, I think they're the first car to have done their second stop. In fact, Huber Motorsports has just pulled in as well. Then it's Razin Morthan in the Crossbore GTX, and they are leading the GTX category then. Behind them, we've got Red Camel, we've got Kay Kramer, they're both 992 Cup cars. Then Mikkel Mack for Scott Sport is the next car up for Huracan Super Trofeo. That's another GTX car. Behind them, ERC Bratislava in the GT3 version of the Huracan. Then another 992, and this is QMF by HRT. and they are doing a cracking job. 4th in 9.92 at the moment, ahead of Greg Gorski, who's next up in the Lamborghini, 3rd in their category. MDM with their Cup car, Neuhofer with their Cup car, the Vortex 2.0 in GTX sitting in 4th position, and then a whole slew of GT2s, Müllner, PRP, and the NKPP by Bas Kouten Motorsport. And behind them, we've got the GT4 battle in 28th position. Century Motorsport leads GT4 from AGMC by Simpson and Continental. So 3 different, 2 BMWs and a Toyota there. Before we get to Seb Lejour Racing by Duo, that's another Porsche. P21 Porsche is the older of the GT cars, and that's in GTX. Then Dragon and Toyota Gazoo Racing in GT4, the 408 and the 423. Behind them, it's K Kramer Racing in the Cup class, the G55 from Colin White next up in the... That's the Dale Albert car, that's leading the TCE car in 36th, TCE division in 36th. Then we've got the TCE TCX car, Tommy Rollinger second in that. Then the first of the TCRs, and that is the older car, the 188 AC Motorsport car, ahead of another Gen 1 GT3 Porsche from P21, that's the pink car. Then Simpson Motorsports TCR, the Audi RS3 in 40th position. Behind them, it's cars that have had problems. It was gear selection issues for the 278 CWS. And then Toro Verde, that car has eaten a pigeon. Well, it did yesterday, and that's caused a drop valve in that car. So that car is getting an engine change before it goes to Dubai. The Haas RT number 92, that car had an engine issue as well with Eduardo Bacchi. He was well up, actually, inside the top 15. And that car started smoking, lost oil pressure, and had to be retired. That's how they stand with just under 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. Time to take a look at some highlights. Spin because it's blind.
Well, 90%.
6 hours of Abu Dhabi. It's the second of 3 rounds of the Hankook Middle East Trophy for 2023-24. We'll finish off in Abu Dhabi. Finish off after Abu Dhabi at the Autodrome, the Dubai Autodrome. Next weekend, we'll have full coverage for you on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we've got a car going very slowly at the end of the lap. Let's see if it dives into the pit lane. The Lamara still running nicely. No, it hasn't. It's the Dragon AMG. Now, this car had been going very nicely indeed. It's Ramses Azam in the GPM by Dragon Racing. I think that's the 408. That looks to me like, is that a right rear puncture on that car?
There's something going. It's been slow on this lap. We had the warnings up on the screen. Sector 1, Sector 2, slow car. and he's behind the pits. That's where he is at the moment on the right-hand side.
He's got one corner to get to pit lane.
One corner to get to pit lane. Now, Rami Azam is a local instructor here at Yas and at Dubai Autodrome. He's also works for Dragon as helps the Evo Challenge that happens there as well. They're running the GT4 here, and you can see there.
Yeah, it's right rear.
Oh no, that's broken there.
He's broken the suspension toe link, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's toe link gone.
I thought it was sitting down. I was like, just tyre.
No, the
really
whole
hard to see.
The whole rim was angled as he was coming under there. Now he's heard that on that right-hand corner, and he's just pulled it off there. The team will be watching this, and the door's open there now. They're going to have to recover that car.
I think we're going to go full course purple here. This could be our first Code 60.
Yeah, because unless he's completely lost drive, and there we go, our first Code 60.
The worry there that you could easily pull a drive shaft out. I've had that happen to me before.
Well, they can recover that very quickly to the pits, and the Dragon team can get onto this.
Now, who does this benefit? So remember, there's new Code 60 rules this year. Number one, you cannot serve your stop-go penalties under Code 60. You used to be able to, and you had to double the time.
Yep.
You cannot do them. So anybody who had any penalties should have been in the pits right there before that came out.
Yep.
Also, if you get into the pits and you are not fueling before it comes out, you still can only take your Code 60 fuel, but there's now a difference. It used to just be everybody could only have 50%, and that's now not the case.
25% is the maximum for the majority of the field. The AM categories in GT3 and 992 running all AM drivers can take 50%. The two 991 cars can take 100% under Code 60. And we've got cars going into the fuel bay now, but we had 3 cars already in the fuel bay. So when they click it over, when the Code 60 gets called, from that point on, even if they've taken half their fuel, they can only get that 25% or whatever their allowance is.
What happens if they've already had more than that when it comes out? They just have to stop?
No. They, as soon as it comes out, it doesn't matter how much you've had under green. You can only then fill it to your...
All right, so if you'd had 75% of your fuel before it came out and it comes out, you can still put your 25%
in, okay?
Ah, right.
Because all of that happened under green. So we've got the special Creventic pumps here this weekend. The guys have got the tags, and so when that tag is activated is when, so if you've done that just before the Code 60 come out, you're fine. You can still take your full fuel load.
Yeah, because we're not just doing it by eye and somebody watching over and watching how much
cleaning your windscreen at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually done on an RFID chip, isn't it? And that programs the pump as to what you can have. What do you reckon then?
It's a toe link. Yeah.
It's got a very, very jaunty angle. The Toyota pickup truck that they utilise here, a number of them at Yas, and this will go straight into the pit lane. Needs to be over the other side of the track sometime fairly shortly. And that car, it's a shame for the 408 actually. They've been running rather well in that very distinctive black and highlighted yellow.
He's just staying out of the way of cars coming into the pit lane, so he'll be on the radio to race control to say 2 cars coming, they're going to go to the pit, stay out of the way.
And that is running under UAE colours, of course, as Dragon Racing are based just
and the Autodrome. At the Autodrome, they're going to be running their brand new 298 Ferrari in the 24-hour.
Envy.
Yeah.
In the pit lane then, this will be pretty quick. Well done to our marshals, flagging. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. We know how much concentration needs to be given right through these races.
And I think race control is doing a little bit of track cleanup during this Code 60. We had some detritus out there in various areas, and I think that's also being utilised.
Let's head down to Joe Bradley, who's in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a word with James Kay, who's just had to pop to the toilet. So, whilst he was being very patiently for our rundown, the Mercedes, the Dragon car, has just been on a tow rope, just being pulled in by the Toyota pickup. Its team of engineers and mechanics had gone down towards the Parc Fermé area underneath the rostrum to get the car, but the car was then dragged past them, so now they're running back up towards it. We'll check that out once we grab James Kerr. I'll give you a shout when he comes out the loo.
It's right rear, Joe, on that car. It looks like a toe link on that machine. Thank you, Joe Bradley, down there in the pit lane. Get an opportunity to maybe have a word with James Kerr about this initiative of bringing back some of the Gen 1 TCR cars. Now, of course, what the teams around that Dragon GPM car don't want is that car in their pit area.
Well, what they've done is they're going down to the Dragon garage, which is down the end here, because they're running in the support categories as well.
Got you.
So their garage is down here rather than where everybody else's are, because where they're running there, they're also running a Porsche Cup car and 3 Evo Challenge Evos cars in the
and the
support
guys
series.
had gone all the way down with
That's
the
the
dollies.
longest run as well, down to garage 36.
Wow. So the car is already up on its jacks and they're assessing the damage on that machine.
Yeah, they're just bringing the trolleys down now, which they could have skateboarded back down on the dollies.
Probably didn't want that whilst the pit lane was going to be busy under code 60. And we're back green.
Green racing, yep.
So we've gone back
Quick
green
recovery
straight away. And let's see who then took advantage there. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to be asking us questions. Hello to Right Turn Lover, tuning in for the first time this weekend. And he said, it's my fault, hashtag. I tuned in for the first time this weekend, and 45 seconds later, we go full course purple. Luke Hartog for Car Collection Porsche might have played a blinder here. Sorry, he hasn't. He hasn't come in. Tell you who has, in and out for CP Racing.
Yes.
And that means they are now the
50%.
leading car on 2 pit stops.
50% fuel they can take.
They've jumped ahead of Garolian RT and Roman Mavlanov, and so they are now the lead car with a new driver and the lead car having completed 2 pit stops.
This is very you're so correct on this one, because without the maximum drive time, they've now got their strategy around with that taking 50% fuel. Then their next stop, they're going to be able to do a quicker stop towards the end of the race now in fueling to get to the end of the race, because they got 25% more than anybody else.
Yeah, and don't forget, Roman Mavlanov stopped before the Code 60, because he'd got an hour and 20 minutes. He's now been in the car an hour and 34 minutes. He'd gone an hour and 20 minutes before he came in, and he stayed in the car. Well, that's not true. No, he took that car over, didn't he? No, he can't have. No, he stayed. Yeah, that's right. He stayed in the car.
Well, I think what is happening with the Tempto, because Alex Arkin's already over 2 hours, which we don't.
He's been in from the start. Yeah.
Yeah. Is he going to do Is he going to do 3 hours and hand it over?
Yeah.
And looking at the 99. Because some teams have only got 1 driver this week, 2 drivers this weekend.
Yeah. So a Tempto.
They've got 3 drivers. They've got Florian Schoes and Jeff McHales as well.
Yeah, he's been in from the start.
Yeah, so
Alex Arkin Acker has been in since the start.
Yep.
So who did? I need to quickly have a look at the 80 and see. I think Mavlanov. Yeah, Mavlanov took over after the first half hour when young Winkelhock got out.
Yeah.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley. He's been casting a practiced eye over the right rear suspension of the Dragon GPM AMG.
It's a wheel bearing collapsed. You can't hear me if I go in their garage, because like you guys described, it's right at the very, very end. It pits out. And what a drag that would have been for the car, for the crew to drag the car up. I've got a wheel rim that's just come off the car with a complete circle gouged out of the rim on the inside edge of the rim, if that makes sense, and all the aluminium and it's right all the way through. So
it's kind of been machined out, has it?
It looks like it's been machined out in a very, very untidy way, which that's my deduction of it being a wheel bearing. They popped a wheel on the car. The wheel is now off the car. I'm going to dive in the garage now that the wheel's off and make my conclusions on the issue, but I'd say that was a wheel bearing that collapsed on that rear end rather than the tooling.
Thank you, Joe. End result is the car, which was running very nicely, thank you very much, is now in for quite a hefty repair. So Luke Hartog then in the car collection number 96, the red and white machine. Now we know how quick Luke is. He was very quick in final qualifying last night. Yeah. They started on the front row this morning, and we're waiting for the second place car to come through. Now Ernst Kirchmeier, despite having had that little whoopsie, because some cars around have pitted,
yes,
Kirchmeier is now back up into second place. And where is that car on the track?
Well, he's legitimately in second place because
yes,
third place is Grove Racing, and they're all done the same amount of pit stops. So that is a legitimate. And
there was a bunch of cars that dived into the pit lane, including the Herberth car. We had also Huber Motorsport. They've now been in 3 times. They've taken that opportunity. Ralph Bohm, by the way, behind the wheel of the Herberth Motorsport cars, just put that car's fastest lap of the race in a 55.352. Who else pitted? I think Jack Barlow and Century Motorsport pitted. Yes, they did. The 22 car, they've been in twice now. CP Racing we talked about. Shane Lewis got ahead for a moment of Roman Mavlanov, but that car, they pitted beforehand.
Yes.
And Mavlanov then is now back to being the leading car, having completed 2 pit stops, with Shane Lewis and the next car up with 2 pit stops. So that is 5th, 6th and 7th with that Attemptor car as the cars go across the line. That's just getting reset. I'm still waiting for Kirchmeier to come through, and I'm trying to work out if he's still right back on the end of the lead lap. So there's the leader just going down to turn 5 now, and Kirchmeier is in the 86. And no, he's just come all right, he's just come out of turn 9, Kirchmeier. So he's about half a lap away from going a lap down.
Looking at,
so he's actually he's gained because he was right in front of the leader, got lapped, and he's got back on the lead lap. Well, that car's got back on the lead lap despite that spin. So here comes Kirchmeier underneath the hotel to complete what will be his 67th lap. The Code 60's out again. Code 60 is out again. Now, who's going to roll the dice here? I can't tell you what it's for at the moment. With nothing on the screen, but there's Kirchmeier having gone through and is back on the lead lap. Now Jordan Love is the next car. That's the number 10, the Grove Racing car. And let's see where he is. Will he still be on the lead lap? Yes, he will. He's only 2 corners, though, ahead of the leader. Somebody has clobbered one of the marker boards, Phil.
Yep, they'll get a bill for that.
Did they get a bill for it? Really?
Somebody's had a good go at that. Do we have a car off there? Because those skid marks are telling me that somebody has stopped there. So they had a big lose under brakes and swapped ends. I
don't see any damage.
There's no barrier damage.
Yeah, no barrier damage.
But somebody's had a big moment down there. Great work from our marshals here at the Ashton Marina circuit, getting things back underway, but a considerable amount of that. They do have replacement ones as well. Century
Motorsport in GT4, the 3rd place BMW there, has come in, and Charlie Robinson's taking some fuel. Luke Breukers for Red Camel. Paul Truswell says pit. So he's pitted and he's filling with fuel. So let's see how that one shakes out. We've got 3 hours and call it 35 minutes to go. And so that's what they'll be back counting from. How many pit stops can we go from here? And you can never expect the Code 60s, the full course purples. Now, those polystyrene marker boards are held in with metal stakes or with plastic stakes, so they have to be picked up as well. And it looked like there was 1 or 2 more bits further down the track. Just about a minute to go to the end of code 60. So here comes the Red Camel Jordan car, having taken some of its fuel, and they're going to do a pit stop.
Yep.
So they're changing driver. So that's what they're going to do. This is very cool indeed. And at least left-hand side tyres for that car as well. So Trussers has pulled a pin. No, it's going to be all four Hankook tyres. And so who was in that car? Who did I put in that car? It was Luke that was in the car. So is this Evo that's getting in now? That's a very, very good stop. Very good stop indeed. Also coming in was the HAMC racing team by Simpson. Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
Krista Zockling, who's just taken brought the 971 Porsche from the lead in the 992 class, I believe, Chris. You looked, your body language in that, when you went off at the start, you just got your head down and got in the zone very, very quickly.
Yeah, like you said, the lights went green and I just went for it. The car was phenomenal to drive. It was a lot of fun racing with some of the GT3s, and I tried to pull out a good gap to the other Cup cars behind me. And yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, you know, racing in Yas, you know, I grew up in the UAE 23 years now. It's my second home track. Dubai is my first one. So, you know, coming here is a lot of fun. Racing together with two Emirati drivers, Saif Al-Amri and Salem. They're doing a phenomenal job as well. We worked really hard on Thursday and Friday to get them up to speed. And we had two very good pit stops. And now the boys just got to bring it home.
And it's Salem Al-Kabeti now behind the wheel of your car, yeah.
Sorry, say again?
Salem Al-Kabeti now at the wheel of your car.
Yeah, exactly. The last time he was out in the car was 2 years ago. So that's why we had to get him up to speed on Thursday and Friday. And he's now showing a really good pace. His qualifying lap was really good as well. So I think he's having a good time out there. Lap times are looking good. So yeah, I can't wait to see what the 6-hour race brings.
Chris, you just mentioned there how you were battling and keeping up with the GT3 cars. How great is this 992 Cup car for endurance racing?
Well, as you may know, I've been racing the Cup cars since, Curragh Cup and Super Cup 2014, 2013 even. And the evolution of the Cup car now from the 991 to the 992, it's such a beautiful GT race car. And if you really know what you're doing, then it can really be a nuisance to some of the GT3 drivers out there. But it's a phenomenal car. But the one thing I did notice is you got to be careful with tire management because the track gets really hot, really slippery. And we had a few spinners out there as well. So it's a really tough event, but it's an awesome, awesome race.
So, Christopher Zockling is known as a superstar and a very, very quick driver. What's it like for the AM drivers, for instance? Are you running ABS?
Yeah, we have ABS and traction control in the car. Personally, I have ABS on the lowest setting possible and no traction control at all. But then towards the end of the stint, you got to somehow manage your tires basically. Turn up the TC a little bit, don't lean on the brakes too much. And again, the car did a really good job. I think we're on TV just now at Salem going into the last corner. And yeah, I can't wait to see what the next 3 hours bring.
Neither can we. Well done, Chris. Great drive.
That's a really good point that Christopher Zirkling makes there about managing the tyres. Yep. You start off with your TC, your traction control. When you're an experienced driver like Chris, traction control actually slows you down because you're not getting the drive out of the corner. And they are very good at moderating the throttle pressure and applying. Oh, somebody's gone off in a big way. This is going to be a code 60. There's a wheel and tyre.
Turn 4.
This is turn 4, just over the top of the rise of Carlos's crest. I think it's the 188. I think it's the 188 that may have gone in. That was a car I could see moving slowly, but there was a wheel and tyre. Let's see if it is the Audi. Oh. But there's been, well, how's it gone on from there? And there's barrier damage on the right-hand side. That is exactly what happened to the McLaren. And it's what's left of the Lamara, I think.
Oh my goodness.
That is a huge incident. It's the 223. It's the Lamara that's gone in there. And that is a massive impact. We had two McLarens in one of the support series do that, one on Friday and one on Saturday morning. And that car has been disassembled just over the top of the rise. The back end goes light. and I can see the driver moving
Driver's
in
moving,
the
yes.
car. I'm just checking to make sure that is the Lamara. I may have panicked the team, but I think it is. It's very difficult to identify it because there's no bodywork left on that car. See if you can pick up the... Look, driver is out of the car.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Under his own steam, a little bit dazed, I'm sure.
Daniel Lamalou.
That was an outlap. That was an outlap for Daniel, if that is indeed the 233, and I think it is, the 223, excuse me, the Lamara Cup car. But that car has been reduced to a kit of parts.
But the safety cell stayed intact.
Absolutely intact.
Did what it's supposed to do, shed all the parts, lose the weight, lose all the...
Dissipate the energy.
Exactly.
It ends up looking like an off-road buggy with no wheels on it, but that's exactly what it's meant to do. It looks scary and spectacular, but Daniel has got out of that car and has headed over to the rescue vehicle. This is going to be quite some clean-up, and there's some barrier damage as well. Just going back to that, that's just over the rise from turn 3. We saw it in Formula 1, and there was some track changes made, actually. They shaved a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But we saw it at the weekend, early on in the weekend, with 2 McLarens that lost the back end there and did a swapper and went in driver's right. And that's I'm guessing, because we haven't seen it, that's exactly what's happened. And he's lost one end, and then it's speared across the right. It's one of the few places here, Phil, where there isn't any runoff on the right-hand side of the track.
No, because that's just on the entry to the Race and Drive School under the Richard Mills sign.
Yeah.
So it's just come parked on that one. He's probably, if you're going to hit the arm code, that's a better place to hit it, because it's actually bending away from the circuit, so it's not.
That's a good point.
It's not a 90-degree impact. It's sort of, you know.
It's not much of a rise there, but it's enough to unsettle a car.
Especially he was on cold tyres coming out of the pits.
And possibly a full fuel load.
Yeah, exactly. And just a little bit too much throttle there. Get a bit of a tank slapper on. And these little short wheelbase cars like the Lamara will swap ends very, very quickly, especially if you've got no tyre temperature.
Well, the good news is, as we see it, that the driver, Daniel Lamoule, out of that car and was walking unaided, albeit counting his...
That's a
limbs.
radiator.
Radiator has come adrift. It's off the circuit at the moment, so that won't cause anything. It's leaked. It's, I was going to say water, but it's coolant nowadays. Very specific regulations on what you can have. You're not allowed any glycol in your coolant, because that is a pain to clean up off a track surface. We've already got the marshals there. Only, I think, one wheel still attached to that. The wreckage of the Lamara, which is off to drivers left now, as it is in one of the cutouts.
Now, they may do something here that we don't see very often, and to get
Reroute
this
them.
risk, reroute them. Then they may shorten the track and put them down through the corkscrew.
Yeah.
Because there's other areas there where we do karting and that cut up and through, but because he's gone back onto that one karting area where they could have done on track days, they use a little
it's like a little loop, isn't it?
Like a little loop there, that they could possibly use that, because there's, as we can see, the bit's quite light. There's the rear wing.
The worry is here that the shards of carbon fibre or bodywork, and they'll want to get a sweeper on that. There's little bits of metal, little fixings. All the drivers have been told to stay all the way to the left. No fire that we saw, certainly. And that's good news. All the safety systems have done exactly what they want to do. There's bits of Lamara impaled within the barrier.
In the barrier itself.
That's been a huge
massive hit. I don't know.
And listen, we're not trying to create jeopardy where there is none, and neither are we trying to over-egg the pudding. We hate to see accidents like this, but that has been an immense accident, and congratulations to the guys who have designed and built the Lamara Cup cars.
Oh.
It is an entry-level single manufacturer racing car, but it is made with a monocoque a racing monocoque, and a built-in roll cage, all of which have absolutely done their job.
Yes, most definitely. It was.
I have not seen anything like that. I have to say, I haven't seen that since. I'm going to go back a very, very long way to where I seem to remember at Monza. We got in an old, what would have been even before the European Le Mans series, I think it was, maybe it was one of the early ones. Graham Tyler and I were commentating, and at the first chicane at Monza, somebody lost their brakes and cartwheeled over the top of Alan McNish in an open-top Audi R8. And we saw the remnants of the car. It looked like a single-seater. Well, this Lamara, it looks like an off-road buggy at the moment.
Well, in 2 weeks' time, that'll be out in the desert.
Yeah,
absolutely. They'll just put some off-road tyres on it. The engine will probably start. Put a new radiator in it. You're fine.
We'll allow the marshals to do their job, give us an opportunity to pick out some of our drivers down in the pit lane. This is not going to be the work of a moment. Joe Bradley is down there on duty at the moment. Where are you, Joe?
It gives me a chance to catch up with some of the people I'd like to talk to. CP Racing's garage is always a welcoming atmosphere. And Joe Foster, you haven't been in the car yet, Joe. I noticed on the timing screens the 85 Mercedes down the order somewhat in 11. It's not usually where we see you guys, but that's probably because of pit stops and such like at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. We were one of the fewer cars that were able to sneak in for fuel under the last Code 60, and so that put us down a bit because a lot of folks stayed out. It was a short Code 60, and we were lucky because we were near the pit entrance when it happened, so we went ahead and took some fuel.
Now, you guys won in fantastic circumstances in Q8. It was a really great race. We've talked to your teammate Charles about that. You've come here, round 2 of the Middle East Championship. Is that something at the forefront of your mind, that you're thinking about a championship?
Oh, definitely the championship is something we would love to win. This particular event is a very different circumstance for us. For us, 6 hours is a sprint race, and also we've never been here before, all of us. And so it was we're learning a new circuit, and we are just, as usual, sticking to our endurance racing mindset. There's some incredibly fast teams and drivers here that are fun to learn from, and we'll just keep doing our thing and try to get as many points as we can for the championship, for sure.
I would have lost money on seeing you guys hadn't been here before. Before I ask you your thoughts on this track, you know, the CP Racing Mercedes seems to be a car that, you know, uses its tactics well. You've got a good pit wall, let's say, and you guys just sort of, you always seem to be there at the end, and the 6 hours doesn't really sometimes allow those long drawn-out endurance racing tactics to be able to be used somewhat.
Yeah, certainly you always want to maximize the things you do well and minimize the things you don't. And generally, the longer the race is, the more the things we do well propagate into the race. And so for us, 6 hours is short, but we're not going to change our MO. We didn't want to come here with a setup or a mindset that was new, we hadn't tested, and so we're just sticking to our guns.
So what's your thoughts on the track, Joe? You're a very experienced race driver. What's your thoughts on Yas Marina?
Oh, I think it's a super amazing facility. Obviously, I've watched it for years in Formula One and other stuff, and so we're grateful to be here. It's super fun.
Facility is a good word. When I first came here, I thought, this is 21st century motorsport. No standing in a field up against a fence when you're watching race cars.
Yeah, it's a little different than Snetterton in March, for sure.
Yes, that's what I said, actually. Thanks, mate. I'll leave you to your tactics. Thanks, Joe. Joe Foster.
There's a man who knows motor racing at all kinds of levels. Snetterton in March. We've all done that. We've been on the test days. We've done it. Snetterton in March. This isn't. Nothing wrong with Snetterton in March. You've got to do that as part of the ladder. Good to hear from those guys. Just to reiterate, if you're just joining us, that we have had a substantial impact with the safety barriers just at turn 4, just after turn 4, actually, on turn 4. And it was the Lamara Cup car we believe, on an out lap. And the good news is that all of the safety devices have done their work and protected the driver. It looks spectacular because there's hardly anything left of the car. But what is left is the safety cage.
Yes.
What is left is the monocoque, the chassis of the car, and I'm delighted to say that the driver, Daniel Lamy, has walked over to the medical Camaro, and that bright yellow car is already behind us here at the medical centre. That will be a mandatory check-up for the driver, and brilliant work by the marshals.
They're using the bucket claw of the JCB to pull the Armco back
Straighten
into
it out.
straight.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's probably sledgehammers there as well.
And now we're getting some news. We haven't been watching all the CCTV cameras, but because this is a Grade 1 circuit, the race control has a lot of information, and hearing now from race control that the MDM 965 Porsche 992, that's the red, white and black car, was involved in that incident, and that is being looked at the moment. So that's the number 965. That was Jan-Jaap van Roon for the MDM I Reckon Porsche, was in that vicinity. Can't tell you any more than that because we're not party to that. So outlap for the 223 racetrack competition, Le Mara and the MDM I Reckon You Porsche under investigation at the moment. That coming to us directly from race control, and for those of you watching, confirmed now on the bottom of the screen. Really good transparency again from Creventic and our race control, and we'll get that. You can follow along, by the way, livetiming.getraceresults.com, and have all the facilities that we do. So full timing, we've got the tracker, the dancing answers we call it, the message screen, all of that is there. More information than you can shake a stick at. We have 2 sticks here, and we still have more information than we can shake 2 sticks at, to be honest. That is the same for the whole of the rest of the season. Let's give you a quick rundown of what's going on. 1 or 2 people have taken the opportunity to top off fuel, including Grove Racing. Stephen Grove back behind the wheel of the number 10 Mercedes. They've now been down pit lane 4 times.
So what they're doing is they're long code 60, they know it's barrier repair, they're just going to keep on looping back through to keep on topping the tank up, and then they can go for a long stint.
Here's the 965 coming out of the pit lane. This is the car that's under investigation and sits in, or at least it was in 20th position when it came in its class. In the group. So that is now Tom Coronel behind the wheel of the MDM I Reckon You car, having taken it over from Jaap. Tom Coronel, who was most recently competing in the Dakar in Saudi Arabia and jetted in, actually followed us into the track on
nice
on Friday. Immediately unfollowed us and then followed us in again. If you know, you know.
Yes.
At RSL_studio, if you'd like to say hello wherever you are in the world. Got a little bit of time to run through. Monza accident with Stefano Telli in the Auric, is Mike Widdowson. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I remembered it was Ortelli, but I couldn't remember what car he was driving. Mike says that Le Mara accident is one of the worst visually I've seen in a long time, but the safety looks like it's done the perfect job. We'll know at some stage. We'll get word on the driver. He's in good hands. Let's not...
Full-blown medical centre at the circuit.
Of course, absolutely.
Grade 1 Formula 1 circuit. So.
Joe Remy says, I can't believe he's even climbed out of that. There's hardly anything left. But and we'll make the point again, you're absolutely right, Joe, but... what's left is the bits that's important.
Exactly.
The bits that protect the driver. That car, purpose-built as a racing car. And so the body panels shed, some of the suspension shed. That's exactly what it's meant to do, to dissipate that energy of hitting the barriers. Sim Racing Bar Steward, I'd be interested to know how the 24-hour series make it pay by making the coverage free to air. It's been flawless all weekend. I wish other series apps, even those some that are paid for, was this stable. It's dead simple. It's part of the commitment.
Yep.
RBS, and we work across a number of different series around the world, and as an entity, we've worked with Creventic for a very long time, starting with Dubai 24 Hours. And anybody who comes to us for advice, anybody who talks to us about us doing our audio. How does that drive a noise on the camera?
It's the screen.
Oh, there's
there.
a screen, of course there is. So that's Philip Barron.
Yes.
Philip Barron realises he's on the screen and gives it away. Going back to your question, RBS, when we get asked as a consultant, if you will, on broadcast, I think we did 76 hours, 76 events, not race, last year, and something over 6,000 hours of motorsport broadcasting. We always say to series, this goes back, as I say, with Creventic, with the Bathurst 12 Hours, with IMSA, with other people that we work with, don't put barriers in the way of people watching your events. Make it easy to get in. You want it to be easy to people to enter, easy to people to race. You want it easy to people to watch as well. And therefore make it as simple. Don't put barriers, whether they're financial, whether they're geo-blocks or whatever. As you know, we never geo-block any of our audio coverage. And the World Feed TV that we work with so many different series now, we advise them to keep that down to a minimum. As for the financial model, well, that varies from series to series. Creventic are committed to doing this. And therefore the series fund 0221 and ourselves to be here and to do what we do. And that is their commitment to their customers being the drivers and teams. And we know how difficult it is in these cash-strapped times, but motor racing is a business for everybody concerned, and there has to be a balance between entry fees and facilities and, therefore what the teams can charge the drivers, what the drivers are prepared to pay, what the series charge the teams for being here, and what facilities they get for that. But streaming, World Feed style TV has become almost de rigueur.
It's the norm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even for your regional championships, which are here this weekend, they've all got a streaming component to it. Now, that comes at a cost, and not every series, particularly when they're starting off, can do that. But that's the way it is sometimes. And for IMSA, I think you all know that RSL raise a considerable amount of money to cover the IMSA categories. We have to pay license fees to some events like the Le Mans 24 Hours, so effectively we have to raise the money for that as well from commercial sponsorship. So when we're mentioning people's names and you ask what can you do to support, then go and visit them, because they're supporting your sport. And all of the Creventic sponsors are exactly the same. So when you go on to 24h.com, 24hseries.com, and you see the names of the sponsors, go and find out what they do. And the next time you're in the market for a pair of shoes or a set of tyres, Hankook, we've got Hankook on Eve's Boxster, which we bought at list price, and they do N-rated tyres for Porsches nowadays. Support the people who support your sport, or at least give them a fair go, Phil.
Yes.
Because, if you feel somebody else's product is better, then fine, but at least consider them, and that's all they would ask you to do.
Indeed. And in these modern days, back when we had terrestrial television doing everything and whatever, and it was very difficult to get it internationally, satellite time and all that sort of stuff was really, really, expensive. Now it's become something like, John and I, both pre-mobile phone era, doing commentary. I'm analog, totally. But the way that it's going at the moment, people are seeing the advantage of doing free-to-air. Previously, it was because you want people to come to the circuit rather than watch it on television, because then they'll spend their money at the circuit. The mentality and the ethos has changed a lot, because now you have a global audience supporting your sponsors, not just a local audience. And that's the big thing.
And if you look at stick and ball sports, actually, this is really interesting. Been a big debate about whether it is the right thing to do to go behind a paywall and take the money from the channel, or to put it in front of more eyes, and therefore your teams and your sponsors get more exposure that way. Cricket has fallen down that rabbit hole at the moment, particularly in the UK. So a very interesting question, and thank you for asking that. Hello, NG, Neil Gardner. He got the Tom Coronel reference, well done. Hugo B, loving the 24-hour coverage, sitting in bed with the lovely missus. We don't need to know what's going on there.
Okay, moving on.
Hello to Vicky and Hugo. Anyway, thank you for joining us. Not sure where you are in the world. It's still only 10 to 9 back in the United Kingdom, 10 to 10 in Europe. And here comes the 188 back into the pit lane. That's the AC Audi. Continuing under code 60 at the moment. Let's get the opportunity to go back down to Joe Bradley, who's down in the pit lane. Joe?
Well, always a story, CWS, as ever. They're running two Ginettas here, which is always good. Colin White here. Colin, you've had a few niggly little issues with your number 278, haven't you? Tell us what they were.
Well, the problem is we spent too long in UAE, really. The car has been done Kuwait and all the practice in there, and then all the practice in this week, and the compressor is producing water, which then fills up the valve block, which then can't change gear. It jams in a gear and won't change gear, etc. So we come in and drain the water, put a new paddle shift system on it, went out again, and it produced more water, so we had to come in and change the compressor. So yeah, time it takes, but it never missed a beat at all in all the practice sessions. You get 15 minutes into a race and it happens, you know.
Well, you're very much used to that. And is that a new thing, Colin? Is that purely because the car's been sat dormant for a month over Christmas?
Yeah, that's another problem, is that humidity, when the car produces water, it can fur up inside the compressor. You know, as Lawrence just told me from Ginetta, he said, it's about time you bought a new car, he said, then it'd be more reliable. And I said, well, his car is nearer than mine, but mine's still running, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, touche, I think, touche. So 2 cars here for Abu Dhabi. Have you got 2 cars out at Dubai as well?
So we've got 1.5 cars for Dubai. We're still looking for 2 more drivers to fill the second car up, but it's all looking good, yeah.
Great stuff. And you're still enjoying it, Colin? You're back after, you give us a bit of a scare a couple of years ago. Are you back still enjoying it? Fit as a lot?
Yeah, so I'm able to sit in the car, climb in and out, so my leg bend's okay now, and I've sat in the car for some odd time, and everything seems to be okay, so I can keep going.
Well, keep coming back, Colin, because you're a big part of this series. Thanks.
Say hi to everybody in England.
Hello, grandkids.
Yeah, they'll be up at Sunday morning. Thank you, Colin. Colin White, what a character.
New announcement is my daughter's going to expect
Oh,
the
just
second one.
coming
so
back to green.
It means I'm going to have 2 more races.
And just hearing Colin having a chat with Joe there, saying he's expecting another grandchild, or at least his daughter is. So that means he'll have to run at least 2 more cars to pay for that as it goes down through the years. Coming back to green after this lengthy code 60 for the barrier repair and the recovery of the Lamara. Good news is that a Lamara driver
25 minutes at code 60 to fix all of that up. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. Back to green then, as mentioned, and we'll give you some news on the driver walked to the medical car, being assessed at the moment, and remember that potential
with the 965, with the investigation ongoing into that, and we will bring you all of that up to date. Now, what's happened here, John? We know that a lot of the cars have a maximum fill limit at 1 fill, but some of these cars have been in 4 times, which means they've filled the tank up. We saw one of the GT3 car, the Grove car, that ran for an hour and a half in that first session. We've got, they can make it to an hour and a half to go.
Yeah, so they can potentially do it on 1 more stop.
Yes.
Pretty much, if they get a little bit of Code 60 help.
Exactly.
Now, this is what it's all going to unravel towards the end. Here's how it stands as we've gone back to green. Let's give you a quick rundown, because it's kind of important that we start thinking now further into the race than the 3 hours and 7 minutes that we still have going. Sabina De Castro for Manamori Energy by EB Motors. I have no clue how they've managed to cycle through to the front of the field. I would like to say that I can give you their exact tactics. They've only been down the pit lane twice. Their last pit was just 2 minutes. And basically, I think they just fueled that because there were only 30 seconds in the pit lane itself. So they put a minute and a half's worth of fuel in and sent the car. Dustin Blattner is in second. He'll come across the line in a moment or two for another Porsche, the car collection number 96. That's the red and white car. Then it's Jack Barlow for Century. They're just another second further back, so they're having a canny scrap for second and third. Philip Barron back behind the wheel of the Barron Motorsport cars, another 37 seconds further back. And then it's Artur Gorian for the Gorian Racing RT Audi. That's the number 80 car. Now, that car has done 3 trips down the pit lane. So, and that was the car that keeps stopping. So that actually's had a driver change now as well, another driver change, I've just realised, because Artur's got into that car. Then it's the car that you always have to watch, the 91 Herbert motor car in black and gold this weekend.
Stunning.
On 73 laps as well. Now, I need to see when all of those cars come through. Here they're coming. Now they're coming. So it's a minute and 22 between first and second, and it's Jack Barlow who's got through into second, ahead of Justin Blattner in third. And then it'll be Phil Barron. Meantime, as they're side by side, scrapping out on the circuit, those two Porsches. Jack Barlow in the Porsche and Justin Blattner on the BMW, should I say.
Yeah, that was
a
cup car he just went past.
Phil Barron is the last car on the lead lap for now, I reckon. And Artur is the first guy off the lead lap. Yes, that's correct. However, those top 5 cars have only done 2 pit stops. And it's 2 laps to do a full stop here.
The 86 is, the 95 is about 5 car lengths behind the 86 at the moment. So,
really?
Yeah, they're just coming down into turn 1. So that he may lose that fairly shortly.
Now I'm looking through, so who's well placed further down? Attempto's done 3 through the pit lanes. The Grove cars you mentioned, I think that was a good pick-up, Phil. Grove car number 10. They'll be absolutely replete with racing fuel at the moment.
It'll be to the fillet top.
They're 2 laps off the lead. Yep. Let's see when they come through, actually. It might only be 1.5 laps off the lead. Yeah, it is. It's going to be about 1.5 laps off the lead. But they're going to go very deep into this race. And they will actually be hoping for another Code 60 because they are a Pro-Am car. So that means they can take slightly more fuel, doesn't it?
In the Pro-Am category, that is number 10 in Pro-Am. They 105 litres at 100% flow rate. Yeah. So, yeah, they're a little bit better off than the standard GT3, which is 90. Porsche is... Oh, they got cut 90 litres.
I should say that Philip Barron and Barron Motorsport are the leading AM car in 4th position. They can have 50% of their fuel, can't they, under Code 60 if they get one. So, or do they have 100% AM advantage?
AM advantage is 50%. It's just the 991 cars that can get the 100%.
This is still...
it's evolving.
So this is still... I mean, look, remember, we never have a safety car here to close things up, and yet we keep getting close races. Keep an eye on the gap between Sabino De Castro in the Porsche and the BMW of Century Motorsport. It's a minute and 15 at the moment. Jack Barlow's pulled out 4.5 seconds on Dustin Blattner for Porsche in that red and white car that's just going through the chicane at 6 and 7 at the moment. Then Ralph Bone in the classes. QMMF by HRT lead in the 992 category in the 992 arm, actually. But they've only done one pit stop.
Yep. Remember, Christopher Zocklin got out of that. Yeah, so... sorry, it wasn't Christopher Zocklin getting out of the 931. Yeah, once again, a really good strategy from those guys to get that car where it was. And I'm trying to work out who did the opening stint. That was... it might have been Ganamel Ali or Julian Hansers, but I have to double-check that.
Hello to the Prof. The Prof, Schadenfreude Hobbit. He says, I've not followed much 24H series. I'm enjoying this one. Fully on board for the rest. Thanks, Prof. This is round 2 of the Middle East Trophy by Hankook. And we'll have the final round of that. It started at Kuwait in the early part of December. This was meant to be the final round, but of course with the change around that we've had to enact with the issues in transport through the Red Sea, means that Dubai Autodrome and the 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai next weekend will be doing double duty effectively. It's the end of the 23-24 Middle East Trophy, and we'll be giving out some trophies, and it starts the 2024 season. Although, of course, this is the first race of the 2024 year, if you see what I mean. It's a little bit complex. But, Prof, nice to know you're enjoying it. Good night to Jerry C, who's turning in. It's been a long day, he says. Rest well, and we'll see Jerry, I'm sure, at Daytona next weekend as well. You do not have to pick and choose next weekend. Follow Dubai, which starts at a very decent... I think we've got, 9 or 10 hours of Dubai 24 hours before Daytona even starts. So
we're starting at, it will be a 1 o'clock start on a Saturday afternoon. So Daytona is, I think, 9.5 hours, 9 hours?
No, it's 9 or 10.
Yeah, because that's on the East Coast. It's a 3-hour gap between East and West Coast, isn't it? So yeah, around about a 9-hour gap.
So I think you've got 10 hours of uninterrupted. There's no need for you to miss any of the first 10 hours of the Dubai 24 because Daytona won't have even started by then.
But if you have 2 computers, you can watch both.
Of course you can.
And if you're an Apache pilot, you can read both computers individually with your eyeballs. Yeah. Okay, because they use a monocle. There we go. Offset box.
Yeah, they're differently abled. Across the line for the second place car. This is Jack Barlow for Century Motorsport in the Solving Kids Cancer supported machine. They're giving great publicity and visibility to a very good cause there. Past the scene of the accident, that's where you've got to be very, very careful not to trigger the track limits. He got close, but that was fine. He's got the Milner Motorsport car right in front. Hello to Marcel Duke and the rest of the team. And there, in front of them is the Milwaukee Tools sponsored GTX. That's the KTM in the red, white and black. The additional lights on the front. They are running first in GTX. Dennis Liebel behind the wheel of that car at the moment, and a very credible 16th overall. I'm still impressed by QMMF by HRT, which has now got Ghanim Ali behind the wheel, still leading, having only done that single stop.
Yeah, Qatari-based team that run by the QMMF, the Qatar Motorcycle Federation. Hello to Amar Al-Hamad, who is over there at that circuit and runs the circuit.
And looks after us splendidly when we're there, thank you.
Yeah, does an amazing job. Ex-Middle East Radical champion. Was racing the Creventic series as well. Raced it at Zandvoort.
I remember that.
In the Mark Car Mazda.
The Mazda, yeah.
Never driven in the rain before.
Oh, it rained that day.
It did it what? It was sideways.
That was long before the changes to the circuit.
Oh, yes.
And the commentary tower was literally a commentary tower. You had to climb up a set of workmen's ladders to get to the top of it. And I'm not great with heights at the best of times. When it started getting windy and rainy, I just said, you can leave me up here. Bring me some sandwiches. I am not moving.
Well, I was on the way there to one of our stewards here's wedding in in Ireland, and I actually dropped in to Stanford to see Fleetwood Mac at the Ziggo Dome. Not thinking Creventic's on the same weekend, caught the train down, ran into Nick in the pit lane.
Yes.
He told me about yesterday was that, ran into Bruce upstairs, and I was like, okay. But yeah, it rained that weekend, and yeah, Creventic being a Dutch company, it was the last time we raced in Holland as well.
I think it is, yeah. Yeah.
It'd be lovely to go back there on the new one, the 277 again.
Yeah, it was a nice. We drove over for that. Dale Albert second in TCE, TCX division, and they're looking at the front of the car, the V6 engine. And Nick Damon has rejoined us in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'll take over from Joe exactly where he was, which is with stories and news and issues with the Colin White run selection of Ginetta. That one was a kind of a quick shift in, a quick check. But a complete driver change. No tyres this time, though. Obviously, quite a long time for these when they are 5-nut studs, effectively, not the single centre locks. It's same old boots for the driver who's leaving. Not quite going at that point. A bit of a thinking time as well. And a lot of revs and then not much movement, and then off it goes. So they're quite happy with that one. Yes, we'll see what happens now. Having been sitting up watching this, it's really see how all these various staggers unwind after all those coach signals back to back.
And that is I think, Nick, the almost imponderable at the moment. The teams will all think that they've, well, there's only going to be two ways. We've absolutely got it right, or we've been forced into doing something that we didn't want to. I don't think there's much in between at the moment. There's the EB Motors Sabino De Castro car that's leading. His lead has been cut by 16, 17 seconds since we went back to green flag racing, and it is Jack Barlow who's charging. We saw this in the Century Motorsport BMW at Kuwait in the first round of this Hankook Middle East Trophy. And I think was it Jack that had the little loop at the final corner in that BMW at Kuwait when he was charging on. Impressive young driver though.
Oh dear.
And he's pulling some fantastic lap times.
5 seconds a lap quicker at the moment.
Now
that may be traffic related.
So
as
I was
well.
going to say Sabino's in traffic at the moment, and Sabino's doing a job at the moment, and he's being told what to do. His team will be saying, look, if you can stay around about 2 minutes or just under 2 minutes. The car's best lap is a 57.1 in the whole race. Sabino De Castro's nearly been in that car 2 hours, and he is doing okay. Jack Barlow is a second away from the car's, almost 2 seconds away from the car's fastest lap, but he is lapping quicker than the leader. That car potentially can do a 55 flat. As we've got another caller in the pit lane, and this is Nick Damon.
It's the car that was leading GT4. They've actually lost that lead whilst they were fueling up. It's as we now know, it's a lap fueling in 2.5 minutes almost. Charlie Robinson's brought the car in, the BMW M4 GT4. They've got a bit of scratching on that front right. It's scuffage, I think, top-tastic scuffage. They are down one dive plane, which actually seems like a plastic rather than carbon fibre. So it's obviously the GT4 and you get your plastic dive planes. You've got a GT3, you get the full-on carbon fibre dive planes. And it's Robinson who's got out, and of course this is one of the few cars that's running as a two-man only, and it's Ravi Rammeed who's got in, and we'll probably pick up a quick chat with Charlie in a couple.
Lovely to see that the Leslie family legacy of motor racing continues with David Leslie's son Graham, the car controller and engineer for that car. He's the tall lad at the front with the lollipop, as it were. Best to all the family, as ever. And coming down to 2 hours and 53 minutes to go at RSL_studio. Thank you for all of you who are watching and listening on around the world and around the region as well. Good to have your company. Next weekend, it is again free entry to the Dubai 24 hours, the Hankook Dubai 24 hours. We're expecting a decent crowd, to be honest. Last year, I was very, very impressed. The new race garden that overlooks the turn 13 area.
And then we've got the one down at turn 1 as well.
Yeah.
And the balcony down there. The Autodrome's done a massive amount of work in the last 12 months, and the viewers will be in for an interesting surprise when it becomes night. But we will just we will leave that there.
Okay.
And I'll discuss that with Andrew Marriott.
Well, when I went to pick up the car a week past Friday, I was thinking to myself, right, well, we should have been racing here this weekend. Yeah. It's kind of good we weren't, because there's the road outside the back of turn 1 has all been dug up at the moment, and one carriageway is going both directions. And even with the light amount of traffic that we had there, it was a bit of a traffic jam. So that should be finished by the time we get back.
It did. That was a water main issue.
Nick Damon, as promised, has stayed down by Century, and Charlie Robinson, it will be his next victim.
Out of the 429, Charlie, how are you managing this race? It was all going lovely for an hour and a half or so, nothing. Then we had short code 60, short code 60, long code 60. How does that change the way the team and you are running the race?
I can't hear you that well. Could you repeat?
Lots of code 60s will put you off your basic plan. How does that change things?
To be honest, it actually ended up okay. The first code 60 threw us off, so we had to fill light. We were in the fuel station at the end of my first stint when the first code 60 hit, so we couldn't take on as much fuel. But then within 5 laps, the second accident happened and the code 60 happened again. So it actually brought us back onto strategy with the fuel saving that we managed to do with the second fill. So currently we're still on plan. Ravi's getting in for another double stint now. Then I'm getting in for the last bit at the end. So for now, the strategy seems okay, but everyone's on different ones, so you don't quite know where you are until the last hour, half an hour or so.
When you get these big shuffles about in the way the race is run, do you think having 2 drivers is an advantage or a disadvantage?
I'm not sure. I mean, having 2 and me being a gold driver means that we don't have as much flexibility on the code 60 driver changes, so it does maybe hinder us a little bit in that respect. But Ravi's pace has been great so far this weekend, so if he can manage this double with consistency, then I think we're in a good place come the end.
Well, great stuff, mate. Thank you.
Now, whilst Nick was talking there, Sabina de Castro has come in for fuel and given up the lead, and that means now Jack Barlow leads for Century Motorsport. With that BMW, he stayed in the number 22 car. He's been in there for just over an hour, and he's just gone across the line. Where's Dustin Blattner for car collection in the 96? He should be coming round in that red and white Porsche shortly. There he is, just gone through, and that's 13 seconds between them. Philip Barron has just done the fastest Sector 2 of the race by some margin.
He's 41 minutes into a stint.
Well, has he found a shortcut? There he goes through. He's 28 seconds back in third. And now this is going to start now to pull everybody back onto the lead lap. Remember, we said we only had those first 5 cars. Then it became 4. Now it's 3. We'll wait for Ralph Bourne to come through. Is he still on the lead lap now? He's done 2 stops. Still the first car that has done 3 stops is I think the Attemptor Racing Audi now, the 99, Florian Schultz driven car. I'll see when he comes through. It's either that or the Haas RT, Torsten Kratz behind the wheel of that car as he comes through, and I'll tell you that in a moment. But it's Jack Barlow that's leading for Century BMW, and everybody still, I think up and down the pit lane, probably only Paul Trustwell knows who's doing what to whom. Big off.
That's Porsche and a Lamborghini.
It's the 710 that's gone off right in front of the leader. The leader had to dodge all kinds of debris across the road. That's coming through to turn 12, 11 and 12, I think. In fact, it's just coming out of turn 9.
Yeah, exit of 9.
And they came out and hooked up together. And was the leader involved there? Oh, it was the Porsche coming back on. It's the Project 21 pink Porsche that had gone off on the exit of turn 9, an unsafe rejoin, and has run into Gerhard Watzinger for Leipert in the Lamborghini. Both of those cars not moving, and the leader squeaking through by the skin of his teeth. Extraordinary stuff. No blame at all there, I would say, to Gerhard Watzinger, who used to race prototypes the smaller prototypes in the USA in IMSA, and that again
another
is
big impact.
heavy contact to the right-hand guardrail.
It looked like, I mean, the Lamborghini was the sandwich. He was in the middle of the sandwich. He couldn't go left. He couldn't go right. How is that moving? How is the 721 moving?
Well, that is extraordinary. Sorry. That singer is staying in his car at the moment. It was Alexandra Fonseca in the 721P21 Motorsport Porsche. That car has some bodywork damage. I cannot believe that car's got all its wheels pointing anywhere near the right way. Into the pit lane for EB Motors out of 6th position, and Nick Damon is there.
Well, of course, when they peeled into the pits, they were in the lead, John. Now, they did get a full slurp of fuel because they actually had finished their fueling just before the Code 60 came out, so they got all the 90 litres they're allowed in this Porsche. It's a simple full stop. Cosmo de Papi's got into the car. Just next to them is that car making its second only stop, the QMMF machine, the Porsche for the Q80 Motor and Motorcycle Federation. They have also had a successful second stop. And a little bit more action than the previous Code 6. We've got the single McLaren. Now that's having a little bit of work done. The man's leaning into it. We also, a couple of laps ago, saw the 80. That was the Audi that had Marcus Winkelhock in it originally. That came in for a standard stop. And I have seen a lot of cars diving into the pit stops. And here, into the pit lane, comes the pink Porsche that, of course, was responsible, we think, for the coming together. So I think we'll have to wander down with Seb and see if we can see any evidence of issues or incidents on that car.
It'll be the left rear, Nick.
Oh yes, so the left rear is. I don't think you should have that much.
Okay, so he didn't get away with it then.
But they walk round. It's basically he's taken a big old clunk at the back. It's ripped the back of the bumper mounting off, but it's damaged the alloy wheel. That's going to be a 50 quid refurbishment on that wheel, I think, possibly even a 75 one at Wonder Wheels. But they come to use. That's okay. But I don't think it should have that much camber. I'll check on the other side, see if it's just a weird setup they've gone for. No, it's leaning at a funny angle.
Right.
Yeah, that's a jaunty angle a Porsche shouldn't be at. That's going to need a bit of mending. But not as much mending as that 710 Lamborghini needs, John.
Thank you, Nick. That 710 Lamborghini, the Gerhard Wetzinger CrowdStrike supported car, that car is not coming back under its own steam. Gerhard did get out the car. He had some assistance from the intervention team there. It was a double hit, and that's what really knocks the stuffing out of you. It was one hit into the guardrail and then a secondary hit, which is always the nasty one. Now it appears that the P21 Motorsport team and the Alexandra Fonseca car, I don't think, Nick, they agree with you. They're trying to put another tyre on there. Without doing anything to the suspension, which I'm very shocked at.
Yeah, well, given that it was looking like it was at a strange angle, and if you look at the map, well, like the camber they've got on that wheel, oh no, it's similar. They've got Kika going into the car. Kika Quiros is going to get into the car. So they obviously are under the impression that this thing is okay. If it is, well done to the Stuttgart engineers, because they've built a very strong rear setup. We've also got the KTM from Razoo More Than Racing at the moment. I've just seen we had the erstwhile 50 car as well. That's gone in. The Porsche was from earlier on, and they are so there's kind of more takers, and most of them are doing full service now. I think they're expecting again perhaps another 20 minutes. Coming towards me is the other Project 21 car, the white one, which hasn't caused a problem so far, and the Vortex as well. So getting a complete cycle through here of cars taking a little bit of slurp of fuel. Perhaps they couldn't wait any longer to get some fuel if they hadn't been in the previous two stops.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane with teams now again with their strategy thrown into the air. Phil's watching the race control channel. We've had two sizable incidents now, Phil. One with the Lamara and one of the Porsche Cup cars, 936, wasn't it?
965.
965, excuse me. And we're waiting for a decision on that from race control as well.
It has come through, John. 120-second penalty for the 965, causing an accident. So we stayed out of that because we didn't see anything, but obviously race control with their cameras were able to see it and have apportioned the majority of the blame on the 965, which is still continuing racing. at the moment. Tom Cornell at the wheel of that car in 18th position overall, running 4th in the 992 category. So that one has been decided, and they'll have to sit stationary for 2 minutes in the penalty box. Remember, under Code 60, no penalties can be served. However, if you are getting towards the end of when your 2-hour time limit and the Code 60 comes out, that switches from the 2 hours to the next time you enter the pits.
Yeah.
So they make it so that you don't have to, do things.
721 has left the pits.
Nick Damon reports that the Project 21 car has left the pit lane. So they've had a look at that rear end, and they don't seem to be too worried about that. It's going to be a little more complex recovery for the 710 Gerhard Wetzing CrowdStrike supported Lamborghini. This is the shattered black car. Looks like Bruce Wayne would nip out to lunch in it, doesn't it, to be honest?
Indeed.
Master Wayne, will you be taking the back pod? No, Alfred, not in the middle of the day. It's too ostentatious. Oh, well, then the Lamborghini then, Master Bruce.
Like all of these...
Far less ostentatious.
Like all of the newer GT3 cars, they've got the hooks from the roll cage that go through into outside of the roof, which means you can lift the cars up. Especially when gravel is concerned. Well, we don't have any gravel here, but the tracks like Zandvoort, which has a lot of gravel, if you try and drag one of these cars backwards, you're going to rip the underbody, they're going to rip the flat floor off, or the diffuser, or the splitter. With this, you can lift the car up without dragging it, as we see the crane in there, and we can see how this happened now. And what I want to see is there's a considerable gap between the 22 and the Lamborghini. He's not getting squeezed, but it is the Porsche coming back onto the circuit that with an unsafe re-entry, which has caused that, and it was the secondary impact to the Armco right where the upright that is buried in concrete behind it. That's what he hit, and that doesn't move. And we saw that the pole didn't move, and it just carved out that front right corner of that car.
But again, you've got to say it as this is different. This is a car. This is a racing car that is based on a road-going, a street car. So that has a monocoque, but it's not built with the sole intention of being a race car. It's a very high performance road car, but unlike the Lamara, it's not built as a race car. So it has a cage in it, of course it does. It has strengthening in it, of course it does. That is in addition to its road car credentials. And once again, it has stood up. The left-hand side of the car, if you're going to sell that, by the way, take the picture from the left-hand side.
Yes.
The door opened without any problem. Gerhard was able to get himself out. And, you know, it stood up exceptionally well. What are you doing coming out of turn 9? Accelerating out of turn 9. That thing picks up speed pretty quickly.
Rapid.
Turn 10, probably just a slight feather, not even a full lift. So he'd have been accelerating well up over 100, 120 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And it's been pitched into an immovable object. And that car, it's lost a bit of bodywork, but I tell you what, that is not a dead Lambo. That will come back. Nick Damon.
Oh, 60s. I think they just ran Joe Foster's minimum drive time there. I saw during the previous coaching, I was watching, they took Shane Lewis out and put Joe Foster in. And now they've now changed him round again. And I think you should know, you can tell me how long Foster's stint was, probably just over the minimum. But they are doing a lot of rotation, a lot of changing, and they're really playing. Whereas many teams appear to be ignoring the coatings. I think being the AM advantage, means you can get a nice slurp of fuel. I mean, they're trying to take advantage of them.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. I'll tell you. I could tell you. We were talking about the number 80 car there, weren't we?
85.
85. Excuse me. Shane Lewis. Who was before Shane? That was Charles Putnam. And Joe Foster. Joe Foster was in for 42, 9:21. I think he's been in just under half an hour.
So they have to do a minimum 1/12 race distance. So that will cover him.
Just.
But that's all they need to do.
8:42. Sorry, 12:42. He got in that car. Yes, he has. Yeah, that's more than half an hour.
Yep.
So yes, Nick was absolutely spot on.
6.5 in now with Tom Coronel, and they're doing a brake pad
That's
change.
the Tom Coronel Porsche.
The 965's come in, John. They're doing a brake pad change, which is really odd in a 6-hour race. So they are, and then the pads are absolutely worn out. So they've obviously put something soft in there they shouldn't have done, and they're changing the pads, and they certainly wouldn't have lasted another half of the race. Tom Coronel getting out, you can quite see he got in, but I think it may be a two-man drive.
Is that because Tom does a lot of following and then unfollowing?
I think he's obviously doing trail braking. He trails off his following and then pushes forward again. Do you think I should ask for an interview? They walk away and ask you for another one. They walk away and ask you for another one.
Stop it.
Was Tom in the car when they had the incident? Or was it the other drivers?
It was Yap. Sorry.
Okay, so he's just got in. Okay, I will try a quick word with Tom just to work out how they managed to wear the tyres out. The Vortex has made another stop, so they're having a lovely time getting lots of fuel at the moment since they got over their initial spin issues. But so I will go. See if I can. I'm going to go annoy Tom now immediately. I think it seems only fair, really, as we are in code 60. He didn't eat my dust on the back of his jacket. Tom, here he comes. He's following me. Anyway, Tom, the 965 car. You've replaced the brake pads already. I mean, are you just why?
I think I was pushing the brakes maybe a little bit too hard. We saw that the wear was quite over the limit, so we just said, okay, then for safety reasons, we do in the code 60, we change the brake pads. Also the brake bias, I changed the wrong direction, so I used maybe a little bit too much front brakes. But we put fresh brakes on and then we'll be fine.
I understand it was your car, but your teammate driving had the incident with the Lamera. Do you know what happened in the incident with the Lamera with the car?
No, I have not seen anything. No, sorry. I just heard him talking that he said, oops, the guy steered into me, and that's all what he said on the radio. But, there's always a situation on circuit. You never know how it looks like. But, that's also part of racing, I suppose.
Talking about racing, how easy is it to go from running through the deserts of Saudi Arabia to the tracks of Abu Dhabi in a couple of days?
Well, look at me. It's easy. Nah, of course, during the Dakar Rally, there are tough days. I flew back directly after the podium. I picked up my medal. I flew I went by taxi 3.5 hours to Jeddah, then from Jeddah to Dubai, then from Dubai taxi here. I arrived here Saturday morning at 5 o'clock in the night, and at 9 o'clock was the qualification, or the first free practice. So, I was fine. I don't know where people talk about. I mean, when it has 4 wheels and I can drive, then I'm there. So that's the way it is.
That's it, Tommy. You have had one of the most varied careers, haven't you? I mean, how long do you see that go? Do you see yourself driving for 20, 30 years more, or do you think, I'm getting to the sunset now?
No. You know what the good thing is? The car doesn't know how old you are. So as long as you push your own limits, you feel okay. I feel okay, as you see. So I don't know where people talk about. But you know what the good thing is? If you make always the mileage, I'm nearly every week in a race car, that keeps you fit as well. And it keeps you also sharp. So, no, I'm not worried. I keep on driving as long as my hands and my feet and my mind are still there. You will see me on the racetrack.
Tom, great stuff.
Thank you.
Fabulous.
Amazing.
Fabulous.
Absolutely
fabulous. Amazing. Well done, Nick.
They've crossed out the dust on the back of his racing suit. That's brilliant. So good.
That is outstanding. Absolutely the right answers from Tom Coronel as well. And, well, what a legacy Tom and Team Coronel have down through the years. And we've seen him down through the years in a variety of machinery. He's popped in and out of Creventic as well, which has been great to see. And please, can we have more of that? Can we have more of Tom Coronel telling it like it is to our pit reporters? Live from Yas Marina. We're inside the last 2 hours, or just on the last 2 hours and 30 minutes. A bit of barrier repair to be enacted over at the exit to turn 9, running to the kink to turn 10 after that incident between the Project Warm Porsche And the number 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, Gerhard Votzinger, out of the car, but under his own steam. And again, that's the good news of all of that.
15 minutes so far in this Code 60.
P21 car passes the scene of the incident. And that left rear wheel, I tell you, that is extraordinary. They pulled the bodywork away, banged a new wheel and Hankook tyre on, changed the driver, and off you go.
How?
That's a cup car.
It is. I
It's
know.
made of concrete. It's just extraordinary. Meantime, the Lambo 710 coming into the pit lane. That's the Leipert car, the satin black car on the back of the flatbed. And that car will need some remedial work. Well, they entered for next week.
I'm not 100% sure.
I saw
Let me have a look at my entry list.
I saw the entry confirmation earlier on this week, and I think there was 60 odd cars on it, which is absolutely extraordinary for the Dubai 24 hours, which you'll be able to watch and listen via RSL audio for the sessions on RS1 as we are here, and sound and vision mixed and married perfectly together via our Creventic pages and of course the website of 24hseries.com and the YouTube page, which has been so popular as well down through the years. And as we said earlier, just getting on for 10 hours before we even start Daytona. So no reason for you not to see a goodly portion of the start of the race. Watch a bit of Daytona.
The 710 is not entered.
Is it not?
No, so
Right.
they've got some time to repair that before their European season.
Well, Nick Damon is looking at... Do you do Lego kits, Nick, back at home?
Well, I think you certainly... This is a job for a big mallet and a hammer. The rear is crushed, effectively, so you've got a complete collapse of the right rear suspension. It's completely gone. It's squished in, and you can see the wishbones are gone. Obviously, the front right doesn't exist anymore. That's been ripped clean off, and they have snapped. It's lovely. See, they've snapped the shaft of the shock. It's a lovely view you can get here. I think Seb's giving it to you.
Yes, he is.
It's been ripped straight off the... that's a hell of an impact just to slightly derange the rear bumper of the Porsche. I realise obviously it then went into the barrier afterwards, but it's amazing how an accident can have so different outcomes for two cars involved, isn't it, really? But yeah, so there's half a car that no longer really exists. Looking around, I mean, not this is particularly important, they're obviously not going to try and get this finished for this race, and they don't have to enter into Dubai, but it doesn't seem, I think, because it's been a kind of a ripping situation, I don't think they've got an issue with the chassis. I think it's just kind of basically pulled bits off, which, as we know, as far as chassis is concerned, it's much better having them pushed in.
I like the way the team members were using... Look, you're happy, mobile phone being used not as a torch, but actually taking pictures, presumably to send back to Lamborghini Squadra Corsa for which bits they're going to need to order.
Oh, it's a spare part situation. Let's see. Who is in the
Gerhard
car?
Vatzinger.
Gerhard Vatzinger.
He will have gone to the medical centre. That was a bit. That was a big shot.
Yeah. Nasty turn. Yeah. But yeah, I think again, these cars are very, very strong and very, very tough. And when bits fall, it's because they're meant to on the whole. There's an energy dissipation, and there is a massive spare part spill.
Have you taken a wander up to the Lamara pit by any chance?
I haven't. No, I don't suppose we'll see anything.
I'd just like to know if they've had any word about whether their drivers got back.
Who was in the car at the time?
It was. Let me remind myself. That's terrible, isn't it? Only happened 10 minutes ago. It was Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel.
Okay.
Lamour.
Yeah, this car's going nowhere. The one thing I would say, weird thing about it was when they pulled the car in, I think they weren't too sure whether they're going to take it to around the back or into the pit lane. And the actual truck parked up in the running lane of the pit entry, blocking it entirely for about a minute. Luckily, no one came through. One thing I have seen also is that the pink Porsche, which caused this problem, actually did a sort of a drive-through. I don't know whether it was a drive-through to wave at the team and say it's all right, or it was a drive-through because they're in some sort of trouble. But it just drove through. I don't think it took any fuel, and it didn't stop. So it was a bit of a strange thing for the 921 pink Porsche to do.
Haven't seen any penalty there. Evil Buddy, it says on the front of the Lamborghini. That's an evil incident, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, nothing for the 721. So.
Okay. Well, the rear suspension drops vaguely back into position as it's jacked up off or lifted off the back of the truck. But as Nick said, that was terribly deranged, and the number 710 Lamborghini.
So the Porsche is responsible for the rear, and the guard post responsible for
the front. Yeah. Yeah, that was rear. I think that was rear to rear.
Yeah.
Coming back to green as soon as we can. Great work again on what was, again, a substantial impact that has damaged part of the guardrail, and that has been restored to an order that is good enough to go back racing. Huge clumps of rubber, by the way.
Yeah,
off the side
and
of the
we
circuit.
saw this with the Giannetta. They were pulling it out of the wheel arches.
Yeah.
And so this is being dumped out of the wheel arches as collecting. Remember, this stuff can catch fire.
Yeah, good point.
V8 Supercars, prime example of that.
Well, we used to see it in the older versions of the EMGs, didn't we?
And the new NASCAR as well was having that problem with rubber build-up and catching fire. So that's all coming out of that. And we're back to green racing, 2 hours, 26 minutes on the clock.
And Jack Barlow leads the motor race by 34 seconds under code 60. That will come down, of course, because they've all been cruising around at 60 clicks. So don't worry about that too much at the moment in terms of the lead at the head of the field. Century Motorsport then. Completed lap 87, working lap 88. Justin Blattner in Car Collection Motorsport, the red and white Porsche. Stephen Grove sitting down in 10th position, 4th in Pro-Am at the moment. Just waiting for Ralph Bone to come through for Herbert. That didn't get as many people back onto the lead lap as I thought there. I think we're going to have 4 cars on the lead lap. Yes, we are, separated by 90 seconds. So that's Century, Car Collection, Barron and Herbert. Numbers 22, 96, 86 and 91 are on the lead lap. Then it's a Temtor, Haas, the 21 Haas, that is. Then the EB Motors Porsche, the 95, and Huber, and I think Shane Lewis are 1 lap back. Let's wait for Shane to come through. And I think Stephen Grove, he's only a couple of 3 seconds behind Shane Lewis, so I think he's only a lap back as well. Yes, he is. He'll come through to complete what will be his 86th lap right now.
I reckon Grove, when Stephen comes in with Grove Racing, their next stop will possibly, he's only a short way into his stint, an hour into his stint. He's going to have to come and fuel. But how much fuel did he take on that last one? Because if they've topped the tank up all the way through, he can get through on one more stop.
Well, CP Racing and Grove have been serial visitors to the petrol pub. They've now been in through the lane 6 times each. But, you know, transitioning down the lane is just under 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So Shane Lewis got back in the last time they went down, because that's the 53-second stop. But Stephen Grove didn't do anything. He put 90 seconds of fuel in again. So 90 seconds is the floor rate for putting in what you can put in under code 60. Shane Lewis, 9th position at the moment, leaders of the Hankook Middle East Trophy, remember, with 1 round to go after this one, and it's a big one. It's the Dubai 24-hour next weekend, live Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No excuses to miss it. Set your alarms if you've got to get up in the morning. This could be, they've been very tentative about this could be the last couple of times that we see that CP Racing team in its current form. And they'd love to go out with another championship, they'd love to go out with another major victory.
I thought I saw a bollard in the middle of the road there between turn 14 and 15.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. One of those.
One of the marker bollards.
Yeah, looked like there was lying in the middle of the track.
And you were spot on.
There we go.
It's not helped by the fact that it's right where
the shadow
a
of the
shadow
bridge,
is.
where the bridge goes across from the W Hotel.
I was about
somebody's going to flick it. They're going to pull out. There we go. Oh, so close. Who's going to have the winning shot?
Now those are plastic, of course.
Yeah.
And they're meant to be flicked out of the way.
That was on the apex here on
13?
Turn 14.
14.
Yeah, so it's the apex of 14. Somebody's gone in a little bit too close. Because with that profiling of 13, 14, you can just hold the steering lock on one lock and go through those. It's just like a double apex corner now.
Yeah.
So
if you get it right.
If you get it right. But if you get it wrong, it's badly off camber. There's Armco very close.
And that's where you see lots of adjustments.
Exactly. And then the back end of the car starts to go down with the camber, and it gets all sorts of
thanks
error.
a lot, guys. Yeah.
Yes.
These are what circuit designers call mistake-inducing corners.
Well, in the old configuration that we had where the CP Racing is coming, no, you did left, right, left that was off camber, then the left back down to where he is now. They were all off camber, right? That whole section was off camber. Which was very daunting.
It's cleaned up this, and it actually means that 12 and the entrance to 12 and 13 are actually more tricky because you're going a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And you've got to absolutely nail that down. Absolutely nail that down. Well, Code 60 is out again for the Bollard.
I think the Bollard
The
won.
World Bollard Association will be delighted with that. So, let's see who dives in this time. That looked like Red Camel coming directly into the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there. Was that the 909 Fabian Dans that came into the pit lane, Nick? Right.
Yep. This will be quick.
Call instantaneously to come in. I think ideally, obviously, he was literally 2 corners away, so they probably thought we can get fuel in cheaply here, even with what should be, as we see, a really quick stop just to run out on a clear bit of track and pick up the Bollard. But they're obviously, the interesting thing is they're not actually in the lane, though. So it doesn't seem like Red Camels are going to be doing a driver or a tyre swap. This is simply fuel. The Bollard has been picked up, and so which means they'll probably get this thing going ASAP, unless they have any other clearing up to do around the track.
Under a minute to go to the restart. Nick Damon in the pit lane. Phil Hansen, John Hindorf and Joe Bradley bringing you all the action from Yas Marina Circuit. Good to have your company wherever you are. Local time, just coming up to 20 minutes before 2 o'clock. We've got 2 hours and 20 minutes on the nose to go to the end of this race and the second round of the 2023-24 Hankook Middle East Trophy. Century Motorsport and Jack Barlow still leads from Car Collection in second. They've got a few seconds over Baron Motorsports, who are back in the hunt with the Ferrari, despite that spin by Kershmeyer earlier on underneath the hotel. Going back to green flag in just a moment. In fact, there it is. The engine noise picks up from our effects mics, and we are back to green flag racing. Rabdan by Fulgenzi in 12th in the number 971. Porsche leads the leads the Cup class, 991 Cup class, 92 Cup class. Do try and get it right, Hindorf. Razzoon More Than Racing, Dennis Liebel in the red and white number 714 KTM, leading in GTX after 1 or 2 problems. Vortex now in second, and Lamborghini in third. And in GT4, AGMC Racing lead for BMW in the number 438, just 12 seconds ahead of Century's BMW, then Continental's Toyota, Vasily Vladikin, and then the second of the Toyota Gazoo racing cars. In TCX, despite the problems, Owen Hizzy still leads for CWS. The TCR leader is James Kerr for AC Motorsport. That's how it stands then. The leader having completed 90 laps. The gap at the front of the field between Barlow and Blattner, 44 seconds. The Vortex looking resplendent. That could be another Batman car. That could easily have come from the twisted mind of Christopher Nolan or one of the Batman series of films. it looks like something that would have come out of Wayne Industries Skunk Works, doesn't it? In the black carbon fibre. I love the really sharp side pods that car's got. Leader coming down to the first corner, heading up the slight hill to turns 2 and 3. Be careful on the brow of that hill. He's got traffic, goes up the inside of the KTM. This was where the problem was for the Lamara earlier on, but they've all got through it. And another danger moment for Century and Jack Barlow. His lead, now we're back up to speed, is 16 seconds from Blattner. 25 to Barron Motorsports Ferrari, and Philip Barron is charging. He was the fastest of the leaders last time around by some margin, 10 seconds quicker than Blattner and 40 seconds quicker than Jack Barlow. That's on the whole lap though. That's where the green flag came back out again. Ralph Bourne for Herbeth Motorsport, yet to come through to complete his 91st lap. There he goes, he's a minute and 11 off the leader, that multicoloured Century Motorsport machine. They were in with a shout all the way through Kuwait till very late on. They slightly got their numbers wrong and missed out on a drive time calculation. Leading in the Porsche category, Salim Al-Kidbey. Oh, the spin. Oh, that's the leader. That is the KTM, got off at exactly the place. That's the leader in class, should I say, and it's got off at exactly the same place as Vatzinger had the coming together. This is the GTX leader. Dennis Liebel has ripped the right rear off the crossbow. The Razzoon Northern Racing car, that very handsome dark red, white and black machine. And they had been bossing GTX. So the Vortex will come back at them here. And this will be code 60, I'm sure. I don't think there's a right rear wheel on that car. And Dennis has the horrible sensation of looking back down the track to cars coming flat out of the left-hander. Yeah, there's no right rear on that car. This will be another code 60. And at the moment, it's being covered by double yellows. The leaders have passed the pits. And code 60 is out. I have to say, I thought the 22 car might have come into the pits there for Century Motorsport. Joe Bradley joins me, just taking a break from sunning himself on the roof like a Floridian iguana.
Very accurate, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, far too accurate. I prefer the term chameleon.
All right, okay.
Because I've just changed my shirt.
Well, yeah,
to keep
that's
it nice and dry.
Yes.
It's an odd one, this, isn't it? I'm quite surprised at the amount of code 60s we've had. I mean, it's a short enough race, but it's got to be the nature of the track. It's a track, as we've, I think, discussed earlier, it takes no prisoners. The slightest mistake can cost you dearly.
Isn't that funny, though, because this track is a Formula 1 Grade 1 circuit. So you think, well, it's obviously very safe. And what do we say about Formula 1 circuits at the moment? Acres of runoff. Awful, boring.
Yeah,
it makes things really bad.
Can you remember when this was first constructed, though? It was classed as a street course around the marina.
Well, there are places like that, start-finish line,
well, yeah.
underneath the hotel. And, there are places that are pinch points.
Yeah, and and the race, effectively, we are racing around the Yas Marina. And there is lots of resemblance to a street course on various parts of this.
Well,
this
it was billed as the region's Monaco, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. How many years ago was that now? I can't even hazard a guess. Was it sort of 2011? I'm gonna.
2010 was the first Grand Prix. Nick says in our ear. It's 20 years of motor racing on permanent circuits here in the United Arab Emirates, because Dubai Autodrome opened 20 years ago, which that is, I mean, knock me down with a feather.
There's a story then, I'm sure Phil Anson's the man to be sat here to ask that, about because the Dubai Autodrome was built and constructed with a view to holding a UAE Grand Prix. And then along came Yaz and built this 21st century facility.
Two things. It fell into an area that, in fact, the Algarve circuit did as well. Nick, I'm going to put you up for this as well, because you can contribute to this. Don't forget, you were allowed testing, out of season and out of race testing for Formula One. And a lot of these circuits, like the Algarve, which came along a little bit later, and here, were designated F1 Grade 1 Ts, so that you could go and do some testing.
In the off-season?
Yeah. But then testing, Nick, got banned, didn't it?
For a while, Bahrain had an absolute veto on any other Grand Prix in the region. And I think that's what scuppered Dubai. When Dubai was at its zenith, it just opened and was all kind of lovely and new. Bahrain went, nah, let's not bother.
Well, it was going to have F1 World, wasn't it? It had F1 World.
Yeah.
Bernie had signed up for it.
Yeah, exactly. I know, and then what happened after that is obviously it got linked in with A1GP, of course. That's what that started. Oh, the wheel about to run away straight in time. It's the 50 car, the Huber Porsche coming through. The 85's coming through with more fuel from CP Racing. Yeah, so then we had the situation where they were told they had to let Abu Dhabi have a race, and then of course now we have Saudi and we have Qatar as well. So we have a plethora of races. It never went back to Dubai, even though Dubai, as you quite rightly said, has a F1T. License, which was fantastic in 2004, great in 2005, and then pointless from 2006 onwards. You know, and I think it's, I think for a while, and then of course we had 2008, and everything slowed down in this region for a couple of years. But yeah, you end up with so many great circuits around here that they can't. Oddly, even here they can't all have a race.
No.
In F1.
If it was MotoGP and they were all in Spain, of course, that would be different. Yeah,
they'd have two.
Exactly right. Thank you, Nick.
And one on Thursday.
For joining in with that. We've still got the yellow flag coming out of turn 9 as the recovery continues. It won't be long. We'll go back to racing. But that's thrown a massive spanner in the works for Razoo More Than Racing in the KTM. I can't tell you what happened to Dennis Liebel and whether that was cause or effect. Did the wheel fall off and cause him to spin? Did he spin and hit something and cause the wheel to fall off? I'm sorry, I don't know.
That looked like a clean break, though, didn't it? The stub was there. It looked like maybe the wheel not unwound itself and the wheel has come off cleanly. Where was that car on its outlap or anything like that? Any more clues?
No,
that you can
negative. Dennis had been in that car for over an hour.
Oh, really? Right.
I can't. His last pit stop was basically a fuel-only stop, so he didn't have tyres at the last one because he was only 30 seconds transitioning down the pit lane back to green, and once again Jack Barlow will be on the radio going, why can I not get a decent run here? Comes down to the far side of the circuit. Now interestingly, sitting in behind is one of the Audis trying to unlap itself here. I think that's the Attempto car. Is that the 99? The black and white car, that's the 99 Attempto Audi, isn't it? That's trying to unlap itself from the leader. And that's Barlow right ahead of him. That would make it 5 cars on the lead lap. Let's just see as it comes round. That's the 99, yes it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the gap as the leader goes round turn 15 and into the final corner at the right-hander at 16. And Barlow then in that urban camel, the grey, white and black satin car. In second place, trying to chase down Barlow, Jeff Machiels for Attempto. Riding the curbs, turns in for 2 over the brow. Carlos's crest at 3. Now don't take too much. Ooh, he's very tight there as he comes through 4-2 track limits. And we've got a couple of speeding violations under the code 60. One for Stephen Grove in the Grove racing car.
And that's the GT4 leader, the 429 BMW from Century.
Right.
10 seconds.
Also the 931, the 701 and the 714. not respecting the pit stop regulations. That's going to worry them for the moment. 7:01 is the Vortex, isn't it? So that's now the leader in GTX, and they've only got 40 seconds back to the Scott Sport Lamborghini. What was the number said there, George?
It was the
9:31.
9:31.
9:31 is one of the Porsche Cup cars. That's the
that's
QMF car, isn't it? Yes,
yeah,
it
it's
is.
QMM.
So that is in 4th place at the moment, just 2 seconds behind Fabian Dans for Red Camel, and gaining on Fabian. Ewan Hankey, installed in the Race Lab McLaren, 13th in GT3, has just done that car's fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap of the race in Pro-Am, a 1:54.389. I think that's actually the fastest GT3 lap of the race. Yes, it is, for Ewan Hankey. So, excellent work by Ewan.
He's no slouch though, is he? He's got a lot of experience.
Surely has.
Yeah.
So coming down to the last third of the race in just under 7 minutes' time. Code 60s have thrown a spanner into the works of a number of cars. How about the most bizarre one that we've had today? We've had condensation water in the gear actuator for one of the CWS Ginettas, and the remnants of a bird that was ingested yesterday, causing problems to the Ginetta G56.
What's happened there is it wasn't the, let's say, the body parts or the constituent parts of the bird that's caused the problem. The bird has knocked and broken the air intake.
Right.
The foam air intake has become broken and detached, and it's basically had no filter, so it's just been drawing air without the filter, and that has allowed the debris in.
So detritus coming in.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of bird feather wouldn't have caused the valve to break. It's been a stone or something that's caused that. Bit of metal.
Tom Walkinshaw Racing, when those of you who remember, off to Bathurst shortly, those of you remember the Bathurst 1000 running to European touring car regulations in the Tom Walkinshaw dark grey Jaguars. They ingested something through the air intake, so the next time they came, they had little they used the secondary headlight holes as extra air intakes, and they ingested something in there that killed the engine. Next time out, they had little gauze screens over the front of them.
Do you remember the story Warren Hughes told us about racing Formula 3 in Japan, and down to the humidity, and he was absolutely dying in the car, so he manufactured a piece of tubing.
Let's not forget.
Well, it wasn't so much the sun, so he manufactures a tube which he tapes to the side of the cockpit that's allowing air through, and he had the tube going down into his overalls. And Formula 3 races weren't that long, but after about 2 or 3 laps, he could feel sort of
uncomfortable
and very uncomfortable from inside of his overalls. And he got very uncomfortable, and at the checkered flag, he opens his overalls to release the menagerie of insects that he'd acquired through the tube.
Because he hadn't put a filter in.
And the rash was there for 3 months. That's his story.
McLaren coming out the final corner. Like to see a few more of these. Good looking car, aren't they?
They really are. We need more of them.
720S. That's another fast lap. 1:53.990. That's 3 in a row now, I think, for Ewan Hankey. The overall GT3 lap record goes to Maro Engel at the back end of last year with a different tyre, in fairness, and running to different regulations. That was a 51.2. So that a little ways to go at the moment, but that is impressive stuff from Hankey. Just give you a rundown of what's going on in the other classes. Actually, we'll wait a couple of minutes because we'll do a full update for you with 2 hours to go. And it was Warren Hughes' birthday yesterday, actually. So, happy birthday, Wazza.
Just come off the top of your head there, did it?
No, Tim Grace just told me.
All right, okay.
Most recently, he's been gainfully employed teaching Hollywood film stars how to drive racing cars.
Stop the drive there, mate.
They can all drive. Anybody can drive. And you'll be interviewing Brad Pitt at Daytona next week.
Well, I'm going to do my best to try and get in the movie. In character, of course, so it'll be Sunny... What's his surname?
Well, you see, that you need
Sunny
to do
Hayes.
that. Sunny Hayes.
Sunny Days.
Sunny Hayes. Lamborghini, number 44, coming round to complete its lap. Zendo Milkolasco for ARC Bratislava. They've had a couple of incidents in front of them at the moment. Currently running, in fact, just dives into the pits and to the fuel. Running 13th in GT3. It's only their 4th pit stop, actually. We have cars that have done 6 and 7. CP Racing now done 7. Jack Barlow, Century Motorsport. In fact, the top 5 have only done 2 stops. So they've eschewed the opportunity to come in. Different regs, remember, for Code 60 that these teams have to get their heads around. I had a chat with Paul Truswell about this and asked him if it was a different if-then calculation, and he said yes, very different. But there still is one. Stephen Grove just dropped back behind Salem Arkipi, the Rabdan Fulgenzi car. Leader comes through, picking his way through traffic now. Now, I said something earlier on, and I've gone back and reread the regulations. And I want to put this right, because I might have led you down a bit of a cul-de-sac, and the race teams don't listen to anything I say anyway, if they've got any sense. However, the 2-hour stint limit does still apply. So, in addition to how much racing you can or can't do in terms of percentage in the race, depending on your driver ranking, the 2-hour continuous driving does still apply.
That's the key. It's the continuous work.
Correct.
The work
I might have led you astray on that earlier on. How I've misread this is that it seems to me that the rest time, the minimum rest time requirement, has disappeared. So that makes life a little bit easier for the calculations, particularly if you've only got 2 drivers, and we do have 2 driver teams here.
And the thinking behind that, of course, is that we're not going through the night. It's all it's only 6 hours during the day.
Correct.
So it's not if you'd been up for 18 hours, and then you get in after your 2 hours, you want to have you don't want 10 minutes rest.
That will go back to normal.
Yes,
for Dubai, the 24 hours, and we'll leave Andrew Marriott and Phil, along with Diana and Peter, to discuss that with you. Johnny and Bruce as well, bringing you that coverage next weekend. Nick Damon, before we go to our update with 2 hours to go, he's at the penalty box.
Striking number 44 Lamborghini. Mirko Pinocchio's waiting to get in. Getting out of the car is going to be Zedno Nikolasako. And this car's kind of got a little bit of damage on the left rear. I think I saw it smoking when it was a bit later on. They've obviously got a bit of rubbish as well. They're trying to move the carbon fibre. Someone needs to kind of give it a bit of a wrist slap and then, or a hammer. If you get the wheel off, and they're going to work out what to do. I think it's bent back rather than just out of shape. Yeah, there's a man now thinking, how do we get this bit of heavy plastic out of the way of the carbon fibre, which gives the wheel arch again? And the answer is either unbelievably strong tape or someone hitting you with a hammer, I would say. So the problem at the bottom, mate, the problem at the bottom is if you can get this clipped in on the bottom, what he needs to do is lift up that bit and then, anyway, what do I know? I'm just watching him. Oh, he's gone the other way. He's gone, let's just rip it off. It's only carbon fibre, it's only $2.5 grand, I'll just rip it off, it's fine. But yes, this car is not really setting the time sheets a wild
Yeah.
moment. But again, I haven't got any idea, John, because there's 2 hours to go. The Stagger hasn't won any of these things yet, so could win in 2 hours. Time. Who knows?
They had been doing a couple of slow laps before that, noticed by Natasha. Thanks for that information. So, at the front of the field, we'll give you the full rundown. We've got just under 2 hours to go, and the leader is about to complete 100 laps here at Yas Marina. So here's how it stands. We'll start at the front of the field. Century Motorsport and Jack Barlow leads on 99 laps completed. There's an 18.5-second gap between them and Philip Barron, the man with his name above the door of Baron Motorsport Ferrari. Back up into second last time around with Dustin Blattner for Car Collection Porsche dropping into second place. And actually, as I say that, the leaders come into the pit, but I'm going to give you it as it was and as it is on the timing. So Herbert in fourth, Attemptor Racing in fifth position, and this is going to put everybody back on the lead lap, of course. Then Haas RT, Torsten Kratz in sixth position, Manamauri Energy by EB Motors in seventh, and Huber Motorsport with their Porsche in eighth. The top 8 are all GT3 car, mix of AMS, Pro-Ams and Standard. Then it's a couple of Mercedes, CP Racing and Grove. They have done the most pit stops, 6 and 7 between them, along with Huber actually. Then Salachin by Cox Racing, Gorion Racing by RT and Car Collection, Rabdan by Fulgenzi is the best of the Cup cars, the Porsche Cup cars, in 13th. Kate Kramer Racing, Red Camel Jordan and QMMF all in that same category at the moment. And I've just noticed actually the Rabdan car has come into the pits as well and it's in the fuel area, so they'll give up the lead in 992. In 17th position PRP, then the 965 is another Cup car. In fact, those are both Cup cars. Huracan for ERC Bratislava, that's the car that's lost time and is in pits at the moment with the damage just ahead of the left rear wheel. Harry Hildis is behind the wheel of the NKPP machine, and then the other class leaders, Century Motorsport lead at GT4. It's CWS Engineering that leads in... Now I've got that right. Yes, in TCE, down in 32nd position. Beyond that, we've still got cars running outside the top 32, as Owen Hizzy continues to lead there for CWS. AC Motorsport, they are third in their TCR. Then P21, Razoon have had problems with that crossbar. We'll find out if that car comes out. It says missing there. It's being recovered to the pits at the moment. Simpson, Leipert with Gerhard Watzinger shown in the fuel area. If that's been repaired, I'm very impressed, because it had the front end pulled off. I don't think we'll see that number 710. That was one of the cars that hit the Armco pretty hard. Colin White soldiering on with the new 278. The P21 car in the pits is the 721 that actually had the incident with Gerhard Watzinger. And of course, we had the complete destroyed racetrack competition Lamara Cup car. Again, that says in the fuel area. GPM by Dragon, they've had their issues as well. Toro Verde with the engine issue for the Tomlinsons with Michael Simpson, and the Haas RT. That was the car that they brought in from China as their second car. Eduardo Bacci retired that car back to the pit lane with smoke coming out of it, and ultimately we saw some oil on the pit lane. 2 hours still to go. We've had just over 4 here at Yas Marina.
out of turn one, where you need massive amount of grip and downforce, and the cars without that downforce, without that aerodynamic downforce and assistance, they are really twitchy through there.
So back to our live pictures, and this is drama, and if there's drama, there's only one person to send there, Nick Damon.
Sorry, yeah, it's M4. Very hard to be M3. M40 to Century Motorsport. It had Jack Barlow on board. He took it into the fuel stop, and they're waiting for it, and waiting for it, and waiting for it. So there's a huge amount of action, and they had to literally send all the mechanics down to push the car back up the road. So obviously, either refused to start or started and immediately stalled again as it came out of the fuel stop. They've now pushed it into the bay. They obviously lost a huge amount of time doing that. All this, of course, under green flag conditions. They're doing a full driver change. It's Carl Cable who's got in because he hasn't actually run it yet. But they're just doing the service. Now, I don't know whether they're expecting it to start this time. They know why it didn't start, or they're just doing that and hoping it's going to start. Let's see. Carl presses a button. Nothing happened so far. Start engine first gear. Trying again. It's gone. It started. It's engaged the first gear. It's a bit fluffy. Engaged the first gear and it's left. So kind of a mystery as to why it didn't start in the first place.
That car and that team were right up with the leaders in what was only a 3-car classic Kuwait Motor Town, but a tiny little miscalculation on their driver time meant that they had to make an extra pit stop towards the end of the race. They didn't need it for fuel, but they needed it for drive time, and that took them out of contention. A hugely experienced team, Century Motorsport, Joe. They've won in about everything that they've ever done.
Yeah, a lot of experience there, and that little touch there that you did you mention that touch on the
no,
seat?
I didn't.
All right. So the way that in the driver change, there's a little bit of Velcro just on the rear window, or what would be the rear window of the rear door, where they attach the seat belt and keeps it well out of the way for the driver getting in.
That's genius.
You're not going to, because how many times have we seen drivers jump in and sit on the seat belts?
Oh,
and then you've got to get them back out to get the seat belts back.
Problem for the Audi number 138 in the pit lane. Jason Garrett's just brought the Simpson Motorsport Audi in. It was crabbing down the straight, and they're looking at the right rear. We'll have a look at that and see what's going on. Meantime, let's find out what happened with Simpson Motorsport. Oh, it's going slow, Nick. It's going slow, and turn forward's pulled off, so it's not sorted.
So, unfortunately, just heard your car's going slow. What happened in the pit box? In the fuel area, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. While we was in our fueling stage, we was getting a high water temp warning, and then the car just lost drive. It kept switching off while fueling, while we were waiting to be released, and yeah, not sure, to be honest. We lost drive, and yeah, just really unfortunate. So, but we'll have to just see where we end up, really. It's with the racing gods now, so fingers crossed, to be honest.
That must have been one of the strangest 2 hours since you ever did, because you hardly ever got a run of laps, did you? So a bit of laps, code 60, code 60, long code 60, medium code 60.
Yeah, so obviously no code 60s for the first 2 hours of the race. I jump in for my stint.
It's your fault.
Well, we always planned on double stinting myself, but yeah, unfortunately, what was it, 4 or 5 code 60s? So really unfortunate. I mean, Century Motorsport are doing a fantastic job so far. It's just really unfortunate with that technical issue. But yeah, fingers crossed Carl can bring it home and we can salvage something from that, because we were in a really, really strong position. But fingers crossed.
Jack, thanks.
Jack Barlow talking to Nick Damon down there in the pit lane.
He's impressed me, Jack Barlow.
Oh, he's super impressive.
I mean, I hadn't come across him until we met him in Q8, and his pace with that BMW, and I think he hasn't got that much GT3 experience, but he's not fazed by that at all, and he's right on it. One of the quickest drivers in that car in this field. No slouch, as is the term I like to use, but yeah, very impressive. And it would have been an equally impressive and disciplined run there if it wasn't for the code 60s.
Well, they were in a strong position, Joe, because potentially they were only one further pit stop away from the end of the race.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there'd be a lot of people in that situation. I was talking to another one of the teams. I'm not going to mention who. I don't want to give anything away for them, but they were planning on just one more stop about an hour ago. They were planning on 2 more. Well, it would have been 2 more stops at that point. But yes, I think the Code 60s have flummoxed a lot of strategies.
The Lamborghini that Miro Konopka was having problems with and had slowed down is back out the pit lane, Nick Damon.
Yeah, there's a few things going on, actually. One of the first things is that the KTM, another Code 6 has come up. The KTM, which was the previous Code 6, is not... as I say that, like a parting of the seas, it suddenly emerges into the pit lane. I wonder where the heck that got to. Also, a car that caused another Code 60, which is the 721, the pink-sided P3 motor, that has now been retired. So obviously it was slightly more damaged than it looked. Torsten Krantz, by the way, has just got into the 21 Haas RT, so they're going to be putting some speed on. And yeah, so it's all going on. We've got the KTM. We'll give you a full report on that, but you need to tell us about this.
I'm afraid this is the BMW of Simpson Motorsport, the number 22. Of Century Motorsport, the number 22 car that came out of the pit lane. Jack Barlow got out of it, and
Carl Caver's in the car now, isn't it?
I think it is.
Yeah, it's Carl.
Yeah, he hasn't flipped over the driver.
Well, whatever that problem was, John, that caused the car not to start.
It was overheating. That's what Jack said.
Well, it's re-manifested itself, hasn't it, with an issue of causing the car to stop.
When a car overheats.
Shots of the KTM now, showing the wheel just fell off.
Not with you at the moment, Nick. We're watching the 22 car being pushed down the pit lane. My point being that if you've overheated the car to the point where it doesn't want to start, it'll cool down and possibly restart. But as soon as it heats up again, it's not going to want to start or run.
Yeah, and it's the electronic brain that shuts it down, isn't it? Usually.
Yeah, and they've pulled off into one of the options that they use for karting and various other things there. It'll be a relatively simple gather of the car because it will tow. There's nothing to stop it being towed, but I just don't think it's going to start again. Now, are they here? Actually, we go back down to Nick Damon, who's down in the pit lane. Do we know if Century are due to be here next weekend or up at Dubai next weekend?
They're doing the Middle East
Right,
Trophy.
okay. Of course they are, yes.
So what I'm saying is the KTM came back on the flatbed. They've had to move it to the far end of the pit lane because it was blocking other cars. Come in. That's a wheel that's fallen off. There's no damage to... that's not been knocked off by anyone. That's just fallen off.
Been in the pit lane.
I think, from my memory, I think that had been out for about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes when it actually fell off.
The last time it was in the pit lane, it didn't get tyres because it only did fuel because it was only in the pit lane itself for 30 seconds. Because a new thing that we've got on our timing here, which you can follow along at live@timing.com, is we have a pit-only time. So that's the time in the lane, and then basically the whole pit stop. And they were only in there for 30 seconds. 28 to 30 seconds is your transition down the pit lane. And then anything else is what you do to it. So if you're only in the lane 28, 30 seconds, you've driven straight through. So they didn't even put wheels and tyres on that car. So that's a very odd one.
The 99 car, the Attempto Racing Audi, that came in and did a full service. And we've just seen once again the 85 CP Racing car take on some fuel, and I'm not sure whether they did a driver change at the far end. The Vortex has gone past him and taken fuel as well, so after that spin, that car's at least ran reliably. So yeah, it's very, as Joe says, it's very, very weird how we've just had this massive spate of Code 6.
And you can't say for once, thanks Nick, Joe, what you can't say for once is the old adage is yellows breed yellows, cautions breed cautions, but that's normally because you're in behind a safety car and you're backing the field back together. That doesn't happen here.
You're not concentrating up and having several race starts, are you?
Oh, now this is interesting. This is Stephen Grove into the pits. They've been for a quick splash of fuel. Nick Damon is watching this with 1 hour and 43. They don't need much more help to get to the end from here.
No, they would have got half a tank at least, but it's quite weird actually because I think possibly the pit crew was banking on getting a full slug and was hanging around. And suddenly, whoa, hang on, no, wait. Wow, the car was pulling away and the mechanic was hanging on to the rear wheel to stop it going. He hadn't got quite enough tension in the rear right wheel there. There was a go and then a stop. I like to point out that the AMG rear wings are made of solid stuff because they can drag a full-grown mechanic as he's hanging on for dear life and stop the car moving away. So that was not a great stop. They seemed a bit surprised when it turned up, and then they had a problem on the exit. But in the scheme of things, it's 15, 20 seconds, and this is a 6-hour race, and it's
I think
code 60. So
I think Stephen must have been getting close to his 2 hours there as well.
But doesn't that just show you the intensity of these pit stops?
Of course.
How you know, they're trying to shave time.
Yeah.
They're trying to shave time in the pit stop. And it's we're under code 60, so you're shaving, you know, you've got a lot of time, more time to spare to play with. But still, you are shaving those tenths of seconds.
Well, this is going to shake things up again. And the unknown is how much fuel everyone has in their respective tanks. That is the unknown.
What we need is we need to employ someone specifically to keep down and up and down the pit lane and ask that specific question.
Let's go to Nick.
Stephen, that was, well, you really are running some very long stints, making the most of the fuel economy of the car and the large tank size.
Yeah, well, the AM's got to do 3 hours, so we made the most when I got back. I was in for an hour and a half, then got back out. And then we just kept fueling. I mean, I couldn't believe it. You know, we go out with fuel, we go out with fuel. But yeah, we're in a pretty good position now. Hopefully we've saved a pit stop. We ran the car, so we could save a pit stop, so let's hope we can.
So you'll need, what, just one more stop from here, yeah?
I think so, yeah, I think so. I'm not sure because I've got to get a bit of a brief on the boys. But yeah, been a long stint. That was a long stint, that one. A lot of code 60s.
There seemed to be a tiny bit of confusion when you came in for the pit stop. And was it because you did a shorter fuel than people were expecting?
Yeah, listen, we've been fueling, and they just want to make a decision how busy it is down there. And if it's too busy, which they called it was too busy, we'll come in and then we'll come back and get some fuel.
Great stuff, good luck.
Yeah, Frank,
Good to see the Groves back, and it's Brenton Grove who has taken over that car. Let's see what this has done to the timing and scoring monitor. We'll start in the TCE division. Leading TCX, Owen Hizzy, is still behind the wheel of the 277 Ginetta. In second place in TCE, and leading TCR is AC Motorsports and the Audi. James Kay back in that car now as well. And in GT4 Century Motorsport, said they were good at stuff. Ravi Ramiet is behind the wheel of the 429. And they've got a decent lead at the moment over Vasily Vladkin in the Continental Racing Toyota in second, and the AGMC Racing that's been leading for a little while. They've just gone back out again. Fabien Defleur behind the wheel of that car. They're going to be, I tell you what, GT4s might be able, not quite, an hour and 40. It's not going to be a million miles away there if they've got their full complement of fuel.
That's why it's impossible to gauge people's fuel consumption, isn't it? Because of the code 60s.
And because even if you're taking a full fuel load, it might not fill the tank. Meantime, the Razim Northern Racing KTM Crossbow is in the pit lane. They're addressing that issue that they had with the right rear wheel falling off. So we've done GT4, let's do GTX. That car's problems has meant that the Vortex V8 of Lionel Amorouche has put that car back in the lead of the track from Scott Sport and their Lamborghini. Keith Friesner, excuse me, behind the wheel of the 750. Then we go to 992, who were just sort of hanging around outside the top 10. And K. Kramer Racing leads that. Alexei Veremenko for K. Kramer's number 936. Luke Breukers has just taken over the red Camel Jordan.nl 992 Cup car in second. That's the 909. QMMF are in the pit lane, so they'll drop out a third, I think, with Saif Alamieri in the Rabdan car. They've led as well in fourth. We're going back green. And MDM, the 965, who were involved in that incident, that big incident with the, and it was Yan Yap behind the wheel, wasn't it, with the Lamera Cup car. They are in fourth. We've got the 95 EB Motors car soaking up a penalty in the pit lane at the moment. So they must have come in as soon as it went They must have gone in as soon as it went to green. Stand by, Nick, 1 second. Just to finish off, at the head of the field, Baron Motorsport leads from car collection. That's Ferrari 86 from Porsche 92, with Porsche, the Manamari Energy car, having just served that penalty on its way into the pits, now with Nick Damon.
Yep, Cosmo Pappy out, Sergei Nikolai in. A round of applause from the team because they're pretty happy. They did the thing you need to do, which is drop the car and go as soon as possible after the fourth tyre is on, which means you don't need driver change well. So very, very slick. Again, running on a different strategy to everyone else. Luckily, this will all get sorted out in about 1 hour 40 minutes time when the race crosses the checkered flag. Until then, I've got the faintest idea what's going on, who's winning. Oh, really?
Yeah, exactly right. We've just had through from the stewards from race control that Project 21 Porsche will have a 30-second time penalty for causing a collision. That was the unsafe rejoin, wasn't it, that took out Gerhard Watzinger and the number 710 Lamborghini. I think that car has been retired, Nick, you were telling us. But what that says to me, and I like this, yeah, confirmation from Nick that it's retired. What it says to me, Joe, is that sending a message to everybody else to say, we saw it, we understand it, it wasn't acceptable. They're going to have a penalty.
With any kind of regulations, with any kind of authoritative body, if you like, the thing that people ask for the most is consistency. Be consistent with your application of the rules, be consistent with your application of penalties.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's as much as we want to see. I also know, John, the 278, that's the Ginetta of Colin White CWS.
Yeah.
They've been given a 10-second penalty for a pit stop. That's not respecting pit stop regulations.
That's twice they've had that.
I'm not sure what it is that they're doing wrong.
It doesn't say pit lane speed either, which is an odd one. That is not the car that's leading the class. That's the other car.
That could be someone not wearing the right
tabard.
That
Possibly.
could be more than the allowed over the white line.
When are you back at the pit?
For the final hour. 35 minutes.
Okay. Super duper. Let's go down to Nick Damon just for a moment or two. An hour and 35 minutes to go. What's the atmosphere like down there in the pits, Nick?
Well, one thing that has happened over the last 20 minutes is the wind has slowly been picking up. It is blowing straight down the start-finish straight, so it's in the backs of the car, speeding them up as they go into turn one, and therefore it's sort of slightly crosswinding in their face as they go down the big long back straight. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting. And normally, when you have a lot of code 60s, you end up with a situation here comes the Grove car in again very, very quickly after last time. Don't forget they had a problem with their pit stop, and I think they're still concerned about that rear right tyre. They're replacing it again. So they've taken some fuel, but certainly an unscheduled stop under green flag conditions. The Grove goes away. But yeah, so the thing is, normally what happens is you get a code 60, everyone comes in, and you have to wait 45 minutes and it happen again. Because everyone's been doing different things on different code 60s, and the new rule that only 25% fuel for most of the majority of the cars, it makes code 60 pit stops less attractive, which means that the pit lane now is pretty much permanently busy because you've got, running still 40 cars, 39 cars still running, and they're all doing very, very different things.
I also think, Nick, that the change of regulations was to stop a queue forming. Once the Code 60 came out in the old regulation, there wasn't really any choice. You know, the choice would be, yes, I'm definitely going to come in and get 50% of my allocation. So that they've changed that to avoid that. It spreads the strategy out. John Eilof's gone off for his pit stop. I welcome back Phil Anson. Nice lunch, mate.
It's a stunning lunch, as always, here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Thank you very much. We're the catering team.
Joe?
But, yeah. Was watching the screens up there and saw another code 60 that happened during there, and
sorry to cut in across your
he was making me hungry again, Nick, so carry on.
But the PRP Motorsports with HRT, the 918 GT2 Porsches, has come in unexpectedly, trundled to a stop, been put up on the jacks. They're now having a good old stare at the one thing you don't want to stare at, which is the control surface of the steering wheel. It looks like it's another actuator or gearbox change problem, and they are looking away what to do with it. They say they have done no service on the car. It's just come in and rolled to a stop, and they're having a good old stare at the steering area.
And Nick, while you're on, did we clarify why the Grove Mercedes came back in immediately?
I think they changed the rear tyres. Now, don't forget, when they came in the first time, there was some sort of error made on the pit stop. They had to pull a stop and stop the car, then retighten the rear right tyre. My feeling is that perhaps they were feeling they hadn't got that right at that point. They wanted to do a kind of a sanity check on the rear wheels. Because they just did that, sent it back out again. Now, you'll know that it took fuel during that stop as well, but that was during the green flag. But yeah, so that was the stop. There's no intention to, didn't even clear the windscreen. They'd only been out for a few minutes. They just it parked, stopped, changed tyres, and then got back out again.
Other cars that have just come in for fueling, and they will be coming into the pits. The Baron Motorsport Ferrari, Philip Baron back at the wheel, bringing that car in for fuel, and the Dustin Blattner-driven Car 96, that's the car collection Porsche. That car's just come out of fueling and into the pits. And there we've got a car stop, Phil, you notice.
Exit of turn 9, and that is a Grove Racing AMG car running currently in 10th position. Wow.
That's the car that's just been back in for rear tyres.
Tyres, yes.
Yeah, and that car's just slowing. Where's that on the track?
That is turn 9, exit of turn... Oh, the right rear has departed. The right rear has departed.
There it is. We see the wheel sort of going off towards driver's right there, off to our left on screen.
And we're under code 60 again.
That is the wheel that Nick was describing they were concerned with when they were attaching the wheel to the hub. And they were so concerned, they brought it back in to do it again, and their concerns were right. So I think they've got a stripped thread there. That's not keeping the wheel on at all. So that car is going to have to be brought and recovered back to pit lane.
Our 8th code 60 of this 6-hour race, then that is considerable at this for this.
It is for a length of race.
14 laps under code 60 at the moment.
Yeah.
We've got the Baron Ferrari.
Let's head back down to the pits. Nick, you've got a car with you?
Yeah, we've just seen the 96, which is the Porsche of... It's seen very carefully. It's the 96. It was the car collection car that came out second, but now we've got the cars come out first, which is the Baron Racing Ferrari, the red, unsurprisingly bright red Ferrari. That's having a full service and driver change. This is the car that has very quite, when they come out now, a kind of healthy lead, I think. When it, well, actually, I don't know. They'll have some.
It did have one lap lead, Nick.
Yeah, well, it takes 2 laps of fuel and do everything else. It'll drop behind, but of course it will have a full slurp of tank full of fuel at that point. But obviously with the 22 dropping out, this is the car that was sort of leading. It's hard to tell. Yes, so with the Grove Racing, yeah, it's pretty obvious that they were right to be concerned about that car. I assume they'd loused up the locking mechanism. The only weird thing is, though, I suppose on that side, that is the rotation that would undo the nuts, isn't it, on that right-hand side, unless they had the reverse threads. They don't always have these days. But yeah, so they are in trouble. The Baron team very happy, having a bit quick clap with each other. And we'll see if we can grab a word with the driver in a second.
Nick, just shout
Thank you for
when
that.
you do.
22 being physically pushed down the pit lane. That's from the fueling station.
No, that's while you were at lunch.
I'm sorry.
That car was pushed out of the fueling station. It then went back out on track and stopped. It was suffering. Jack Barlow was telling us.
Okay.
It was overheating in the fueling, overheating on track. So we think that's an overheating problem. It's had plenty of time to cool off considerably now. That's been stationary for quite a while.
Running down
that
in.
car now being pushed back to the pits, as you said, Phil.
Yep, and to see if they can solve that problem. We've now had over 1/6 of this race under code 60 for various incidents. Quite a few happening around the turn 9 exit. We had the Lamborghini there. Then we had the KTM there with the right rear while I was having lunch, and I saw that one go on there. And now again with the Grove AMG with the right rear coming off of that, and he is out of that car, and that's going to be recovered back to the paddock in due course.
So pushed backwards into the Century Motorsport garage, the BMW. And that's a shame, because that car was undoubtedly a contender. Nick, I've just heard you there. Are you actually there?
I have to walk across one more step, and I can see that car is pushed back there. And they're going straight to have a look at the software. They're not, despite the fact it's supposedly overheated, they've they take the bonnet off, but no one's really that bothered about the engine. It's all about the electronics, what they're doing, and how that's going to affect things. Carl Caven's getting a conciliatory arm put around him by the team there, but it's quite. Oh, here comes Phillips. There we go. So we'll have a quick shift with Philip, who came out of the lead. So, Philip, that was a very, very disjointed session, was it? So many Code 60, so few laps. I mean, how was it for you in the car?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. I used the Code 60 periods to recover and to take a little check on the car, talking with the engineer about the strategy. And then I pushed again, and then another Code 60 and another push. So I really enjoy being here, and I really enjoy the track and the car and the series. And also our opponents are racing perfectly. Everybody's fair, always running good. So I'm looking forward to another, 1.5 hours. Yeah, and then we see who is first.
How was the track surface? Because after the first couple of hours, nothing happened. Then suddenly we saw all these Code 60s and spins. Did the track, when it got warm, get more greasy and less grip?
I don't know. We were struggling a lot with the performance and the grip of the car in the past 2 days. And surprisingly, today we have a perfectly running car, no understeer, no oversteer, you can attack. And the Code 60 periods are also keeping the tire in good shape. So I don't have any defects. I think that the track is still developing and we have a good time.
Now, you managed to get a complete tank of fuel, but I take it the car will still need to stop once for one more short stop, yeah?
I don't know. I just was on toilet, now I'm talking to you, so I have to speak with the engineers and they tell me if I have another go or not.
Well, thank you for prioritising me off the toilet. For the engineers. There we go. That's every driver's run. It's toilet, Nick, engineers.
Joe, please keep that up when you head down there.
We do, and we big thank you to all the drivers who sometimes sort of prioritise their interview for our TV than they do their debrief for the engineers. I suppose the debrief can wait, gives them a chance to decompress. But we're always very respectful of that.
Of course.
So we've been around this
a long time. And just looking at the recovery status at the moment of the Grove Mercedes. And you saw when those of you who are watching on the stream, you saw them drop the car off the jacks, then put it back up again, have another go at that right rear, drop it back down, and then send it out. So obviously they thought there was an issue there, that it wasn't quite tightened up the way that it should have been. And coming around that very long right-hander, here you can see it again. So they're on the left-hand wheel there. Car drops down off the jacks, goes forward, stops again, up on the jacks. Great work from our camera team.
There's something that, there's a reason he's concerned, and maybe he felt the cross thread happen there.
Yes,
there's definitely been a cross
but you can see the nut go off there. You can see it disappear off into the marina.
but since the footage we've just seen there on our screens, that was the first pit stop. After that, they came back into the pits and changed both those rear tyres again. Now, that, if you've cross-threaded it...
You wouldn't have been able to get it on.
Just theory, just speculation here, but it looked very much like the mechanic certainly wasn't happy, and that's why he called the car to a halt again. And then they came back in and did that again, and they've just, and every time you're doing that, if you're cross-threading it, you're wearing that thread out until it disappears, and then there's no retention to keep that wheel on.
Now, we're getting to an interesting situation. Remember when we started the race, when everybody had the tanks brimmed full, as they're allowed to do for the start of the race, and we were getting about 1 hour, 20 minutes out of the GT3 cars because they're limited to 90 litres under normal refueling. Now, if they take a second splash and dash, and considering they're not restricted by driver hours during this race, if we're at 1 hour 23 to go, somebody could run from here to the end of the race.
That's what they're back timing to. That's always what you're aiming for.
Yeah, and the problem at the moment is Axel Jeffries has got a limited drive time. He can only drive for 90 minutes because he's a semi-pro in the AM team. So he's out in the car at the moment, but I don't have to hand how long he's already been out there in regards to stint. He's only 4 minutes into this stint and 123. That's right on the 90 minutes. The Barron Motorsport team, he might have to come in for a splash and dash towards the end, but depending on when we go green again, which shouldn't be too much longer, they've got the Mercedes Grove number 10 onto the back of the recovery truck now. There's no barrier damage around there, so once that's returned to pit lane, we should be under green flag again. But I don't think I've had this many Code 60s in any of the 6-hour races that I've done down here. I remember the one in 2022 finished under Code 60 as we had a Porsche and a TCR, and a TCR go very heavily into the barriers at the exit of turn 1, and you know how far that is away from the circuit, and they couldn't repair the barriers, and we had to finish under Code 60.
I was speculating, Phil, earlier with Hindhoff that the nature of the track here is very, very similar to a street circuit. In fact, when the facility was built, it was a racetrack around the marina.
Yeah.
It was a semi street circuit, but there's parts of this track where it's very, very fast and with limited runoff.
Yes.
And if you do get it wrong, it's not going to take any prisoners. And it's not. I don't think it's got anything to do with the amount of cars we've got on the track. There's people tripping over one another. We've seen a couple of car-to-car contacts, which is pretty much normal. Yeah. But there's been all sorts of niggly little issues, like the one we're watching now.
Exactly.
That Grove Mercedes with an errant wheel coming adrift.
And the KTM.
That's just down to the gods, really.
It is. And are they pushing 6-hour race, the shortest race we have on the Creventic calendar? Are they pushing a little bit too hard? Because it's more like an elongated sprint race.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think that the way you go about this sort of race is very similar. Yes, there is a reduced amount of race time to apply certain strategies.
Yes.
Because the checkered flag is just around the corner from the very off. But I think from the fundamental race driving aspect of it, you're going to drive this race like you're going to drive next week at Dubai during that stint phase.
Yes. As everybody gets probably a set of numbers that they need to stick to,
yes,
as close as possible. You know this from being a team manager. You send drivers out with a task. Whether drivers follow the task or not, questionable.
Well, he gets spoken to. He or she gets spoken to when they come back. Remember, they've always got to come home.
Yes, they can't leave.
and remember that I can always talk to them on the radio.
Yes. How did you do it before radios?
Well, you did it with a board, didn't you?
Oh, yes,
did it with the old pit board. You never take for granted that your driver's seen the pit board.
Exactly.
Out there hours.
They don't see the flags half the time. I know, I sat behind the wheel.
So another Code 60, as you say, Phil. So and we go green, just as I say that. And the CP Mercedes getting its foot right down there and catching out a couple of cars ahead of it.
He was right on the sign. The two other cars were past that sign and they had a corner in front of them, so they wouldn't have seen it until they come around the corner. This is the thing about, digipanels and flags are great, but on a circuit like this where you can't see around the corners, you can't pick up where that Code 60 is going to go green.
And the wily old fox, Charles Expenlive in that CP Racing Mercedes there. Again, no slouch, used that term a few times here, Charles, with that cracking final stint to check the flag at round 1 of the Middle East Championship. It's been a while since I've seen a 30-minute sprint. We see quite a few races to the flag at IMSA,
but
that's down to safety car regs, which we don't so much get here with the Code 60 regulation. We never concertina and close the field back up. So to have those two cars, the Manamauri by EB Motors Porsche and the CP Mercedes coming together after 11.5 hours. Those pit wall strategies brought those cars together, and to literally have them scrapping like a 30-minute sprint was just phenomenal to watch.
And at AM versus Pro-Am, and all of the things what Charles had to do in that drive, and you could see him when you guys talked to him at the end, he was totally spent. Like, he was just working at 11 tenths for that whole 30 minutes. And he was putting the car where he needed to put the car. And he was, driving absolutely on the limit. Fantastic to see. Yes, there were only 13 cars in the race, but what a race we had.
Now, Ewan Hankey in the Race Lab McLaren has just overtaken the CP Mercedes, but that's not for position. 107 laps completed from the McLaren and the CP Mercedes on 110 laps. So 3 laps ahead of it. So he has gained a lap on the Mercedes, and that's certainly the progress that a driver like Ewan Hankey will be wanting to continue on. So that wasn't for position. 15th place overall for the Race Lab McLaren, and the 85 Mercedes 5th place overall.
I'm just finding it interesting with this balance of performance between the Pro-Am and the Am. We've got a GT3 Am car leading the race at the moment, and the GT3 second, Pro-Am, Am, Pro-Am. The balance of performance that Creventic provide, they really get it right. The GT3, pure GT3s don't like it. They get they've got a 30. They lost 5 litres of fuel. They got 30 kilos of ballast strapped to them. And it really is. We only got that last night, the balance of performance. So it's really, really interesting how that's all come out and how it's playing out today.
So the question is now, and I'm not sure we know the answer, is who's got driver time and who's got fuel to go at the end? And so I think we might have seen a couple of final stops already.
Well, Axel Jeffries in 86 and Finn Gehalter will have to stop again because they've both got 10-second time penalties yet to serve.
Yeah.
Okay, and if they don't serve them correctly, they will be increased substantially before that. So the 2 lead cars at the moment, the 86 and the 50, are going to have to do it all again.
Well, if nothing else, they'll get 10 seconds added on.
Yes.
If they can make the...
If it's over.
So, for example, Axel Jeffries being the car 13 minutes, depending on how much fuel they've got on that Ferrari, they might be able to go to the end from here.
Well, we were discussing that because he got in with... He's only allowed 90 minutes. He got in, he's going to finish the race on about 88 minutes or 89 minutes. They're going to cut it so fine.
Well, he's just done the car's fastest first sector. So that suggests to me they're not saving fuel.
No.
Which suggests to me they know they've got to stop.
Well, he is the head of the race and drive school here at the Yas Marina circuit. He's done a couple of laps around here.
What about Finn Gertitz and Huber Motorsport were outside the top 10, I think.
Yes.
When we talked to him early on, he said, yeah, it doesn't matter, we'll get there. They're sitting in second position at the moment, fully 18 seconds ahead of Dennis Marshall for car collection in another Porsche. Porsche's coming to the fore, by the way.
Yes.
Sergei Nicolau in the EB Motors Porsche, which was well out of it. Charles Esplanade now second in the Am because the lead car is the Am. But they're picking up. Don't forget, they only have to beat the cars that were in GT3 at Kuwait.
Yes.
They don't have to win against everybody else.
Exactly.
So they're basically racing EB and Century.
So in the GT3, it was, got it here, Century Motorsport, EB Motors and CP Racing battling it out for the GT3 honours.
So they're still in with it. They're still in with a chance here.
Yep. And the goal is to win that AM championship and win the overall here in the Middle East, the Middle East Trophy. Final round coming your way next weekend in the Hankook 24 Hours in Dubai, 19th edition of that race.
What was the first year we were there, Phil?
2012 you were there.
Was it 12?
Yeah, I used to do that with Rene de Boer.
Yes, good old Rene.
And if he's listening,
hello, mate. This motorsport on. Rene will have it on.
Exactly.
Unless he's doing skiing, because he
does the ski. Yeah, he does.
There's a lot of winter sport.
He does the ski jump. I sat with him and talked at length about that. Oh, hello.
There's another fastest lap for a car, this time from Mikkel Mack, who's back in the Scott Sport Lamborghini that he started, the 750. Now, they've got to try and chase down the Vortex. Arno Gomez is behind that. That's a quick 156.4. Hang on a second. Axel Jeffries, 153.8.
I told you he knows his way around here.
So that is the fastest lap in AM.
And
is that the
fastest race lap? It's purple.
It is the fastest first lap in GT3.
Yeah, 53.853. Wow.
I think
So
we've had a
you are
54
correct.
through.
You are correct. He's not saving fuel, or he knows he has to do a splash and dash at the end because of the gap he has over
Correct.
second place.
Now, 53.9 was the previous best from Ewan Hankook in the Race Lab McLaren. He put about 3 fast laps in off the bounce, did Ewan. So there's the fastest lap confirmation. 153.853 for Axel Jeffries in the 488 GT3. Still a fantastic looking car.
Yeah, Axel's done a lot of racing in Europe in the Lamborghini series, the Trofeo series. He won the Trofeo series out here as well. Very experienced driver.
Let's go down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Very quick change of what, John? Seb's not here, so you've got to guess what they changed really quickly.
Brake pads.
No.
The very quick change of door number.
Yes, well done. Well, that's a wow. Did you see that in some way? 'Cause that's cracking second guess, that is.
I might have noticed whilst I was sitting up in the press room.
Here we go.
That it was the right hand side, wasn't
it? Yeah, 48. Yeah, they came in. They completely fallen off. I mean, these are just stickers here, obviously, because it's a daytime race. It's just a sticker.
Good point. Yes.
At night, of course, they glow and they're backlit, and if it comes off, it's actually something that will cause you to be called into pits to fix. Which takes a while, and we've seen teams lose good results of having to fix their number plates in the past. But on this one, it's just a sticker. It's lovely daytime here. Yeah, by the way, we've now got that cooling effect, which because of the sun going down and some clouds. So I think that's why everyone's going quite quick. I think the track's lost a few degrees of temperature.
That's a good point, yes.
Yeah, quite cloudy out there. That wind is a little bit cooler than it has been in previously. Not as hot as it was yesterday, and you can see the 86, if you're watching on the stream, Axel Jeffries in not bright sunlight. Some of the circuit is, which means it's just losing that little greasy top layer, and everybody's been able to get a little bit more traction out of the corners. And Jose makes his way down towards turn 9.
This is going to be another cracking last 45 minutes to an hour. In fact, the last 90 minutes. You've been with us all the way through. Thank you for joining us this Sunday, coming up to 10 minutes before 3 here in the Emirates, and that means back in the UK it's coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning, midday, just before midday in Central Europe. And plenty of motorsport at this early part of the season. This weekend for round 2 of the Hankook Middle East Trophy. Next weekend, it's the big one. Abu Dhabi 24 hours, excuse me, the Dubai 24 hours.
Hello, we've moved.
Yes. It's going to be a 2 centre, just race backwards and forwards.
Well, you can, because you've got the 311 and the 11. And you go up one and
back down the other.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff.
Obviously, you have a code 60 when you're in Dubai. You can have a code 80 when you're in Abu Dhabi, because their speed limit's at 20 miles an hour, 20 k's higher.
It's just when you get caught in Dubai, you've got a 20 kilometre an hour buffer. In Abu Dhabi, there is no buffer.
No, indeed not.
It is
so it ends up being the same. So
exactly.
It's 140 and 140.
Exactly.
Luke Broiker's leading at Paul Trusswell. Never second guess Trussers. He's worked the strategy, and it's not been a... See, the more difficult the strategy is, the better it is to have Paul Trusswell in your pit, as he has managed to finagle the 992 Red Camel Jordan.nl plan, scheme, strategise to the front of the class ahead of QMMF by HRT, who've had a great race. 7 stops, 7 passes down through the pit lane at least for the Red Camel. They've kept their fuel topped up, is how that has worked. And that has given them a substantial lead, just waiting for Julian Hanses to come across the line, which he will do any second now. Just go ahead, Nick, sorry.
Unsurprisingly, it shows a bit of damage on the thread of the rear right. I think the problem has been, well, it looks like the locking cap went, which is locking nuts went, it stripped out the top 2 rows with Fred as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, the problem was that evolved over those 3 pit stops, didn't it? That, they could fix it, probably, just put a new hub on, which is the work of, well, now it's cooled down, probably the work of about 10 minutes, but it's really where they want to bother with such a short amount of time. They're very unlucky on that one, but certainly showed their pace during the course of the hours they were running.
Yeah, good point. Thank you, Nick Dearman. Gap between first and second in 9.92, just on 65 seconds, with Julian Hansers putting that car's fastest lap of the race in last time around. And that is the leading AM car as well, of course, in the 992 class. And they've got about 1 minute and 20 on... No, they haven't. They've got about 15 seconds, on the second place in the AM class. So good racing going on there. GT4, it's just under 100 seconds between Century that lead and Fabien Defieux for GMC Racing by Simpson. And then just pitting for what will certainly be the final time for that car, the 496 Continental Racing Toyota Gazoo Racing Supra, Vasily Vladikin. I think he'll have to get out the car, actually, with 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. In TCE, there's a change at the front of the TCE division as the TCR car has gone ahead by 5 seconds of the Ginetta of Owen Hizzy. Well, I'll have to work, and they're both just in those cars, I think. Let me have a look. Owen's been in for a while, hasn't he? So he's got to get out in 15 minutes. Even Valles could take the AC Audi to the end of the race. And the only class I haven't talked about is the front of the field, where Axel Jeffries is putting another fastest lap of the race, a 1:53.5. That's a full second quicker than Formula 4 cars go around here, their lap records. So that's extraordinary. And this suggests to me that there will have to be a splash of fuel.
And a 10-second in the penalty box.
Yes.
For both the lead cars.
So when do you bring Axel in? So do you bring him in at the first opportunity that he can get to the end? Because don't forget, so code 60 is fine for fuel, but bad for the penalty, because he can't serve his penalty.
Exactly.
So do you bring him in?
You're going to have to bring him under green.
55 minutes to go or something like that, where you know you can get to the end from there, and you have a very small splash of fuel.
Yeah.
You stop for 10 seconds, and then do you put new tyres on? I suppose you have to. And he's had 24.5 minutes. How much can he do? Because he did some earlier on, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed.
So might they have to finish another driver? Ooh. Right, I have to dive into my
stats.
Can you dive
into your stat there, which is impressive.
Stand by, caller. Strategy overview. By the way, we have now had 5 code 60s for 10 laps or 55 minutes.
The updated version, 8 code 60s for 1 hour and 21 minutes.
Oh, right, that hasn't even popped up. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So, select a car. Who am I looking for? Did you see it?
Axel Jeffries, 86 Barra Motorsport.
Thank you. El Baron. Driving. Right, Axel Jeffries has only done this stint.
Exactly. He will get to the end of the race.
So he's done. He's been in the car for 25 minutes.
And there's 1 hour 4 and 12 to go. That is, he's going to do it. It's fine. He will get there. The clock will tick down to 0. It can't count anymore, and he will get to the end. Brilliant work from Barra Motorsport to get that done. Because
so if he's in the lead of the race, he can control it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he can control when he crosses the line. But if he isn't, and he's got to do 1 extra lap, then he's in trouble, isn't he?
Well, the difference is that clock will stop at 0. So
your driver time doesn't stop until the checkered flag.
Yeah. So he's got 1 minute 1:55 over the second place Huber Motorsport.
So here's the thing: time in the pit lane doesn't count against your driving time.
No.
So when he splashes, that's where that. Oh my God, they are pushing that.
They are
pushing that. I think he's he could be all right, or he could. I mean, what he can't have is the last lap under code 60.
No.
The last lap is a 5-minute lap under code 60. He's knackered. So they've got.
There's just a what-if situation,
There's
isn't it?
always something happening. At RSL_studio, if you know better. And please let us know. Thank you for being with us.
That is just...
Pro-Am leader, by the way, is Car Collection. And Dennis Marshall is in that car. Behind him, in the Manamari Energy by EB Motors, is the best of... the second best of the Pro-Ams, by the way. And another fastest lap by Sergio Nicolai. He's just going across the line again. 1:53.598 confirmed as the fastest lap of this race by Axel Jeffries. I think, and I would have to look back, and I haven't got everything with me here, easily at hand at least. I think that might be the quickest that we've seen a Creventic GT3 car go around here.
I'd have to look back at that one.
On this circuit?
On this circuit, yes. So we've been doing this circuit in the 6 hours since 21. I can't remember something that quick.
When they did the 6 and the 12, so they did a 12 this year, last year, should I say?
Yes.
That was Maro Engel in the AMG, did a 51.2, but that's not on the same tyre.
No.
But is it the same configuration of
yes.
track?
Yep, exactly the same thing. Full Grand Prix, full 5.2 kilometres.
Yeah, it's the problem with GT3 lap records is that with all the different GT3 series running, slightly different regulations, balance of performance, weight limits, ride heights, etc. It's actually a little difficult to do proper comparisons.
When I was looking at this last night, the homologation weight for that Ferrari, what they're running here is around about 150 kilos more.
Penalty for Seb Lajoux Racing, and that is being soaked up. Nick Damon is watching some more. Now, these will be final stops now, Nick.
Oh, this is actually a pit repair stop. It's the 918, which of course is the RP Motorsport HRT 992 Porsche. First of all, they've got it's an HRT run car, so they've got a spare car in the back, and they've nicked the battery out of that straight away. So there's been some excellent car cannibalisation. They've also spent a long time stripping down the complete gearbox unit they had. I thought, oh, they're doing a gearbox change, which is brave, I thought, with an hour ago, but they're not. They're actually changing the actuator wiring, which is the failure. You have to take off quite a bit of under tray, but they now stripped off the actuator wiring from the spare gearbox and differential unit and sticking that on. There's like a new battery on, but it sounds like they've got some electrical issues as well. They're giving it a maximum of a 12-volt brand new battery and a wire that probably hasn't got a cut in it. So they are looking to get back out again with the 918.
Thank you, Nick. Axel Jeffries continues on his way, just whacking in the very quick sector times. And whether they choose, when they come in to do the splash and dash, just to go throw another driver in there just to cover off, that would be the safety.
The problem that they have is they can get caught up in so many different ways that will take it out of their hands. So, for example, and I don't know, but let's presume, well, we know that Finn Gersitz has to get out within the next 15 minutes or so. All right? Axel Jeffries has gone for fuel right at the end. Oh. Right at the end with 21 minutes to go.
He needed more than 25%.
Well, he must have, as he dived in, and that has given Car Collection and Porsche the lead. Now, can they go to the end? My goodness me. Extraordinary stuff at the front of the field. So the Car Collection Porsche number 96, the red and white car, is leading. The 44 Lamborghini back out on the circuit after its problems earlier on. Now, will EB Motors come through? I think they will, because they got some fuel, didn't they? They got about a minute and 30's worth of fuel when they were allowed to. They're still coming round at the moment, but it's gone green. It could not have been worse for Baron Motorsport and the Ferrari prancing horse. And Dennis Marshall is streaking away around the circuit. If he does not have to stop, then it's looking fantastic. Alex Arkin-Acker has gone through in 3rd place now. EB Motors have dropped to 4th. Ralph Bourne for Herbert Motorsport in 5th at the moment. Well, what an extraordinary turn of events. We'll have to have a word with Barron Motorsport. It's Stuart Bradley down in the pit lane down there. And really need to find out what was going on. They must have thought they couldn't do it. Penalty can't be taken under code 60 for the 714. Now this is the Razzoon Northern Racing KTM Crossbow, 4th in its class. And they've been told that they've got to sort that up. We've got a Ginetta coming in as well to sort up a penalty. And I think that's going to be the 279.
I don't think Axel's actually stopped in the penalty. Well, he's in pits now. So the Vortex is doing its penalty, but Axel and 2nd and 3rd both have 10-second penalties.
Joe Bradley was watching that.
Yeah, came out of fueling, did not go into the penalty box, and just gone straight by the pit apron as well and back out. Do you want me to clarify that?
Yes, please. Also find out, why they went why they went right to the end of the code 60. They must have needed more than 25% fuel.
Yes, and so the Baron Ferrari has a
correct
to serve. Yeah, which we were expecting that to happen there. Right?
Thanks, mate. We'll keep our ears open for that. Marshall then leads for Car Collection Motorsport, the red and white car, 001 in the top right-hand side of the windscreen, heading down towards turn 9 now in the evening sunshine, or late afternoon, let's call it, 20 minutes before 3 o'clock, 18 and 3/4 minutes to go.
Comes out 13 seconds behind.
I think it's further than that, because that's when he crossed the line.
Yeah.
And he'd have still been under the pit lane speed limit there. So I think it's going to be a lot more than that. In GT4, it's 30 seconds between 1st and 2nd, the 2 BMWs. Charlie Robinson is back ahead of that. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's go down to Philippe Baron and find out what happened with the Ferrari. Joe Bradley.
So, Philippe, your Ferrari came in for fueling right there when it went green. What was the reason for that?
We had the problem that under my fuel stop, we had code 60, so we couldn't fuel the car 100%. And the percentage missing is now missing at the end in the tank.
And we've got a penalty for your car to serve, which you didn't do there.
No, I just slowed down to 60, much faster than everybody else around me. And the race direction told us they will check our SD card after the race, and then we talk about the penalty.
So you're disputing the penalty for now, yeah?
Definitely, I didn't do anything wrong, so I hope they will take it back.
Why couldn't you come in under that code 60 right there before it went, even for a little bit of fuel?
Because with the fuel amount you can take during the code 60, it wouldn't even have last to the end. So we had to wait until the last minute to be able to get enough fuel to come to the end.
All right, can you not come in and take, a little bit of fuel, go back out, and then come back in?
Right in the lap where it would have been enough for us, they gave green. So one lap of code 60, we would have been in. But that's racing.
That is race. That's the only thing I can say. Thank you for telling us and clearing that up, Philip. Much appreciated there. So they were really caught out there, weren't they? They would have come back in, whether it went green or not, for another short.
No, they didn't take any fuel during that code 60. They stayed out all the way through, and
which doesn't really, that answer then doesn't really.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Compute, does it? That answer then doesn't really compute, does it?
Well, yes and no. They were waiting. They waited. They had enough time to have come into the fuel stop twice when the pumps opened, and they would not have given up the lead to Dennis Marshall, I don't think. So they could have got 225s, they could have got 50. Is that enough to get them to the end? It might be, it might not. And so there you go, there's your question. Thanks, well, there's your answer. The question is now, Axel Jeffries on full attack mode.
But is it a minute?
Yeah.
It's a minute.
Yeah. BMW leading in GT4 has to soak up its penalty, Phil.
22 seconds on that one.
And that will cost them the now, will there? Where's Fabien Duffieux?
4:38.
4:38, AGMC car. They're rolling again, but it's a long run to the pit out. Waiting to see.
4:38 is just coming across the line now.
And so I think he's gone ahead of him there.
Yeah.
So that's a real race. So that, whatever it was, 40-odd seconds, that is a real race now. That's disappeared, and it's Charlie Robertson versus Fabien Duffieux.
Exactly what he said would happen.
Yeah.
Exactly what he said would happen.
Incredible.
That 110 kilo weight difference between the BMW and the Supra means that Supra is much more fuel efficient on its long runs, and they have to come in and pit, and the Supra won't have to, with just under a quarter of an hour to go here in the Hankook 6 hours Abu Dhabi.
Ah, man, this is quality again. At the front of the field, it's not over either with Axel Jeffries. What can he take out of Dennis Marshall? Dennis Marshall is a very, very good driver indeed. Took 7/10 out of him last time around. You've got to hope that Car Collection have got their sums right as well. Apologies for not necessarily getting back to you if you've been tweeting us here on at RSL_studio. You can imagine there's been a lot going on here at the moment, but thank you very much indeed for all of your comments. We have been reading them as they've been going through. Under 15 minutes to go now. Here's how it stands. Porsche 96 leads from second place. Baron Motorsport about a minute behind. Then there's 11 seconds between the number 99, Alex Acker for Attempto Racing. He's got 7 seconds on Nicolai, Sergio Nicolai, and the Manamari Energy by Porsche. I tell you what, the steps on the podium are not sorted yet. Charles Espler now, fastest lap of the race for the Mercedes of CP Racing. The number 85 car now in 6th position and 3rd in the AM class, but crucially only one car ahead of it in the Middle East Trophy, and that is the car that was second to.
Exactly.
Right, so incident involving car 988 and another incident involving car 50 under investigation. So that's Neuhofer, Porsche, and the 50 is Tim Zimmerman, the Huber Motorsport GT3 Porsche. And are we still seeing any... Oh, now, this is interesting. CP Racing have had their penalty cancelled.
Yes.
They had a 10-second penalty on a pit stop infraction. That's been cancelled, so they're clear to the finish.
And there is just 11 seconds between 3rd position and 2nd position now. And they're going to do it again.
Here we go. Major positions are still up for grabs. This is amazing again. CP Racing leading the championship, the Middle East Trophy, as we head to Dubai next weekend for the denouement. And blocked going into turn 1 with a couple of battling Cup cars there. Now, is that a change of position there? It's one of the HRT cars going past the 909. I think so. No, that's still leading. That's fine. Breukers has managed to get the better part of a lap on the rest of the class in 992. GT4, 21 seconds. Charlie Robertson, full attack mode, took 2 seconds out of the lead last time around. Has he got 10 laps? No, he has not. So he's going to need to do better than that. Marcus Winkelhock back with us in Creventic. The Garorian RT by Car Collection had a great first stint, did the cheeky little half-hour stint at the beginning, and has done the last hour and a half to finish off, sitting at the moment in 8th position. And that is 2nd in GT3, actually, because there's a whole host of Pro-Ams and AMs. When you get a lot of Code 60, the fuel advantages for Pro-Am and AM actually play into their favour.
Yeah. Indeed, it does, because you know, especially with the all-am thing, and you can get more fuel because you get that 15 litre, which increases your 25%.
Correct.
Okay,
Exactly
so
right.
you get that 15 litres, you get more. I think they get 28, 29 litres out of that. So that increases that, which means they can run longer again. So that all happens. I think Nick said it in Midweek Motorsport. He said all of these things that have a balance of performance really start to work in 12 and 24-hour races.
So, as regular viewers and listeners know, there is one trophy that is handed out before the checkered flag. For a number of seasons now, we have looked at the performances throughout the field and celebrate what we call the spirit of endurance, the Spirit of the Race award. And Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane to tell us who's won it here at the Abu Dhabi 6 Hours.
Well, I kind of see this award as the award where you should have gone to the bar award, but this one at the Abu Dhabi 6 Hours goes to Grove Racing. And Josie here, who's the team manager. Josie, you've won our Spirit of the Race award. As you heard, it's kind of like for just keep on pushing. You know, it doesn't matter what you guys have been dealt a hand with. You guys have repaired it and got the car back in. And Peter Fry here from Creventic is going to reward you with this very special award, and it's for you. It's not for the drivers, it's for the team.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we could have gone home, have some beers, but we prefer to be here, finish the race, and yeah, and next week hopefully we can show what we can do.
Yes, well, there's another Spirit of the Race award for Dubai, so let's hope you guys don't win that.
Yeah, but I hope for something else then.
Yes. Josie, that's for you and all the crew and all the hard work that's gone into keeping that car on the track. Well done, guys.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
See you next week.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, Peter Fry with the awarding of the Hankook Spirit of the Race award to Grove Racing with that AMG. Brenton Grove in the car at the moment. He will know nothing of that. He'll be disappointed that he's down in 13th position in class and 34th overall, but they've got that car back out. They've dropped some 22, 23 laps on the leaders, which is, you know, that's getting on for an hour, isn't it? Let's be quite honest. It's the better part of an hour. And as Joe Bradley, you might often call it, they should have gone to the bar award, but no, we'll have none of that. We'll get the car to the finish, and congratulations then to the whole team of Grove Racing and that number 10 car.
Ceremonial flag waving in the commentary box.
Of course, for the
one.
Aussies, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, the Southern Cross flying high.
Indeed it is.
So now we're down to the last 7 3/4 minutes. Huber Motorsport, Tim Zimmerman puts that car's fastest lap of the race in. He's trying to chase down a position. It's going to be tough. Red Camel Jordan leading GT in the 992. Why do I keep on that GT anything? GT Cup is what I was going to say. Then we've got the GTX battle. That's down to round about 11 seconds between Mikkel Mack and Arnaud Gomez. And there's barely half a second between them. Marshall leads for car collection. And last time around, 4 seconds. The difference, it's down to 54 seconds. There's not enough time, surely.
No.
Even with the traffic. Axel Jeffries.
The thing is, they did nothing wrong.
No, they did nothing wrong.
They did nothing wrong. And they just got caught up in the large amounts of Code 60s we've had in
Let's not forget that Ernst Kirchmeier spun that Baron Motorsport Ferrari under the hotel.
Yeah, exactly.
And lost, what, half a minute? 45 seconds?
Getting it turned around.
That's all you're talking about here.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't, when people say, oh, you can't say that because, you know, with all the safety cars, we don't have safety cars. So lost time is lost time.
Exactly. 1/3 of the race under Code 60.
Yeah.
I don't think we've had that for a very long time.
No. Some of that was, again, rather special circumstances.
Yeah, outside of the control
with the
the
technical
racing
issues down at the... so basically, if you are just joining us, we had an extended Code 60 for almost half an hour. In fact, just a little over half an hour because of a technical issue down at the fuel pumps. And in order not to tactically disadvantage everybody, they basically put the race under code 60 and nobody could go for fuel. And so that made it, frustrating, but at least it was frustrating for everybody. Some people will win, some people will lose marginally out of that. Unfortunately, the Baron Ferrari really did lose out. They were so close to being able to go at the end with 25% fuel, but they felt the best thing was to keep going and keep going until they got into the area, and as they came in, it went green.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, total of 37 minutes for that code 60. And that's just...
Fastest sector one of the race, 23.977 seconds, and a 1:53.9 for James Kell in the race lab McLaren. That is a quick car. 53.9, not the fastest. We've had a 53.5 from Axel Jeffries. That's the best lap of the race so far. Wow, that's impressive.
It is.
Under 5 minutes to go. Hope you've enjoyed this. Don't forget, doing it again next weekend. Practice qualifying on Friday. The race on Saturday and Sunday. It is the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai for the third and final round of the Middle East Trophy.
We're going to have to work out, John, who's going to win the longest dark stint. Is it going to be Daytona or Dubai?
I think with the move of Dubai back 1 week,
yep,
I think it will be Daytona by a few minutes.
Okay.
It just depends. It's with last year or the year before, I think it was exactly the same.
Yes.
Meantime, in the 992 category, we've got a battle on the track for second and third, Rabdan and QMMF. This is a brilliant local derby, isn't it? Sai Falameri and Julian Hanses, 971 ahead at the moment, but look round the outside. This is the pass. This could be second place on the box. Here comes Julian, tries to go around the outside, has to drop back in. 931 goes down the inside. Brilliant stuff. Goes through. Julian Hanses takes second place. What an awesome move with just 3 minutes left. They'll get at least one more lap. So now can Julian pull away? Oh, the guys from QMMF will be absolutely delighted by that. And that is second in the overall in 992. That's for the top step in the AM category, Phil.
Wow.
So a proper local derby there. And Julian Hanses nicking it away for QMMF from Rabdan in the dying moments.
That's Rabdan really struggling to get where they wanted to be in 2 races now.
True.
In 2 races. It's just happened to them in the last 30 minutes. This one's happened in the last 3 minutes. In Dubai, in Kuwait, it was the last 30 minutes where they just couldn't get past CP Racing. And well done to Gibbs Bessem in here, just the quickest lap of his race. 2:02.160. Just the 2 drivers doing that one. Brilliant stuff.
GT4 down to 5 seconds. Charlie Robertson has been hauling in Fabien Defieux.
3 seconds a lap. He's going to have a lap and a half to go.
This is going to
be
tight.
right down to the right down to the wire.
Let's see if we can find them out on the circuit here. GMC by Simpson. It's the 438. BMW's first and second in that category. Charlie Robertson in the 429.
438 just coming down towards turn 9 at the moment.
Yeah, in the third sector. Meantime, the clock ticks down. This could be, for that battle there, for Charlie Robertson, that could come down to when the leader crosses the line.
Yes.
And whether they get an extra lap or not. And where's the leader compared to them?
Right behind them.
Right
behind them, in turn 9 right now.
They do not want to be passed by the leader.
Exactly.
He really doesn't want to be passed by the leader. So right ahead of the red and white Porsche is the battle for, and coming underneath the bridges now, the BMW battle. There's the 429 coming out of the hotel complex, and the next BMW up the road is the leader in class.
Cut the nose off the
Charlie
Giannetta.
absolutely wiped the nose of the Giannetta.
And takes the bollard.
Out goes the bollard. Charlie Robertson is leaving nothing on the circuit here. The leader will get one more lap.
Yep.
But they don't want to be lapped. They want this lap, and Charlie wants this lap and one more. And Dennis Marshall doesn't need. He's just starting his last lap now, Marshall. He doesn't need to race. Charlie Robertson. There's the leader. Charlie Robertson, I think, might have to stay ahead here. Somebody...
How's he going to do that?
Somebody from Century needs to be running down to car collection saying, guys, you've got a minute in hand. Do not lap us. Do not lap us again. We've got a chance. We've got a chance of the victory. Here he comes. This could be the chance of victory in GT4, going for that white, grey and red BMW. Charlie somehow needs to stay ahead, and I don't think he can. Here comes Marshall. The blue BMW going through turn 7 now is the GT4 leader. Second is the red, white and black car, and then the leader of the race is on his last lap. And if he goes through here, that means they've got to only half a lap to go. Oh,
he's done it.
And Charlie's not going to be there, so Charlie's going to draft up and try and stay there. But he's only going to have 3 corners instead of a lap and 3 or 4 corners. Here's Charlie, though. This is not over. This is not over. The blue BMW is offline. That's the leader in the GT4 category. Fabien Defieux under pressure now. This is on for GT4. The leader of the race has gone through. Watch what's going on behind. Robertson has 3 corners to take GT4. They have fought and ground their way back into contention. It will be a win for Marshall and for Car Collection Motorsport. They've got 50 seconds in hand, but behind them, down the inside into the final corner, he's got him. He's got through. I think he's gone through. He has gone through. He's gone through, I'm sure. Charlie Robertson takes it by 0.3 of a second. He had to throw it down the inside.
Brilliant drive.
And he did it, even though he had 3 laps, 3 miles shorter than he expected. What a final lap. What a final stint by Charlie Robinson. I've seen nothing like that. Creventic and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours delivers again. You've got to feel for AGMC losing it on the last corner. Let's pick up some reaction from the pit wall. Here's Joe Bradley.
Well, I've got Dustin and look, the co-drivers of the driver that's just taken the checkered flag to take the win for the Car Collection Porsche. Dustin, it was a race that just seemed to come to you at the very end, but you've been on the pace all weekend.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The race came to you in a fashion, but you guys have been there all weekend.
Yeah, I think it honestly is just the strategy that played out in our favor from the Car Collection team, as well as very talented Loke and Dennis Marshall driving as well.
Look, you were on pole position, then you weren't, but all that's a memory now, isn't it?
At the end, it doesn't matter, right? We won the race.
Well done, guys. Congratulations.
Well, Joe, I don't even know what to say about the end of that. Great run for Car Collection Motorsport as they've taken the overall and win in GT3 Pro Am. Axel Jeffries and Barron Motorsport some 47.5 seconds behind in second. They'll take the Am category, and in third it's Attempto Racing who take the overall GT3. Then picking up the other positions, Pro Am next for EB Motors and Manamari Energy in 4th place for the number 95 Porsche. They're second in Pro Am. Second in Am is Herberth, and third in Am is CP Racing. That'll even things up in the Middle East Trophy, of course. Then it was 7th position was the 4th in Am, and that was Haas RT. Marcus Winkelhock anchored home the number 80 to 8th in GT3 for Gorayan RT by Car Collection. Huber Motorsport next up in 9th. 10th position, another victory for Red Camel Jordan.nl, another victory for Paul Truswell. 7 times down the pit lane, bettered only, I think, by Huber and CP Racing, who did 8 and 10. Somebody else I saw had done 9 and 8, but that's a great use of the regulations. And Red Camel Jordan.nl win 992 from QMMF by HRT. We thought that was a close finish with a lap to go when Julian Hanses took second place in 992 and won the AM class over Rabdan by Fulgenzi. Third, by the way, Keir Kramer Racing in the AM class. Extraordinary. GTX Vortex by... that was tight as well. Mikkel Mack got within a second of the win there in the Scott Sport Lamborghini, but GT4 at the end. What a run. What a run for the eventual winners, Century Motorsport. They thought it had all gone when they couldn't fuel at the last pit stop, but Charlie Robertson, nobody told him that. And I have to be honest, Phil, I thought that when the leader went by, that was his chance gone.
Well, at turn 9, when he went through the middle of them and got between them, you thought, but he got up onto the back bumper of him, got the toe out of 9, down through 10 and got right on his back bumper. And then he had to go wide. Well, the leader just carved his way through and compromised Fabian under the hotel.
Totally.
Okay, and that's where he was able to make that ground up. And we didn't see it because we were following the leader, but it happened between 15 and 16.
He had to throw it.
He had to, yeah, it was it. You know, you just had to do it.
Let's go down and pick up some reaction from Car Collection. The driver we've not spoken to was the man who finished the race. Dennis Marshall is with Joe Bradley.
You were the driver who had the pleasure of seeing the checkered flag for the team there, Dennis. How are you feeling?
I don't think no, okay. no, feeling great. Obviously, what a nice debut. First time in 24-hour series, first time in the Porsche this weekend. Big thank you to Car Collection. It was a really, really good racing strategy. I think this one we played really well. And also to my teammates, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Were you aware that the two BMWs that you overtook and lapped on the very last lap, they were actually battling for the GT4 win? You would have been totally unaware of that.
Yeah, exactly. Not necessarily. I just saw that they were pushing quite a lot, even though it's the last lap. And, you know, for my side, I just wanted to take it as safe as possible. You never know if people see you or not. And, yeah, but I hope they still had a nice battle and they could enjoy the last lap.
Yeah, that was tricky for you. Well done, Dennis. Great
Joe,
drive.
I'd love you to have a word, if you can, with Charlie Robertson when he gets that BMW back. And we'll hang on with you before we go to the results for that. Thank you for following along with us wherever you were in the world. You've actually crashed our server for the socials today, so thank you very much for being in touch with us. Let's just finish off the last couple of winners. Ivars Valles and AC Motorsport for Audi winning the TCR category in the number 188, and that also took the TCE division ahead of CWS. Colin White finishing in that 277 car. They take the TCX victory as well. Third in the TCE division, Simpson Motorsports Audi. And fourth was the CWS Ginetta, which had its problems. Let's speak to the man of the last lap. My head very nearly exploded. Charlie Robertson, from having no chance when he got lapped by the leader, somehow Joe Bradley nicked the win in GT4.
I just want you to see Charlie's eyes there. Look at the intensity in this fella's eyes. And he's been out the car a couple of minutes. Charlie, that was a very intense finish of this race.
Yeah, I mean, I thought we were on the straight and narrow, and then I heard that we had a penalty to serve 20 seconds, which we served in the pit stop. Well, we came through and stopped and lost probably about 45, 50 seconds to the car behind. And then, yeah, I came out 23 seconds behind with 10, 12 minutes to go. And I just got my head down, tried my hardest, could see him coming closer and closer every lap. And I didn't know whether I'd get it. And I just saw some GT3 traffic on the last lap, let the Porsche through in a good place. And I thought he might just compromise the Simpson car, and he did. And then just managed to nick it in the final corner. So, yeah, it was really good, really hard, pushed everything out there. So, yeah.
Were you aware that Porsche was our overall leader and he was, you know, he was going to put you down a lap? You weren't aware of that? You just thought it was a GT3 car, yeah?
I used him to help me. So I could see roughly where he'd catch, and he overtook me into turn 9, long left, and that's fine because I didn't lose much time. And then I knew that he was going to be overtaking the Simpson car under the hotel, which would cost the Simpson car a lot of time. So I could just ready to capitalise on that, really.
That was brilliant, mate. Last lap, very last lap of the 6-hour race.
Yeah, really good, sir. Knackered now.
Yeah, I bet you can see it in your eyes. All right, on paper, mate, you're the class winners. I know there's penalties and deliberations, but right now you took the class win. We'll see you on the podium. Charlie Robertson.
Excellent stuff.
He thought about that.
Oh, he did.
Really did think about it.
And, of course, the team are talking to him as well. Let's speak to Axel Jeffries. At the end, 47 seconds, the gap back to Baron Motorsport. And they had such bad luck. Another lap of Code 60. That might have been a different story, Joe Bradley.
It's very rare for someone second in a 6-hour race that I have to say commiserations. But it really is, Axel. It kind of, the race ebbed away from you guys with that Code 60 and stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky, you know, because Philip and Ant, the whole Baron team, did a great job. As an AM car, to be fighting for overall victory was pretty cool. But it's just the way the luck goes sometimes. We came in during Philip's stop. We could only fill half the tank because of the Code 60. We're 30 seconds too unlucky. But P1 in class, P2 overall, great job by everyone.
Yeah, that's true. P1 in class, that's a great way to look at it. Thanks, Axel. Well done.
And that is the P1 in AM.
AM, yes.
Yeah, Pro-Am car won, and the first of the GT3s were in third. Let's make these results, review these results for you. Unofficial, as Joe said. Still one or two things that will be reviewed by race control. Car Collection Motorsport. Dustin Blattner, Lurk Hartog and Dennis Marshall in that very pretty 911 GT3R Porsche. The red and white car completing 147 laps. In the end, almost 50 seconds ahead of Baron Motorsports for Ernst Kirschmeyer, who recovered very well after his spin, actually. That must have really caught his attention. Philip Baron started the race really well. Axel Jeffries doing what you would expect of Axel. Third on the overall podium for Attempto Racing, Alex Aka, who started the race, did a marathon stint, Jeff Machiels and Florian Scholzer in the Audi. So 3 different manufacturers on the overall podium before Manamari Energy by AB Motors. That's another Pro-Am car in 4th. 5th for Herbert Motorsport with Alfred Renard, Ralph Bourne and Antares out. How will they feel about that? That was a race that I feel not so very long ago we would have thought those guys would have done well at, because they normally work the Code 60s very well. CP Racing in 6th, but effectively the second finishing car, qualifying car for the Middle Eastern Trophy, so it's going to be all to play for Dubai next weekend. Haas RT will have wanted better than their 7th position for the Audi number 21. Gorian Racing, the RT Car Collection Motorsport car, Marcus Winkelhock, along with Roman Mavlanov and Artur Gorian in 8th position for Audi. Then things get very interesting towards the bottom end of the top 10. Huber Motorsports, another GT3 car. How about a top 10 finish for Luke and Ivo Breukers with Fabian Dans? And they take the GT3 Cup, the Porsche Cup class overall. In the AM class, it was that brilliant race at the end. QMMF by HRT and Rabdan by Fulgenzi, 13th and 14th, with a couple of GT3 AM cars between them. Nice to see Stephanie Cox and Peter Cox in that car. But a great battle at the end. What was it? The penultimate lap that changed over, with Julian Hanses taking 2nd place overall in their class and the win in the AM version of it. Kay Kramer and the MDM cars making up the top 16 in that very, very competitive 992 GT3 Cup category. I do like that class. They've worked really well. In 17th, welcome back to Harry Hildish and Guy Spessum for the NKPP by Baz Kooten Racing. They'll be happy that they got the end without any damage. They're racing again next weekend, as many of these teams are. ARC Bratislava, that bright yellow number 44 car, that had a few scary moments, but got to the end in 18th position. The Vortex takes GTX, but it was far too close for comfort at the end as Mikkel Mack chased down Arnaud Gomez, and it was half a second at the line. Quite remarkable what a disappointment as well that the KTM wasn't involved with that after they had that wheel part company partway through the race. Then K. Kramer, Neuhofer, Müllner Motorsport in the 23rd, showing well, just outside the top 10, I think, in the 992 category, but doing well in the AM class for Vladislav and the rest of the team. Behind them, Seb Lejeune Racing by Duo Racing and another Porsche, the 908, making up the top 24. Charlie Robertson winning on the very last corner of the last lap for Century Motorsport, sharing with Ravi Ramier. However, there is still we think there's a 10-second time penalty, a 7-second time penalty issued for that car because they served their 20-second penalty incorrectly. So, my goodness me, that is still very provisional for AJMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport in second. And then the GR Supra in third, a lap further back. The best of them was the UK version ahead of the Continental car in 28th position. AC Motorsports in 29th. CWS winning their class. AC Motorsports in the Audi, I should say, winning the TCE, TCR class. TC, TCX won by CWS. P21 had an up and down day, didn't they? The 715 car finishes in position 31. PRP with HRT in 32nd. Stephen Lickerish bringing that car to the end of the race. Simpson Motorsports in their Audi with Ricky Coomber and the rest of the team in 33rd. Grove Racing winning the Spirit of the Race award for taking nearly an hour out of the race, but deciding that they still wanted to see the checkered flag. That is Aussie grit. 35th position, Razzoon Northern Racing. What a day, what a different day that could have been if the wheel literally had not come off when Dennis Leibel was out on that very, very bizarre situation for the Milwaukee Tools car. CWS Engineering, that was the car that had the paddle shift issues early on, and they were always fighting back from that. Century Motorsport, again, they had their problems with the number 22 car. First of all, overheating and stalling, and then they had further issues with that car. Lightman were taken out. Gerhard Watzinger walked away from the car after an incident not of his own making. It was the 721, actually, behind them that took them out. Racetrack competition, that was the Lamara Cup car. Delighted to say that Daniel Lamouli walked away from what was an immense accident that basically broke that car to pieces in terms of its exterior, but the safety cell did its job. GPM had problems, the Dragon Racing car early on, as did Toro Verde. That was the issue with the air filter caused by hitting a bird yesterday that dropped a valve. And then the Haas RT, that was their new car, the car that they brought in from China that they're gradually redoing. That car had an engine issue and lost some of its fluid. That's the finishing order for the Yas Marina Abu Dhabi 6 hours, round 2 of the Middle East Trophy for 2022, for 2023, 2024. Final round next week at Dubai. To Joe Bradley and to Nick Damon, they've been patrolling the pits for us for the last almost 7 hours. They are giggling like fools because we have been entertained. Gentlemen, have we not been entertained?
Well, I certainly have, but it takes very little motor racing for me to be entertained. You'll notice I've grown a little bit taller than Nick. That's because I'm standing on a step.
It's the first I've ever looked up to you.
A 6-hour race, Nick, for me, is a bit of a sprint. We've seen today that we haven't been able to sort of necessarily see certain strategies play out, but that's all part of the game, isn't it? That's all part of the mix for this series.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the oddest races I've seen. We used to do 6-hour races a long time ago, didn't we? We were doing World Endurance Championship and the European One Series. It's the first one we've done for Creventic with Code 60, which kind of means people aren't being shuffled together. And that beautiful early run of a couple of hours, obviously when I was in the pit lane, before you ruined it. And they recently had short Code 60, short Code 60, long Code 60, short Code 60, long Code 60, short Code 60, and it came out of that. And I hadn't got the faintest idea where anybody was. I don't think the teams knew where anybody was, and it kind of shuffled the whole thing up, and we never got a run again after that. And so the strategy, I think, was so reactive, and everything you planned, because you've probably got 3 plans at the start. They went out the window after third Code 60. You just make it up as you go along. And then the fuel tank broke down, so you couldn't pump any fuel for a while.
I was surprised. I think I said earlier in the broadcast that I was very surprised at the amount of Code 60s. I mean, I think we've had more Code 60s than we've had in 12 and 24-hour races potentially. And I'm not really sure why. I mean, we thought it might, is it the nature of the track? It's not like we've had a crowded track, 40 plus cars. It's not overcrowding a track this size.
Well, we've had no real theme to it. Sometimes you get a situation like I remember in Q8 a couple of years ago where the cars were losing rear left tyres for a camber. Now, we did have 2 people lose wheels, but they were for different reasons. We had people spinning. We had a couple of cars breaking down, had to be towed out. We had 2 big accidents. Luckily, no one was hurt. Some bullets were hurt, but no people were hurt. But there were, and those obviously involved an element of barrier repairs as well, which made them a bit longer. I think, as you said in the broadcast, whilst this is a Grade 1 circuit, and everyone thinks of it as a raced circuit, half of it is a street track. With what that implies limited runoffs, and if you clunk the barriers need to be sorted out. Let's be honest about this. It was a car breaking down and not being able to pulled out, which caused the greatest travesty in motor racing in 2021 here.
And all right, we clunk barriers that have to be repaired, but I think it's the proximity of the barriers at that part of the marina bit. The marina circuit is effectively a street race. It's a meter and then barrier. And and especially in multi-class racing, where you've got, and especially in a series like the 24 series, where we've got that mix, that eclectic mix of drivers. We've got amateur drivers right through to pros, legendary pros like Peter Cox and Tom Coronel here. You've got a mix, and I think, I'm not criticising the circuit at all. I think that's just the nature of the game. But, I was surprised by the amount of Code 60s.
Interesting, virtually all the Code 60s, bar 2, were caused by solo incidents, car breaking down, wheel falling off. And the 2 that were caused by other vehicles, one of which is being contested, and which one of the reasons why we're having this chat, and the other was, because it's just a careless rejoin, which can happen anywhere, and was kind of also a circumstance because 2 cars are going past at the same time and it squeezed 3 into 1. So, as always, no one's trying to cause a Code 60, and we just happen to have this happenstance with so many different things turned up with no theme to it, and topped off by the fact that they've run out of fuel.
and talking of multi-class racing, John just mentioned there that the GT4 class that came right down to literally the final corner. Well, an intervention of a penalty has drawn those cars apart, and it won't actually be the Century Motorsport team that'll stand on the first step of the podium, the top step of the podium. But what I will see is, penalties aside, when you've had 6 hours of racing and it comes down to, as you heard Charlie Robertson say, he used the faster GT3 traffic he knew what was going to happen when they were going to be lapped. And for a driver to be, hitting his brake points, hitting his turn-in points, but having the brain capacity to then think strategically like that in literally a matter of seconds, he's got to start thinking in those terms. That's why we're holding the microphone, everybody, and they're in the cars.
That's why you pay the pros to be in your car, isn't it? To have that kind of extra mental capacity to work out what to be done. I mean, I think it's interesting. I think the element of this 6-hour race and the weird tail end with that long code 60 has meant we've got a huge number of penalties that haven't been served, that are being argued, that, which we don't normally see in the 12 or 24 hours, but there's more time for these things to breathe and be sorted out. So that's an element of the 6 hour. It makes the thing very exciting. It did mean that when they came out that last few minutes, it was all over the shop, and it did give us 2 very close finishes. Don't forget the GTX was only divided by a second. Vortex put that win up by 1 second from the Lamborghini.
Yeah, and the overall win was influenced by that strange code 60 that we had to have. Things like that happened, but the Baron Ferrari had to come in for a pit under green as it ran out of time in the code 60.
Yeah, I mean, Axel and the team were very unlucky. They were not cruising, but they were certainly in pole position to win the race. But the only thing that you can expect in an endurance race is the unexpected, and it's these elements. Sometimes you have to bank what you're doing. I'm going to bank the petrol. I can get to the end and see what happens, and some misfortune will fall. I was chatting to Ivo, because obviously he has the great Paul Trustwell, and Ivo said, we had no idea where we were in the race as the driver, but then Paul kept saying, no, it's fine, we're all right, we'll be fine. And you go, how can you say that? We're nowhere near the lead. No, it's fine, we're okay. So someone's following the strategy.
And Ivo Breukers and Rick and Fabian Dance in the 909 Porsche will stand on the top step of the podium for the 992 class. I've always said this, I've got this saying, I'm going to say it again, everybody. Endurance races are won on the pit wall. And there, as a driver, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on around you. All you need to focus on is your turn-in points and your braking points and get the car home and drive well and don't put it off. And you've got people like Paul Trustwell. We've got a pit lane full of Paul Trustwells who are aiming for that very thing of getting that car in the front.
I feel it's unlikely there's a pit lane full of Paul Trustwells, to be honest.
That's a very good point, actually.
But no, it's a 6-hour race. It's unlike some of the races where you get points halfway through and 2/3 way through. It's not these prizes are only handed out at the end, and it's about normally you work about back timing it, and you have that huge multiple shuffle out the middle, and it's the people win. There were a lot of cars here that initially seemed to be fine, but then we started seeing the cars dropping out, causing the code 60. But realistically, I thought the driving standards were very good. Yeah, we saw one little incident, in 6 hours with 44 cars on a circuit. It's not bad. I thought the driving standards were good. I thought everyone was kind of respecting what should be done. I think we had a great race.
I think we had a fabulous race. Biggest entry we've ever seen for an Abu Dhabi 6-hour race here under the 24H Series banner. I mean, circumstances brought about by the geopolitical situation in the Red Sea delayed the Dubai 24 hours till next week. A lot of people in the pit lane, which I've been speaking to, have said they kind of like this format of running the 6 hours here first before we then go to Dubai. I'm not in any way urging the Dubai 24 hours to clash with Daytona every year. I'm really disappointed in doing that. But and I've spoken to a lot of people, and they all say the same thing. This is a great way to bed themselves in a bit of a warm-up, if you like, a 6-hour sprint, which it effectively is in this series, a 6-hour sprint preceding the 24 Jewel in the Crown. This is perhaps something for the series organisers to think about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way of easing yourself in the season, but let's not forget that even before this all happened, before Christmas, this still had a huge entry. This race.
That's right. It did. Yes.
It's a third or fourth race. Every year, it's growing. People are thinking about it in advance. They're bringing second cars.
Do you not think that's because we've created a championship here? It's a Middle East championship that spans the. We ended 2023 with round 1 in Q8, and then we come back to the Middle East in early January. It's perfect weather for motorsport here.
Yeah, let's be honest, if you are European, it's quite a good couple of weeks to avoid Europe, isn't it, really? And then go racing. I mean, it's a very interesting point you make, Joe, whether it's better to do a 6 hour amuse-bouche to the 24-hour, or has it as a bit of a, an after thing. So, but it's, I think that personally, they could do either way. I think the teams probably, if you've got a couple of cars, and we managed to think, I think none of the cars being used next week have actually been damaged. So
we've had clutch bearings, release bearings break. We've had engines overheat. We've had engine changes. That's all part of the service preparation that goes into this.
No one's on the chassis, that's the key point.
That's right, nobody's had massive crash damage. We've got a little bit of time because, guess what, there's a bit of deliberation over the results, so we've got a bit of time, which gives us an opportunity which we don't normally get. I mean, there was so much happening towards the end of that race that we kind of whisked through the Spirit of the Race award that we gave to Grove Racing for their Mercedes, and it was the attitude of continuing and fixing the car and pushing on. And that, for me, is always the spirit of endurance racing, rather than doing what I would do and go at the bar.
Yeah, I think the spirit of the race, we tend to give it to people who carry on trying. I was two minds. I thought we quite gave it Vortex for finally succeeding again. But yeah, I mean, it is important that people think about what is endurance racing, and the important about endurance racing is enduring some bad luck and enduring some random things are happening, and then still getting to the end. Now the good news is you haven't got to endure us much longer, because we've got the thumbs up from Peter, which means I can leave you, young Joseph, for the podium ceremony.
Right then, I'm just going to check that we have indeed got a result. Peter, we've got a result? Right, so we're going to go to some highlights, folks, and when you come back here, we'll be getting on with our trophy presentation. I'm being told that the highlights are already played.
That's not me then. I'm back.
Okay, we're still deliberating. Peter gave us false hope there. We're still deliberating. Peter said, "Well, let's go to highlights." He's not the director. The director's already gone to highlights, so we'll talk. What I was going to say, Nick, I'm going to step off this step here before I fall off it.
Yes, that's our true height.
So the spirit of the race, I wanted to give to the TCR class. I know we can't do that because we haven't got a TCR class representative, but I did want to give them to both of those teams, AC. And I've gone brain dead, but it was the two Audi RS3s that were battling it out in TCR and using those cars. It's a great class. It's Simpson Motorsport, it's just come to me. Simpson Motorsport and AC Motorsport. Two very, very similar teams in setup, but still campaigning those RS3 TCR class cars and just proving to everyone that they are a great car for not just for sprint racing, but actually for endurance racing. And I hope when we get into the European season, we'll see that grow a little.
Well, hopefully that was a 6-hour advert for Spa. And all those Mark 1 or version 1 TCRs which are sitting in lockups and garages around Europe, the Gen 1 cars, might come out to play. Because those two cars have run around. I think they both ran pretty much faultlessly, didn't they? I didn't see either actually in the pits, which is the problem they've had, is they've had issues with some of the drivetrain. I think they may have a little suspension issue, not a drivetrain issue. But yeah, absolutely. Let's get, if you are watching right now, thank you, and get your Gen 1 out of the garage and get it entered.
I think we've got a result, everybody. Yes, this is Peter Fry, everybody, who sneaks about in the background, and he's finally given us the results. Now, Peter will keep me right here. We're about. Do you need me to use this? Okay. So we're about to go ahead. I'm about to address the crowd when we get the local microphone working. I think everyone can hear us still across the PA. So shall we get things underway, Peter? Yes? So let's get things underway. Right, everybody, are we all ready for our trophy presentation down there? You can't hear me. Hang on. Is that better? I'm being told you can't hear me. Seriously, you can't hear me. They can't hear us, Peter, down there. No, they can't hear us. Hang on, everybody. We'll see if we can get that working. So we're just going to sort our sound out for everybody under the podium. And then we'll be getting straight on with the trophy presentation. For our overall, the winners of the Hankook 6 Hours of Dubai, please welcome in third place, it's the Manomari Energy by EB Motors Porsche of Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro, Sergio Nicolai, and Cosimo Papi. And in second place, it's the Baron Motorsport Ferrari of Ernst Kirchmeier, Axel Jeffries, and Philippe Baron. Big round of applause, please, for them. Second place. And the winners of the 2024 Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Please welcome the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche of Dustin Blattner, Luke Hartog and Dennis Marshall. And now the national anthem of the winning team. Manfred in. Let's have a huge round of applause, everybody. The winners. Round 2 of the 24H Series Middle East Trophy and the 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Please welcome. I have Manfred from Hankook Tyres and Peter from Creventic to present our trophies first to third place. The third place team, the Manamauri Energy by EB Motors. It's Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Cosimo Papi. Their Porsche a fine third. And trophies now being presented to the Baron Motorsport Ferrari team. Ernst Kirschmeier, Axel Jeffries and Philippe Baron. Congratulations to Baron Motorsport. And now the winning trophies to Car Collection Motorsport's Porsche team of Dustin Blattner, Luke Hartog and Dennis Marshall. Right, gentlemen, raise your trophies in the air for the photographs. That's in great style. That's a big round of applause, everybody. Our winners of the 2024 Abu Dhabi 6 Hours. And now, it would have been, but it's not. Now, let's have you. Well done, everybody. That's our overall Middle East Trophy round 2 in the Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. Next trophy to be presented will be for our GT3 Pro-Am class. So please, can I have out to the podium in third place? It's the Race Lab McLaren team of Lucky Chiera, Thomas Surgeon, Ewan Hankey and James Kell. Big round of applause for the Race Lab McLaren team, everybody. Well done, guys. And in second place, let's have back the Manamauri Energy by EB Motors team. Let's have back Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Cosimo Papi. And please welcome back our overall winners, but this time for the GT3 Pro-Am class. It's Car Collection Motorsport's Porsche team of Dustin Blattner, Luke Hartog and Dennis Marshall. Big round of applause for our GT3 Pro-Am class, everyone. And our trophies this time, Gary Willem from Creventic and Manfred Sandbecker from Hankook Tyres. Third place, the Race Lab McLaren of Lucky Kera, Thomas Surgeon, Ewan Hankey and James Kell. And now our second place trophies to be presented. It's the Manamauri Energy by EB Motors, third place overall, second in the GT3 Pro-Am class, and that's Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro, Sergio Nicolai and Cosimo Papi. Thank you, gentlemen. And the winners of the GT3 Pro-Am class are overall winners of the Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi for 2024. Of course, it's the Car Collection Motorsport team of Dustin Blattner, Luke Hartog and Dennis Marshall. Please raise your trophies in the air, gentlemen. Raise your trophies high in the air for the great photograph. Thank you. Well done. Our GT3 Pro-Am class, everybody, big round of applause. The next trophies will be presented to the GT3 Am category. We'll just give our drivers from the Pro-Am class time to get off the podium. And please welcome in third place in GT3 Am, it's the CP Racing Mercedes team of Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. At CP Racing, Charles, that's you. This, standing around chatting. So here they come. It's Charles Putman in order. Charles Putman, Shane Lewis, Charles Espenlaub and Joe Foster. Well done, third place in our GT3 Am class. In second place in GT3 Am, please welcome Herbert Motorsports, car number 91, that's the Porsche, of Ralph Bourne, Alfred Renauer and Antaras Howe. Great race, gentlemen. And our winners in GT3 Am, welcome back the Baron Motorsport Ferrari team of Ernst Kirschmeier, Axel Jeffries and Philippe Baron. Second place overall for the Baron Motorsport Ferrari and class win in GT3 Am. And it's back to Peter from Creventic and Manfred Sandbeckler from Hankook Tyres to present the third place trophies to CP Racing. Winners of the first round of the Middle East Trophy back in early December, the Kuwait, Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. And now second place in GT3 Ham. It's Herbert Motorsports, Ralph Bourne, Alfred Renauer and Antares Howe. And first place trophies to the Baron Motorsport Ferrari team of Ernst Kirschmeier, Axel Jeffries and Philippe Baron. Well done, guys. And please lift your trophies high in the air. Great stuff, great picture. Our GT3 Am class there, the podium. Class winners, Baron Motorsport, second place, Herbert Motorsport, and it's CP Racing in third. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, well done. See you in Dubai. Next class presentation is for GTX. Please welcome to the podium in third place in GTX. It's the P21 Motorsport Porsche team of Jose Monroy, Big George, Rui Marata and Ruben Costa. Third place. In second place is the Scott Sport Lamborghini Huracan of Michael Mack and Keith Reiser. And our GTX winners of the Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi in 2024 is the Vortex V8 team. Arnaud Gomez, Philippe Bonnel, Olivier Gomez, and Lidl Amarouche. Well done, the Vortex team. Great to see them back with their beautiful new car. Third place trophies then. Once again, Mr. Peter Fry from Creventic and Mr. Manfred Sandbickler from Hankook Tyres. P21 Motorsports Porsche of Jose Monroy. Big George, Rui Miriata, and Ruben Costa. And in second place, it's the Scott Sport Lamborghini of Michael Mack and Keith Fraser. And our GTX Special GT car class. The winners, Vortex V8, Arnaud Gomez, Philippe Bonnel, Olivier Gomez, and Lionel Amarouche. Well done, gentlemen. Please raise your trophies high in the air for the photograph. Thank you very much. Congratulations, our GTX podium, everybody. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. That's great stuff. Thank you. Well, you can, yes. Everyone down there, I would love to shake your hand. Well done. Well done, guys. Well done. Our next class presentation will be for the 992 Porsche GT3 Cup. In third place, it's the Cards 971, the Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Saif Al-Ameri, Christopher Zokling, and Salam Al-Khatebi. In second place, and this was a really tough battle all race long, it's the QMMF by HRT, Abdullah Al-Khalifi, Ghanem Al-Ibrahim Al-Abdul Ghani, and Julian Hanses. And the winners of the 992 Porsche GT3 Cup class is the Red Camel Jordans team. This time, Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Fabian Dance. Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi 2024, the 992 class winners, Red Camels. Please, our trophy presentation once again. First to the third place team, the Rabdan by Fulgenzi Porsche of Saif Al-Ameri, Christopher Zokling, and Salam Al-Khatebi. In second place, it's the QMMF by HRT Porsche. And our first place trophies to the car number 909, it's the Red Camel Jordans team of Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, and Fabian Dance. And to present the trophies, it's Manfred and Peter from Creventic and Hankook Tyres. Well done, everybody. Please raise your trophies in the air for the obligatory photograph. That's the one. Well done. Our 992 Porsche Cup class there, everybody. Red Camel Jordans takes the win. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Our next trophy presentation will be for the 992 AM class. So while we replenish the podium for that, Big round of applause for our 992 Cup class, please. Red Camel Jordan take the win, QMMF by HRT in second, and Rabdan by Fulgenzi. It'll not be the last time we see those two teams. They'll be coming straight back. So now it's our 992 AM category, and in third place, it's the Creamer Racing Porsche, Michel Di Martino, Selv, Fidel Lieb, and Alexei Veremenko. Big round of applause, everybody. Third place in the 992 AM category. In second place, please welcome back. It's Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Saif Alameri, Christopher Zokling, and Salam El Khatebi. Al-Khatebi. Yes, you've got more trophies coming, gentlemen. Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Saif Alameri, Christopher Zokling, and Salam Al Khatebi. And the winners of the 992 AM category is, please welcome back again, it's QMF by HRT. Here they come back. It's Abdullah Al Khalifi, Ghanam Al Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani, and Julian Hanses. Congratulations, trophies once again, this time by Mr. Gary Willem from Creventic to present our third place trophies to the Creamer team. In third place, Michel Di Martino, Selv, Fidel Lieb, and Alexei Veremenko. And in second place, Rabdan by Fulgenzi, Gary and Manfred to do the presentations. And the winning trophies to our four drivers from the QMMF by HRT. The Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation by HRT taking a fine win there. Well done, guys. Please raise your trophies high in the air for the photograph. And a big smile. Well done. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. It's our GT4 class coming next. We'll just give our 992 AM drivers a chance to so next one will be, the next presentation will be for GT4. In third place, it's Toyota Gazoo Racing UK, Michael O'Brien, Benjamin Tusting, Samuel Harrison, and Kavi Jundu. Toyota Gazoo Racing, everybody, with their Toyota Supra. Well done, guys, third place. I did not know you were here all weekend. I do, yes. What a great place to meet. In second place, it's the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson Motorsport. Fabian Dufio, Timothy Docker, and Ivan Krabovitsev. Round of applause, please, for the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson. A very, very close finish to this class. The winners, please welcome our GT4 winners. It's Century Motorsport, Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramied. Big round of applause, everybody. Make some noise. What a finish. Right there till the very end. Last quarter of the last lap. Gary, if you would, and Manfred would like to present the trophies. A big congratulations from everybody here. A hard-fought GT4 class podium. Third place, Toyota Gazoo Racing, Michael O'Brien, Benjamin Tusting, Samuel Harrison and Kavi Jundu. And then it's the AGMC Racing Team by Simpson, Fabian Dufour, Timothy Docker and Ivan Kravitsev. And our winning trophies presented to Century Motorsports, Charlie Robertson and Ravi Ramyed. Please, big round of applause for this trophy presentation, everybody. Well done, gentlemen. And please raise your trophies high in the air. Thank you, gentlemen. Our next will be for our TCE overall podium. So please welcome in third place is Simpson Motorsport, the Audi RS3 of Simpson Motorsport. Jason Garrett, Ivan Stanchin, Andrei Muravica and Ricky Kumba, who I think only drove the car a little bit yesterday. In second place in our Touring Car Endurance Series overall, it's the CWS Engineering Ginetta of Owen Hizzy and Dale Albert and Colin White. Second place overall in TCE. Our overall podium winners, though, for TCE. Please welcome AC Motorsports, Ivers Valles and James Kay. So to present the trophies once again, it's this time medals for our third place winners, Simpson Motorsports, Jason Garrett, Ivan Stanchin, Andrei Muravica and Ricky isn't here. Second place medals for TCE. CWS Engineering's Ginetta of Owen Hizzy, Dale Albert and Colin White. And our first place medals to be presented now to AC Motorsports. Their Audi RS3 on the top step of the TCE podium for Ivers Valles and James Kay. This is TCR trophies, TCR class trophies. In second place, Simpson Motorsport, who are third place in TCE. They will be getting their second place TCR trophies. And our first place TCR trophies will be presented to AC Motorsports, Ivers Valles and James Kay, who are on the top step of the podium. Right, everybody, this is our TCE overall podium there. Gentlemen, please raise your trophies high in the air. Thank you very much. Now then, thank you, gentlemen. You guys can stay there, or you can walk off and come on with a big sort of, you know, big, yeah. So I would come off of there, and we'll do it again. Come on, Colin. Just hang about there, Owen. You could walk again. You've got a massive crowd here for you, Col. Right, it's our TCX final trophy presentation. And I know everybody down there is going to make a big thing of this, aren't you, everybody? You're going to make a big thing of this. Please welcome in second place, car 278, the CWS Genetta of Colin White and Mark Griffith, who's been waiting there patiently. Come on, Mark. You put the graft in just like he did. Absolutely. And in first place in TCX, it's our TCE second place overall, CWS Engineering, Owen Hizzy, Dale Abbott, and of course Colin White's up there as well. One foot on each step, Col. Well done, guys. So second place trophies to be presented to Colin White and Mark Griffith. Big thank you to Gary and Manfred for doing our trophy presentations. And this time for our winners, our TCX class winners, CWS's Owen Hizzy, Dale Albert and Colin White, of course. Well done, congratulations. Congratulations. TCX, raise them trophies in the air. Well, guys, you're the last podium, so you can stay there as long as you want. It's down to me to bid you farewell from the Hankook 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi. And we will see you all just up the road in Dubai. And we'll do it all again. This time, we'll see you at the Dubai 24 Hours. That's coming to you next week. Goodbye and good night. Have a safe travel.
The Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the start of the international endurance season.
There aren't too many races like this in the whole world.
It's something that's almost indescribable unless you've been here and experienced it yourself.